Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to World Tour Kuala Lumpur. It's day 2 of our calling right here, and will be day 1 for our Battle Hardened right here in Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, and we had so many good games yesterday, and now it's the second day where we have our top card for day 2. So looking forward to what everyone will show today.
We had 7 amazing Swiss rounds yesterday, and we have 5 brand new Swiss rounds where everyone's competing for the top 8 of the calling right here today. We have just a reminder of what everyone is trying to fight for, what the prize money is. So first place, they'll be getting up to 2.4k USD and the very prestigious gold foil balance of justice.
And of course, there's always PTIs to fight for, especially for those who made top 8. And not just that, remember that we have a World Tour points going on right now.
Yes, so everyone is fighting for the leaderboard. And coming in first place in this calling will get you 16 points. 16 points right now is able to get you up to, I believe, 3rd place in the leaderboards, which is right up there with everyone else. Maybe right behind, I believe, Michael Feng and Brodie Spurlock in 1st and 2nd place respectively.
And also don't forget Jason Clemens who has won Calling Florence. And that's where his 16 points came from.
Getting the kickstart on this leaderboard will be very important if you're gunning for this Player of the Year, because every single point matters. Everyone is so competitive, especially if the prize money on the line. This is such a key moment for all these players right here.
And even if you don't actually win the event to get the full 16 points, if you just place well, you also get rewarded with some points.
Yes, so we can see on our leaderboard currently leading the pack is Michael Feng at 23 points. I believe even though he lost on our stream on round 1 yesterday, he managed to make day 2 with a record of 5 wins and 2 losses at the end of the day.
Yeah, Michael made a comeback and he's in day 2, so there is always a chance we see him back in the top 8 and gunning for even more points.
I believe Brodie Spurlock as well, he's trying to push his lead, he's trying to extend the gap between himself and whoever else. He's 6-1 here, right? And he's pushing and to position himself very well to place very highly in this calling.
Yeah, ever the world traveler. We'll see him at multiple events everywhere around the world, regardless of where you are at. So we expect to see Brodie, even potentially overtake Michael eventually.
So we're talking about this day 2 of our calling. We are very interested in the meta breakdown. So after knowing the meta breakdown from yesterday, we see this conversion of the day 2 top meta picks. So what stands out will be Nu and Aurora coming in as our top 2 represented decks for our day 2.
Yeah, Nu and Aurora were 2nd and 3rd in the meta on the first day, and they converted pretty well. But I think a standout performer here is Viserai, with half of them making the 2nd day. And I think Enigma maybe not impressing anybody with how many Enigmas made the 2nd day.
So I believe Enigma, there was 37 yesterday on day 1, but we only have 7 left here on day 2. That's like about 20% conversion rate. That's not very impressive. But with Viserai being so highly up there, do you think he's such a powerful performer?
Yeah, Viserai has always been a powerhouse, especially with the new cards from Rosetta. We have so many strong cards that just generate so many rune chants, and coupled with Viserai's ability and moderate tide, I think Viserai is here to stay.
Talking about Viserai, let's get into our game. One of these heroes, Viserai, is going to be represented by Haziq Ghazale, local Malaysian superhero. And then on his opposing side, we have Reeve, Chia on Victor Goldmain, high and mighty.
Wow, we have not seen a Victor for a really, really long time. And since, heavy hitters, everyone has been talking, every time we pair a Victor, it's just gold, gold, gold. But at the end of the day, Victor is still a Guardian. He has some weaknesses to Illusionist, which is why he fell out of favor. But we see him back here at the top tables.
I think with the representation and the power of Enigma in the current meta, as well as the representation of Nu in general, which prey on Victor, a lot of people have been ruling out Victor from this meta, but I think Victor's still very powerful. When he wins a few clashes here and there with Trounce, with Test of Strength, all this card advantage can really just snowball in his favor.
Yeah, the insane amount of value you get just from a goal because it draws you a card from Victor's ability. And the fact that, his signature card, the Golden Sun, anytime you reveal it from a clash, you get a goal, which means you definitely draw a card as well.
Whatever Victor is trying to do, he's always trying to present a very consistent game plan, even with through the clashes. He just wants to present big attacks, maybe for 8 or for 10 every single turn. And not every hero can deal with that very effectively every time.
Yeah, the mixed damage taxes your resources so heavily, and Victor has some advantage in a sense because he's a Guardian, and Guardian attacks are all very expensive. So he plays more blue pitches than a lot of other decks, but at the same time, he has to play the block cards, which are all red pitch, and they don't block Arcane.
It feels like whenever you're behind on cards and when you're always behind defending all these big attacks. But once a Trounce comes out, you suddenly get a Vigor token, a Might token, and a Gold, and you still draw a card on top of that.
Yeah. But at the same time here, we see, Viserai. What are you hoping to see Viserai do in this matchup?
So Viserai tends to be more of a setup-oriented aggressive deck. You want to be setting up these Malefic incantations, putting the Moderate Tides in your arsenal, and then maybe going for a very big turn where you're just generating so many rune chants that maybe you get through the Victor's defense. Especially when Victor's a Guardian with so much armor and running so many blues, they can really stymie your offense by just blocking almost everything you can present to them.
Yeah, so we'll see Haziq build up this mass of rune chants, like what we saw yesterday in the game Evan versus Michael. We're gonna see this giant knife blade come through with a chunk of rune chants behind, making this huge unblockable attack.
Well, a lot of Viserais tend to follow more of what did well at the World's Championship, where Noah very expertly piloted this Viserai to a top 8 finish. It's more focused on using the Sonata Galaxia in order to take auras out from your deck. Putting things like Blessing of the Occult or Arcane Casting onto the board just to put more threats and generate more rune chants.
Yeah, cheating out the action points a little. Normally you need to spend your turn just to play a Blessing of Occult, play Read the Runes, but with cards like Sonata Galaxia, you can, when X is 2 and above, you get go again. So you get to get a Blessing and a Read the Runes at the same turn.
Very interestingly, we see Reeve loading the Crown of Dominion. What do you think this Crown of Dominion does in this matchup?
Well, it looks like, Victor has some cards that, he got boosted by some expansion slot cards, like Visit the Gold Main Estate just for the gold. So Crown of Dominion, while it makes you royal, Victor kind of already looks very royal, but it makes your hero royal and it creates a gold token. That one gold token, together the Aurum Aegis, starts you off at 2 gold, which means on turn 0, Visit the Gold Main Estate is live.
So we see Haziq starting the game off. Tuning resource at 1, we are ready to start the day 2 of our Kuala Lumpur calling. Let's wish good luck to all participants and let's have a great day of Flesh and Blood.
Alright, and it looks like starting off, Haziq has been chosen as the first player, and he's just generating a rune chant from the Grasp of the Arc Knight on the first turn. Probably not going to attack.
I do see a Read the Runes, I believe, and a Moderate Titan in hand. So, and a Sonata Galaxia, the card we were just talking about. There are many rune chant generation options in his hand right now.
I think, interestingly, he chose to hold back the Moderate Tide. Potentially for a bigger turn, not exactly firing out on the first turn, even though he has Read the Runes, which is kind of like an old Viserai classic. When you draw the Moderate Tide on the first turn, you want to play it with the Read the Runes just to generate this mass of rune chants.
I think he sees the option to play the Sonata Galaxia now just to get the Malefic incantation from his deck onto the board. What a way to cheat out an aura. So I think Haziq's holding this Moderate Tide because he really wants to combo off with the Read the Runes on a later turn in order to generate as many rune chants as you want. This is really the kind of hand that Viserai wants in order to overcome the defenses of Victor.
Alright, looks like because the Galaxia has this requirement that requires you to pay for X is 2 for go again, and because Haziq just chose to search out, pay nothing effectively just to search out a Malefic incantation, that's his whole turn right there.
So what Reeve is aiming to do with this Crown of Dominion is trying to be on the front foot against this Viserai. He wants to hit this Viserai as hard as he can, as fast as he can, And he's just coming in with a Command and Conquer with one pitch floating. Do you think there's a pummel behind this?
Well, it's a potential play, but we can see that Reeve does not actually have the pummel, and Haziq just no hesitation, just block 6. Do you have the pummel? I don't think you do.
So I think Reeve chose to arsenal a second Command and Conquer right now. Haziq, on the other hand, he looks to be generating all these extra rune chants. Deadwood Dirge, destroying an aura and creating an extra 3.
Deadwood Dirge, such a great addition to Viserai from Rosetta, and following up with the Read the Runes. So generating 3 from the Deadwood Dirge, even though he lost 1 rune chant, and the Viserai's ability refunding the rune chant, and also gaining 3 more with Read the Runes.
So Viserai already up to 7 rune chants, I believe, already stacking up this damage for a bigger turn later.
And remember, Haziq arsenaled the Moderate Tide in the first turn, so he's just waiting, biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to just play it out, get the cash in from the Malefic Incantation as well, and send this mass of rune chants.
So Reeve throwing an Enlightened Strike for 5 go again, just trying to throw as much damage as he can before the Viserai eventually offloads these rune chants into his face.
It looks like Haziq is committing to just slow down the game a little bit, wait it out.
So we do see a second Command and Conquer coming right here. This is very important because we do see a Sink Below in Haziq's hand, a card that he cannot use to block this Enlightened Strike. This Command and Conquer at all.
Yeah, and Sink Below being a red pitch and Haziq not wanting to attack with the Reaping Blade makes it really awkward. And oh my gosh, he has to block with Ravel the Runeblood and a Malefic Incantation.
Yeah, so Haziq really keep making this Moderate Tide his priority right now, wanting to preserve it in the arsenal. He thinks it's more important than a Red Malefic Incantation at this point.
Yeah, and the Command and Conquer in Reeve's arsenal just paying off right there, because in the first attack, Haziq blocked with a card that's not a defense reaction, and the second attack, when it's a Command and Conquer, he had a defense reaction which was kind of trapped in his hand.
So Haziq stuck with the Sink Below in hand, opts to just pass the turn and draw up. Now it's on Reeve's hand on what he wants to do. But I do see a Test of Strength in Reeve's hand. It's the kind of card that's a little bit clunky in this matchup because the Viserai is not swinging at you, but it is one of the more powerful cards that lets you generate gold tokens.
Yeah, but Test of Strength is this staple in Victor, and there's almost no matchup you ever want to remove it other than maybe Kano, because it's purely arcane damage. But in such a matchup, even though there's this swarm of arcane coming at you, if you manage to get that block off before potential Ravel the Runeblood coming behind the attack, you get to draw a card and potentially draw a blue, which prevents some amount of arcane.
I believe it's not just one Test of Strength, but 2 Tests of Strengths in Reeve's hand. But he opts to just throw this Golden Sun into Reeve. Into Haziq. I believe he's opting to destroy this gold, coming in for 10 overpower. What an efficient attack.
Golden Sun, it's a Victor specialization. You get a bunch of gold from all your clashes, even visit the gold main estate, and this is how you pay it off. This is the biggest attack that Victor can, throw out from his arsenal.
Well, coming for 10 overpower, but we know in Haziq's hand the Sink Below. It's such a powerful card in order to just preserve your life right now, and maybe the cycling effect can be very useful that you're searching for all these rune chant generating effects. However, though it's just coming for a big ass 10, there's not a lot of on hits that Reeve can really just use to disrupt Haziq right now.
And Haziq interestingly had the option of blocking with 1 card and the Sink Below, because remember, it's Overpower. Overpower is not Dominate. You can block with more than 1 card in your hand, as long as you only block with 1 action card.
Yeah, so Haziq just blocking with this Sink Below that we know and taking 6 damage down to 32. It looks like he has a lot of options in his hand to generate as many rune chants as he can. So I believe he's starting with this Sonata Arcanix. It might be drawing him an attack, potentially.
Well, it looks there's an attack and a non-attack in the first 2 cards, so it's definitely drawing him back the card and sending 1 arcane damage as well.
Getting a 9 Flayed at this point is actually so powerful because we know that he's already on 7 rune chants. With this Moderate Tide, if he does opt to play it, or maybe with a Deadwood Dirge or something, he's going to cross over the 9 threshold and he's going to be able to play this for free.
Well, he can already play it for free. It's so heavily discounted, and he still has 2 other cards in his hand, even though even if it's 2 red pitches, he could just pitch for it.
Oh, it's a second Sonata Arcanix in his hand. Do you think we'll be seeing him play it right now?
Well, I wouldn't put it past the Viserai players to play it because it's so much value. You get 1 rune chant because you have already played a non-attack, and there's a potential to get another card.
Oh, it looks like he whiffs it this time. Sonata Arcanix showing 3 non-attack actions, 2 become the Arc Knights, and a Succumb to Temptation. Unlucky this time, Haziq. So more importantly, this Sonata Arcanix bringing Haziq up to 8 rune chance. Even with just 1 card in hand, even if it's a red pitch, he's able to play this 9th blade if he really wants to, I would say, get rid of this rune chance and throw some damage at Reeve.
At the same time, remember that we had a moderate tide, and Haziq chose not to play it this turn, which is kind of an interesting play, I would say, because if he played out the moderate tide, he would have 4 more rune chances. Well, 2 more rune chances at this current moment because he's played so many non-attack actions this turn.
I would say Haziq's stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. He has all these attack actions in his hand. It feels like he's forced to go off at this point.
Yeah, and he throws out the moderate tide at the last moment, perhaps, had a change of mind, wanting to just clear out cards from his arsenal so that he can get a new card in.
I think he feels like he needs to get as much value from his hand right now. So even though the moderate type might be a little bit too late, he still wants to be able to generate more rune chance from this Malefic Incantation and the Viserai trigger.
It looks like there's 9 rune chance and the 9th blade that was revealed earlier this turn coming at Reeve. And we know that he had the test of strength in hand.
Yeah, so Reeve opting to keep this test of strength from the previous turn actually paying off, giving him the opportunity to even maybe draw a card right now. Although this 12 rune chance, you cannot block with the test of strength right now. You have to pitch and decide whether you want to commit cards to this arcane damage first.
Yeah, remember that blocks comes after the rune chants have all triggered and flown at you. So right now, Reeve has to make the option, do I want to risk the top card of my deck being blue, to potentially play my turn, or do I just prevent this whole swarm of arcane first?
So Reeve blocks just 3 rune chance and takes up to 6 rune chance, bringing him down to 33. But it's still very healthy. Now blocking with a gauntlet and the test of strength on the 9th blade. And he reveals blue. So now with an extra card in hand, he can actually go on the offensive.
It looks like he arsenaled the sink below. So now completely blocking out the 9th blade, but still, he still took some damage from the rune chants.
But just expending maybe 1 arsenal and 1 card in hand, he's already covered up so much damage from this huge turn from Haziq. Haziq now only has 4 rune chants left, and we know his arsenal is not a rune chant generator, it's a rune flash, I believe.
And Reeve used the Golden Sun, sacrificing one of his gold tokens, and now it's back, thanks to the test of strength.
So Reeve going on the offensive now, using his Tunic resource to great use, just pitching a single blue to play this Debilitate at red for 8 power.
And Debilitate, an old WTR classic, Return to Reeve, with the very classic crush effect that Guardian used to be known for, especially Bravo. But in this case, we can see Debilitate here, maybe not having the greatest use considering Viserai is trying to store up rune chance.
We see a second Sing Below in Haziq's hand, a very great defensive card, especially at this point being able to block out these breakpoints. However, I will say it's very interesting that Haziq opts to play Sonata Arcanix with all these defense reactions in his deck.
Perhaps the resident Southeast Asian, we like to take our chances. We like the high, the highest of highs. So that might be what he's going for here.
We do see a Sonata Galaxy in hand, one of the better cards in order to get the Malefic Incantations from your deck onto your board. These Malefic Incantations are key to Viserai's game plan, where he's trying to play the Moderate Tides and generate like 2 rune chants each from each Malefic Incantation and to overwhelm your opponent.
It looks like... Oh, and remember that Galaxia gets discounted for each rune chant you have. So in this case, he could name X is 2 on the Sonata Galaxia, which is discounted by the 4 rune chants. So he has go again. So let's see what Haziq is about to show us this turn.
So very importantly, this extra action point allows Haziq to continue playing his turn. And we do see the Rune Flash coming out. Discounted by this 4 rune chance, this is just a very simple 4 go again. Such an efficient use of damage, and what a powerful card that Viserai has access to.
Yeah, making, normally just creating one behind just from an innate ability because you've played a non-attack action. But in this case, the moment you play an attack, you not just get one, you get one more for each Malefic Incantation that you have on the field, which lets you keep up your aggression if you really, really so wish to.
Before this game, we were talking about how Viserai will be setting up for very big rune chant turns and just slamming the victor with big damage. But this is the power of Malefic Incantations. It allows Viserai to play more of a tempo game with Rune Flash and Rune Rager Swarms, just throwing a lot of mixed damage that maybe the opponent cannot deal with. So Reeve pitching Arouse the Ancients to block 3 rune chants. Very efficient use of blues, which Guardians have access to. Oh, and blocking with a Pummel. One of the more powerful cards that Victor has access. He wants to pummel as much as possible. But I think with this offense coming from Haziq, Reeve really just wants to prevent as much damage as he can.
At the same time, remember that Reeve fired off 2 Command and Conquers at the start, which also allowed, which kind of stuck Haziq with Sink Below for one of his turns. And now, maybe considering that he has used 2 Command and Conquers, this pummel has very little payoff. And it's not really worth the risk to try and get it off.
So with the Tunic resource, the Reaping Blade came in for 3 rune chants and 3 physical. Reeve opting to take the 3 rune chants and block with a card on the Reaping Blade. Now Reeve is down to 29 and just a single card in hand, and it looks like a very simple Miller's Grindstone attack.
Miller's Grindstone, first introduced in heavy hitters, featuring, heavily featuring the clash mechanic, especially when you hit. And it's a very good way for Reeve to get cards out of Haziq's deck. We have seen this kind of game plan coming from Nu, from the Assassins, getting cards out of the deck rather than attacking the life totals directly.
Oh, and Miller's Grindstone actually revealing a Trounce from Reeve's deck and a 9th Blade on Haziq's deck. The biggest attack that Haziq can show, and no attack on the Victor's side.
That is very unfortunate for Reeve because not only is the 9th Blade the biggest attack on the Viserai side, Trounce basically just sealed his chances for winning clashes at all, even if he activates Victor's other ability, which is he can use gold to force you to put the card at the bottom of the deck, so we clash again, and potentially, getting the win.
I was gonna say that Miller's Grindstone is the kind of weapon that's so powerful, it feels like it's one hammer to rule them all. However, with this kind of luck, maybe when variance is not on your side, it's might not be the best weapon after all.
And at the same time, not only did he lose the clash, he has revealed a Trounce to Haziq. But it looks like Haziq, unfazed by the Trounce, just gonna fire off a Ravenous Rebel, a card we have not really seen from Viserai for a while.
This Ravenous Rebel, we know the 9th Blade is on top, so it's coming for 3 attack only. Man, now the Trounce sounds like such a powerful card.
Yeah, now the Trounce just getting, not just the 3 block, but potentially getting the gold and revealing a Tunk off the top as well.
Oh, this Tunk, even though the 9th Blade is on top, he's gonna sink it down using the gold ability from Victor. So by winning the Trounce first clash with the Tunk, he's gonna get an extra Might token.
And rouse the Ancients, because it's an attack, it beats out the non-attack Malefic Incantation off the top of Haziq's deck for the second clash. And now being able to put the rouse into his hand as well.
Yeah, so Rouse, because even though he has 0 attack power, it's considered higher than a Malefic Incantation that has no attack power at all.
Wow, Reeve potentially just looking at a huge turn next turn, because the Rouse the Ancients in a 4-card hand potentially lets him play out for 7 attack with go again.
So this Trounce is basically blocking for free and getting you extra resources and an extra card in hand. Now Victor feels very safe behind all these cards in hand to be able to block out what Haziq is trying to do. And you can even just swing the Miller's Grindstone for like 3+2 next turn, which is a lot of damage. So Haziq playing a Deadwood Dirge, destroying a Rune Chant token and generating an extra 3, up to 4 Rune Chants. That's a lot of Rune Chants.
Wow, that, considering he started his turn off with almost no Rune Chants, now just coming in with 5 Rune Chants after the first attack.
This Rune Flash buffed by the Runic Reckoning is probably coming in for 7 damage. 5 arcane and 7 damage is no joke. That is 12 value. That is the average block of a single hand in the Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, and Reeve just contemplating whether he wants to keep the Rouse the Ancients for his turn or use it to prevent the Rune Chance, because remember that Rouse the Ancients is also a blue peach card. So it provides 3 resource for Reeve to Arcane Barrier that Rune Chant.
It looks like Reeve is considering what may be the follow-up to Haziq's turn after this, because Rune Flash has go again, there's multiple action points this turn, but Haziq only has 1 card left in hand and he knows that the Tunic resource is on 1. So it's unlikely that the Reaping Blade is coming as the follow-up, or if it does come as a follow-up, Haziq has to forsake his arsenal.
We see yet another Debilitate in Reeve's hand, so maybe he's considering to keep the blue here, taking the Arcane and maybe just blocking the 7 damage.
Oh, we do see an interesting choice that Reeve is running on his Victor deck, which is Crush the Weak.
So Crush the Weak here, really good in Viserai, considering they have Swarming Gloomveils, which base attack is 3. While it normally, attacks for 4, we are all used to Swarming Gloomveil for 4 with on-hit effects, with the go again, but Swarming Gloomveil and Rune Rager Swarm are both 3 attack cards.
Yeah, so Reeve starting his turn with 2 cards, I believe, and Haziq just clarifying what the pitch cards are for Reeve before we carry on to the next turn.
Do you think there's a possibility that maybe Reeve is just considering whether his second cycle will come up in this round?
I believe usually these matches can be slow, but they can be really fast. So Haziq is actually just turning on the gas, so we might not actually reach the second cycle right here.
And remember that Trounce, not just giving a gold, gave a might, 2 might tokens actually, because one of them was a Trounce, and a Vigor as well.
So Reeve opting to play the Enlightened Strike from Arsenal, I believe this will come for +2. So this will be up to 8 with no extra action points, which presenting 8 at this point with just 2 cards is such efficient damage that Victor wants to do.
And remember, Reeve pitched 2 blue cards the previous turn to prevent the Rune Chance coming in. And Enlightened Strike does not require you to pitch a card. It just requires you to put a card from your hand at the bottom of your deck.
Haziq opting to block with 2 cards and taking 3 damage, going down to 25. I thought this would be a very nice chance for Haziq to use the Face Purgatory in order to get the extra card out of Reeve's hand and maybe draw an extra card to just continue his offense in some sort. But it looks like he's just setting up with extra Malefic Incantations on board right now.
Yeah, we see not just 1, but 2 Malefic Incantations. I believe that makes it 5 Malefics that we have seen from Haziq, even though he blocked with 1 of them.
Malefic's Incantation is such an important card. Setting this up right now, especially when Reeve is at 22, you feel like you can close this gap, you can push him down to 0.
Yeah, and keep in mind, remember one of the key components of the Viserai deck is Moderate Tide, and Haziq has only seen 1 so far. And now with 3 Malefic Incantations on the board, we could see yet another Ninth Blade coming up.
So it's Reeve turns to be on the offense, but he's thinking slowly about his hand, what he's trying to do with his hand. After throwing the Enlightened Strike, I feel like he may not have as many go-again options that he wants to, that his deck is able to come up with. They tend to run cards like Zealous Belting, Enlightened Strike. But would you really run cards like Zealous Belting in this matchup?
Yeah, I think Zealous Belting, is a card that kind of puts you in the aggression spot, but considering Viserai is coming at you with so much damage from Rune Chance, from huge attacks like Ninth Blade, perhaps you are not trying to be the aggressor here, you're just trying to wait out the storm, so to speak.
So coming in with the Crush the Weak for 7 damage, this may be useful against Viserai that because of Rune Rager Swarms and Swarming Gloomveils at 3 base power and lower. But Haziq, we know he has the Amplified Dark Knight in hand. This is not affected at all by the Crush the Weak. Haziq looking to just throw all the damage at Victor right now.
Yeah, but there's always a potential, like, maybe if I choose not to attack you, I don't need to block the Crush the Weak. I can just create even more Rune Chance on this turn.
So we do see the weakness of Guardian not being able to utilize all cards in hand to go on the offense. It's more of a hero that sometimes wants to be blocking a lot of times.
And we see the last Sonata Arcanix coming out. And this time, he finally gets another card.
So the Sonata Arcanix revealing this Rune Rager Swarm, but more importantly, because of the Crush the Weak, he's unable to play this Rune Rager Swarm this turn.
Yeah, and also, Victor has so many good block cards, so perhaps that's one of the reasons why Reeve was very reluctant to play out an expensive attack, just going for the very efficient 3 cost, 7 to attack, crush the weak.
So Reeve taking this one arcane damage that is coming from the Sonata Arcanix. And I guess the players are just having a laugh about like how this turn is gonna turn out. And maybe just like how the Crush the Weak is actually affecting this Rune Rager Swarm.
Yeah, and that Rune Rager Swarm might be just used to be as a pitch card.
We do see the Runic Reckoning in Haziq's hand, a very efficient damage boost that he can use to just turn the tides right now. He's behind 18 to 21, but with 3 Malefic Incantations on board, I think he's feeling very in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, Haziq probably didn't expect the Sonata to, give him a Rune Rager Swarm. He was perhaps hoping for one of his 9 blades, maybe an Amplify the Arc Knight, which we see on the board right now.
So this Runic Reckoning is bringing the Amplify the Arc Knight up to 9 damage. And this Malefic Incantations are all going to take down one by one, and they're going to generate 4 rune chants behind. 3 from the Malefic Incantations and 1 from Viserai's ability.
And not just that, remember the Runic Reckoning that he played previously, which was also discounted by rune chants. Not just, you don't just have to deal with the rune chants, you have to do this huge 9 power attack. It's not a 9 blade, but it's the 9 blade that we get this turn.
Create your own 9 blade of sorts. So Reeve opting to pitch a blue to block these 3 rune chants, and I think he's angling to block this turn out right now. With a Trounce in hand, he feels like he can go maybe after winning this clash, he can go on the offensive.
And that's the Rune Rager Swarm. That's the Swarming Gloom Veil that we talked about previously. And it looks like Reeve has won yet another Trounce, showing, just that goal generation vigor might just from one card. And thanks to Victor's ability, because you created a goal, you get to draw back a blocking card. It's such a strong ability.
So this Trounce blocking for 6 only, Haziq opts to play the Succumb to Temptation at instant speed, giving this Amplify the Arc Knight an on-hit effect. You can play Succumb to Temptation at instant speed as long as you dealt arcane damage. And I think Reeve missed this because he took the arcane damage from the Sonata Arcanix.
Oh yes, of course. Remember, Sonata Arcanix not just puts cards into your hand, it also deals arcane damage. And perhaps an oversight by Reeve because he could have prevented it with a Tunic, but at the same time, Succumb to Temptation is a card that is very, very difficult to play around because you don't know when it's ever going to hit you.
So Succumb to Temptation taking the Visit the Gold Main Estate from Reeve's hand. I think he was planning to use the Tunic resource on this Visit the Gold Main Estate. So now his game plan's kind of destroyed by the Succumb to Temptation. Now this Reaping Blade is coming in for 5 rune chants and 3 physical, pitching the Rune Rager Swarm, as you said, being used as the pitch card this turn.
Yeah, the extended Rune Rager Swarm, which, going forward, we might get cards like that from the upcoming gem pack, recently announced last Friday.
So such a popular card as such a good option in this Viserai decks right now. Now Reeve, because he cannot use the Visit the Gold Main instead, is using the Tunic resource as pitch to prevent this rune chant damage. Pitching a blue and just taking just 1 arcane damage, he opts to take the 3 physical from the Reaping Blade as well.
Yeah, and Reeve here choosing the aggressive option, choosing not to block the Reaping Blade with the final card in his hand. Remember, he has a Might and a Vigor created from Trounce, and he's going to fire off yet another Debilitate. Debilitate costing 4, but because Vigor gave the extra resource, he gets to play it with just 1 card.
I think Reeve thinks that because of the Might and the Vigor token, it's his opportunity in order to go offensive and close the gap with the Viserai, especially when he has Malefic Incantations on board. He wants to close this game out as fast as he can.
Yeah, I think that was Reeve's game plan from the start, which is why he played Crown of Dominion. And at the same time, perhaps he's, considering that this game I'm going to block with my block cards. So there's honestly no need to require more armor, the usual Crown of Providence, because Viserai doesn't really threaten the arsenal as well.
It's a bit unlucky that the Succumb to Temptation came at the right time, knocking the Gold Main Estate out of his hand, because we can see that with the Crown of Dominion that Reeve really wants to lean into that Visit the Gold Main Estate in order to generate as many Might tokens as he can. But we do see the power of these new Rosetta cards and how they make Viserai such a powerhouse right now.
Yeah, we see Haziq just posturing to be, the defender, on the defensive this turn, because it looks like he's trying. He thinking about committing some cards to the block?
I think he's looking through his graveyard to think like what cards are left in his deck. Maybe because he has a Become the Arc-Knight in his hand. And yes, we do see the Become the Arc-Knight blocking this Debilitate with the Rune Rager Swarm. So Haziq will be taking 3 damage from this Debilitate. Most importantly, he's not taking the Crush effect because 4 damage was not done by the Debilitate.
Yeah, but at the same time, blocking with a Become the Arc-Knight is kind of, it's such a powerful card when you play in Viserai, and choosing to block with it, perhaps the other cards in his hand are just not very good blocking cards.
I think we do see a Deadwood Dirge and a Sonata Galaxia. Another card where he might be looking through his graveyard is to see how many of these auras that he has left in his deck.
And choosing to just cash out the Malefics by playing another Rune Rager Swarm from his arsenal. Remember the previous turn he couldn't play it because of the Crush the Weak, but now, such an effect is no longer present.
So the Rune Rager Swarm triggering the Malefic Incantations, giving him 2 extra Rune Chants. I think this is what Haziq really wants because he wants to destroy a Rune Chant for the Deadwood Dirge, but he opts not to. He just plays the Sonata Galaxia right off the bat, choosing X equals 1. So he can only choose auras that cost 1 or less.
Yeah, and because it's not 2, it doesn't have Go Again. So Haziq is just looking to arsenal maybe the final card.
So Haziq opting to arsenal probably the Deadwood Dirge, going for a bigger turn when he can find more auras after this. So he finds the last, I believe, yellow Malefic Incantation, the last Malefic Incantation in his deck, in order to try and close this 11 life that Reeve has.
Yeah, and in a blink, it's kind of like you see Reeve, healthy at over 20 life for one moment, and then after all these rune chants, these huge attacks fly out, Reeve is now sitting at 11 life, which is very precarious, especially considering that normally the Knife Blade comes in with rune chant buddies, a whole bunch of them.
So it is a red Malefic Incantation instead of yellow, my bad. And Reeve giving the deck a quick count before shuffling and giving the deck back to Haziq. I believe maybe considering the option that Fatigue might be an out for him in this game.
Yeah, and Haziq's deck actually looking thinner than his graveyard right now. So perhaps Miller's Grindstone now finally going to make more of an impact this game, because so far what he has done is just lost a clash to the Knife Blade.
So Spinal Crush coming in for Reeve, 1 pitch floating and Tunic Resource on 2. With no extra cards in hand, we know that the power is not coming right here. So it's just a very straight-in-your-face Guardian gameplay. We know that it's just Spinal Crush and nothing else.
Yeah, and Haziq drawing I think this is the final Sink Below in his deck. So his defensive options, while they're kind of running low, they came at the right time, because now he doesn't have to worry about a Spinal Crush effect, which prevents the Go Again from all his cards.
So the Deadwood Dirge coming from Arsenal, destroying an aura and creating up to 3. And a Read the Runes, creating another 4 rune chants in total, so bringing Haziq up to 8 rune chants.
Yeah, that Knife Blade ever, coming closer and closer. And, Reeve can't feel good about this, having to do, thinking about this 8 rune chants currently sitting behind.
So a Choke Slam coming in with the Tunic Resource, only coming in for 6. We know this is the blue Choke Slam.
Yeah, and Reeve's other 2 cards looks like they were blocking cards. One of them is Sink Below and one of them is a Trounce. That's the problem in a sense with Victor, because you have to commit to such powerful blocking cards, but at the same time they're only blocking cards. So if Haziq, like his previous turn, chose to play a Dirge and a Read the Runes, he's not attacking at all.
So Reeve opting to keep this Trounce and Sink Below in hand. The Sink Below likely going to in the arsenal. But we know that we think he wants to keep the Trounce because now blocking out the Viserai is actually a potential option for him.
Yeah, and Haziq committing to even more blocks, and remember his deck is not exactly full of gas anymore, but he still has 2 more Moderate Tides.
Reeve chose to keep the Trounce, but I think he's feeling really bad when Haziq blocked with 2 cards, because it angers Haziq to just generate more and more rune chants, and now Reeve is stuck with this Trounce in hand.
Yeah, and Haziq just considering whether he wants to play out the Read the Runes this turn. And remember, Read the Runes has no Go Again, so that would just signify the end of his turn. And that Trounce not looking very good at this moment.
So the Read the Runes bringing Haziq up to 11 rune chants, and we know the 9th Blade is in hand and he has drawn it. The biggest attack that Haziq has is gonna come online for free next turn.
Yeah, and we have seen the power of Spellbound Creepers in our game, in our Vincent game yesterday, and Haziq still has access to that Spellbound Creepers. And at the same time, you have to pay 1 for the Spellbound Creepers activation effect, and Tunic is on 3 counters.
So Reeve thinking through his turn right now. We know he has the Trounce in hand, which is a little bit clunky at this point, but I think I did see a visit the Goat main estate.
Yeah, but at the same time, is it too late? Because Might doesn't have an immediate payoff. Might pops at the beginning of the next turn. So if Haziq presents this humongous turn this turn, on his turn, then I'm not sure whether Reeve can take the damage to be able to utilize those Might tokens.
Reeve really thinking through his options as to what he can do. So he's finally pitching the Trounce to play this visit the Goat main estate. He creates a goal allowing Victor to draw a card and generate 4 Might tokens because he has 3 Goat tokens as well as the Aurum Aegis on board.
I think it's a heads-up play by Reeve because he's thinking, oh, if Haziq is just going to sit there and make rune chance, I'm just going to get rid of this Trounce that's clunking up my hand. But at the same time, we know that Haziq has drawn the Knife Blade, which Reeve does not know about.
Yeah, so Reeve has no information of Haziq's hand, so he's trying to see how much damage he can throw at Haziq at this point and whether he wants to keep these blues in hand. So he opts to pitch a blue Chokeslam to activate the goal. I think he's really digging for a red card at this point. He wants to throw maybe a Spinal Crush at this point. And he plays the second Goat main estate, creating another Goat. But more importantly, he doesn't draw a card again.
Yeah, Victor's ability only activates once, so you can't just keep chaining Gold main estate after Gold main estate to draw a bunch of cards just like the tomes. But at the same time, this Crush the Weak probably might put a wrench into Haziq's plans, but Haziq has played out a fair amount of Rune Rager Swarms, so potentially just stifling those Swarming Gloomveils that he has not played yet.
So we did see he drew the red card off the Goat trigger. Now Crush the Weak coming in for 7. We know that Haziq has a 9th blade in hand. Oh, he has a Ravenous Rebel, another card that is not affected by this Crush the Weak.
Yeah, and it looks like become the Arknight as well. So Haziq is considering whether he should be even considering a block on this Crush the Weak, because at the current moment, Ravenous Rebel has base attack of 5. He doesn't actually have to worry about it.
I think with this hand, it's very clear cut that you're playing the 9th blade out right away, and then using the Spellbound Creepers to maybe play the Become the Arknight and discarding an attack action. Maybe looking for Deadwood Dirge, or if you maybe a Revel in Rune Blood to just generate more rune chance, and maybe using the Tunic resource to swing the Reaping Blade with a lot of rune chance and 3 physical damage.
Yeah, and Haziq committed a Revel in Rune Blood at the start of the game for the Command and Conquer, and now potentially can search one out from his deck for payoff this turn.
So we see Haziq just taking all the damage from 13 going down to 6. Crush the Weak is in effect, but we do see that Haziq has a way to play out of this.
Yeah, and Haziq's arsenal, we have not seen it for a while. He's been holding it back, and it's the Moderate Tide that the last 2 in his deck that he's just been waiting for this moment for.
So Moderate Tide Viserai is pretty much a Viserai specialization at this point. The other Rune Blades don't use this card. Moderate Tide creating more and more rune chance, pretty much doubling the Malefic Incantation and the Viserai trigger, bringing Haziq up to 4 rune chance at the back. But first and foremost, this 9th blade is coming in for 11 arcane damage and 9 physical.
Yeah, and 11 arcane is nothing to scoff at. Like, an average hand only can block 12 arcane, assuming they're all blue, blue pitches. And at the same time, remember, Reeve did pitch down his Trounce, so there's no way for him to get a card back.
11 arcane at this point is Reeve's entire life total, already presenting lethal just off rune chance. And there's still that massive 9 damage at the back.
Yeah, I remember the Spellbound Creeper play that Vincent used yesterday for one, for an instant go again. Now he has become the Arknight, threatening even more arcane after that.
So Become the Arknight, a very powerful card, being able to give Viserai or any other Rune Blade just extra action points in order to play out their turns. They are a hero that does not have a lot of go against, so that's why we see new cards like Rune Rager Swarm being able to give you access to action points. They are such powerful cards that are almost auto-included into all these Rune Blade decks.
Yeah, it looks like Reeve is having issues here. He's just thinking how he's able to block this, in total 20 damage. That's coming at him at the current moment.
Yeah, with just 4 cards in hand and up to 3 armor block, 1 on the Aegis, 1 on the gauntlets, and 1 on the tunic. I don't think he's really surviving this turn with presenting just 20 damage on the first attack, and we know that there's 3 more cards in Haziq's hand, especially the tunic resource being on 3. He's able to present a lot of options.
Yeah, at the same time, remember 9 Blade is a 9-cost card. Is there a possibility that maybe Haziq plays 1 copy of Famo that Reeve is, considering, or is that just too out of the way?
I think Reeve is thinking if he's gonna pitch everything for the arcane to arcane barrier this rune chance. If he doesn't even block out the 9th blade and maybe takes a little bit of damage, surviving maybe on 1 or 2, he might even just get destroyed by a Succumb to Temptation if he were to even keep maybe 1 card in hand.
Yeah, it looks like he drew 3 blue cards, which allows him to pitch for the rune chance, but he's just considering, trying to confirm whether that's the best play he could possibly get.
Reeve's in a really tough spot right now. This 8 might tokens sitting on the board looking pretty, but it's very unlikely he's even able to use it before he dies this turn.
Yeah, Haziq having a little fun with that, with those dice on that rune chant token, because it's representing so much. He's just, Reeve is trying to figure out how to get around his turn, but Haziq just sitting there very comfortably, knowing that he's presenting such an unsurmountable turn.
Well, it is 11 rune chants on board, but he's changing the dice, looking as put 2 1s as 11, or putting a 6 and 5, indicating maybe 65. But, well, Haziq feeling really comfortable knowing he's in the driver's seat right now. 3 cards in hand, he feels like he can close this game right here, right now. And Reeve just giving it a think, ending up pitching 3 cards just to get rid of the rune chants, but he's still taking 2.
Yeah, and now Succumb to Temptation can be played as an instant because arcane damage have been dealt this turn.
So now Reeve thinking that whether he wants to block with the last card, because if he commits the 3 equipment and maybe a Sink Below from Arsenal to block this 9th blade, he may get blown out by a Succumb to Temptation, forcing him to discard the last card in hand.
Yeah, and while he could block with both equipments and the last card in his hand, going to 5, we know that Haziq has even more coming up after this thanks to Spellbound Creepers.
So Reeve angling to block with this Gauntlet and Aurum Aegis, but we know 2 that... Oh, and the Enlightened Strike, so he blocks with 5 currently on this 9th blade. And we know the Sink Below coming from Arsenal will full block this 9th blade.
Haziq choosing to react first because, he's the turn player, he has priority, so he's actually choosing to pitch away.
So we see this become the Arknight coming at instant speed because of Spellbound Creepers, allowing Haziq to play a non-attack action at instant speed. This become the Arknight is looking for Revel in Runeblood, as we said, to give him an action point, and this Revel in Runeblood will be online. The handshake coming out from Reeve because he knows this is a foregone conclusion. The Revel in Runeblood will create too many rune charts with the Moderate Tide, and the Reaping Blade will just close the game.
Yeah, and Haziq not even getting a chance to use his Face Purgatory and the last piece of armor on the Grasp of the Arknight in this game, showing how much of a commanding position he actually had the whole game, even though his life totals were kind of low.
So we were always talking about this slowly setting up and then slamming with a very big attack. Haziq showed this to us in the last few turns, creating up to 8 on 10 rune chance, I believe, and then throwing the 9th blade at Reeve. But Haziq didn't just show this, he showed the power of the Viserai deck being able to pivot between multiple game plans. At the early game when he had 1 or 2 Malefic Incantations, or about, I think 3 at one point, he was throwing a lot of small attacks at Reeve, Rune Flash, Rune Rager Swarm, and then following up with the Reaping Blade, being able to produce a lot of mixed damage, yet efficient as well, in order to just chip away at Reeve's life total before this final big 9th blade manages to close the game.
Yeah, and even though the Moderate Tide did not, get the best payoff with all those Malefic Incantations, I think we actually still saw the power of Moderate Tide right there. Like, he played a Moderate Tide in the 9th blade, and thanks to Spellbound Creepers, played an instant, become the Arknight, which let him get another non-attack action, which created even more rune chance.
So Haziq carrying on the day at X and 1, I believe. Malaysian superstar, let's hope for the local homegrown hero will be able to do well. He's now at 7 wins and 1 loss. He's putting himself up to be doing very well in this calling, maybe even gunning for a top 8 position.
Yeah, I remember that the player of the year is currently the whole World Tour Player of the Year is currently going on. So, all like even there's some variance. We're playing a card game, but if you do well enough consistently, you still get some World Tour points and potentially have a shot at becoming Player of the Year.
So World Tour Kuala Lumpur is the first major event coming to APAC region, not considering battle-hardened Hiroshima. So this is the first major event in APAC region, and this is the first time for Asian players to really put their stamp on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and at the current moment, we don't see any of them there, but after this weekend, we definitely will, and hopefully, we'll see even more in the year going forward.
So Michael Feng and Brodie Spurlock, and the Jacob duo, all four of them are leading the pack right now at 16 points and above. Michael Feng standing way above the rest at 23 points. But with World Tour Kuala Lumpur offering 16 points from the calling, it's so significant that everyone will be gunning for this top spot.
Yeah, and remember, while Michael is currently leading the pack, we're at the start of the year. We still have a whole year ahead going forward. So there are so many opportunities. You can get points from Battle Hardens, you can get points from National Championships, Callings, Pro Tours, and of course the World Championships, which will be the last event that you can get points at.
Yeah, so everyone will be gunning for these points. Everyone is aiming to be the Player of the Year. Consistency is key. And not just that, maybe attending more events will get you more points. So that's why people, I think, will be thinking that Michael Feng and Brodie Spurlock are the people to beat because they are attending almost every single event. But remember that the champions are still somewhat region locked in some sense, where you just have to be the top 3 players of your region to win this prize money.
Yeah, so even though we see Brodie, Michael going everywhere, it doesn't mean that you don't have a shot at this. So at the same time, we have all these events coming up for you all the way to the start of February. But of course, there are even more events coming after this. So
the last event of the year will be World Tour Chicago. It's one to watch because of the Living Legend calling and Battle Hardened. This is the first time we're having a Living Legend calling. What do you think about the Living Legend format in Flesh and Blood right now?
Oh, I think the Living Legend format is a lot of fun. You can check out, you can even play it for yourself at one of your local skirmishes, which we have currently going on. But, why not get a shot? We've been playing a lot of Blitz, we've been playing a lot of, Sealed, Draft, even Classic Constructed, Blitz. Yeah, all these formats we have had a lot of familiarity with. But at the same time, Living Legend, why not just try it? You can play some of the older heroes that you might not have even tried before.
So Living Legend is just one of the formats that Flesh and Blood offers, and you have to be a master at all these different formats in order to do well in our World Tour. Not just Living Legend, you have Classic Constructed, Blitz, there are even sealed callings and draft callings as well. And there are even team sealed Battle Hardens here and there.
Yeah, and of course, we'll bring you more action here from Calling Kuala Lumpur. And we'll cut to a short break and we'll be back for the next round.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as the thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed. Cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Dude, let's go! You made it! Welcome to your first Flesh and Blood Armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
I can help with that. Dorinthia, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this'll be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brodie's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brodie's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
Block with my arm piece.
Yeah.
Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Take 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty art, right?
Dude, how'd it go?
I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great. You've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though. They're not prepared for.
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawnblade. Oh. Glint the Quicksilver. Can't go again. Draw. Twinning blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But I have a Pummel.
Oh! Good game. Let's go again.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as the thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed, cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Let's go! You made it! Welcome to your first Flesh and Blood Armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
I can help with that. Dorinthia, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this will be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brodie's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brodie's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
Block with my arm piece. Yeah. Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Take 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty art, right?
Dude, how'd it go? I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great, bro. You've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though.
Ronda.
They're not prepared for.
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawnblade. Oh. Glint the Quicksilver. Gain to go again. Draw. Twinning Blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But I have a Pummel.
Oh! Good game. Let's go again.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished.
All right, and we're back.
Yes.
Back for another round here at the Calling Kuala Lumpur. Well, we saw a really great game.
Yep.
We finally saw a victor. Haven't seen that in a while against
Yeah.
Viserai.
Some
the
heavy
new,
hitters.
kind of the new powerhouse, right? Coming into this meta game.
Yes, of course. And, you know, a bit of a flashback from the heavy hitters era. And I think, you know, why stop there?
Yeah, we are going to bring you yet another heavy hitters hero. It'll be Kayo up against another hero. Well, we'll figure it out along like in a short while. So, but yeah, at the same time, we are going into round nine of
yeah.
this calling. There are only 12 rounds. So
Only.
well, you know, but we are getting close to the top 8, so hopefully we'll see some of these heroes show up in the top 8. You know, we are expecting Enigma, we're expecting, you know, Aurora, even Nu. Nu is the most represented deck on the second day, followed by Aurora, so I expect to see those decks and Viserai, but, you know, who knows? We might see one of these older heroes show a resurgence. In fact, I have word that Vincent is doing very well as well, currently still at X1, so
Yeah.
perhaps we'll get a Vincent game later on.
Yeah, like, I mean, we've obviously seen a lot of Miss Vale and Rosetta heroes, but look, there are heroes from heavy hitters that we're about to feature. We just featured. Vincent is up there. There's even a Kassai that's still around, am I right?
Yeah, there is still a Kassai that's live for top 8, still battling it out. I think this round, well, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully he continues doing well and, you know, I guess one of our better games that we could watch is, you know, if the Kassai does end up pairing the Vincent, you know, 2 lesser known heroes, then we'll get both of them on stream, hopefully.
Yep, so now we're gonna go straight into the game, and it looks like it's gonna be KO against Nu.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that we haven't seen very often. You know, Nu, the most represented deck in the second day, one of the best performing decks, even though it's not the best converting deck, that would be Viserai, because half of them made it.
Yep.
But at the same time, KO, like, everyone counted KO out. But remember that, you know, while many draw 2, draw 3 effects have been out of the game, KO does keep his, which is Blood Rush Battle.
Yes, and that is extremely significant, you know. The draw effects have been acknowledged to be such a strong presence in the game. And the fact that Brutes are able to still have access to one of the best drawing effects in the game is quite significant.
Yeah, and also, now with all the card draw out of the way, no one really packs those Balance of Justice anymore. So now Blood Rush Battle, not just known for getting that discard off and netting back those cards that you just committed to it. You also get to enable your Mandible Claws, even though, you know, KO only can use one of them, but Mandible Claws into multiple brute attacks can be quite brutal.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think yesterday we also talked about the fact that there were quite a significant amount of brute representation in the calling. And we can see here Carlo really showing what it is, how good he is at this hero, coming 6-2, you know, after 8 rounds.
And of course, like, Nu into KO, I think a lot of people have said that it's not really great for Nu, or I have even heard, you know, KO saying, I have no idea how to play in the Nu. I don't even know if it's good enough. But we'll finally get to see that matchup here.
Yep, and look at Carlo rocking his full gold, almost full gold foil equipment suite.
And I believe there's even a cold foil tunic. So not just a collector, but also a player.
Yeah. And Nakara rocking the I think that's the World Championships special cases on his daggers. So
Yeah.
both of these people rocking in the bling.
Yeah, more bling, maybe better luck.
Yeah.
Alright, so we see Nakara starting off the game with a bunch of dagger attacks. Not really expecting to hit with any of them, but any form of damage is good damage. Any number of cards that he takes out is good. You know, it's great for Nakara.
Yep, and
as we all know, Kayo does have a few no blocks in his deck, and it looks like Carlo may have drawn into some of them.
Oh, and Nakara abusing that information that KO might have a whole bunch of no blocks and choosing to just send all the damage that he could commit that turn.
Yeah, and I think we see a bunch of pulpings in his hand. And it's gonna be a bit difficult.
Yeah, so draw, discard, no block cards are quite a staple in KO. You see Pulping, you see Warride, but I believe Nakara had the last card in his hand was actually a defense reaction, which is a great card that lines up into the Pulping.
Yeah, Pulping says that, after if you discard a 6 or more damage card, it gets Dominate. But if it's defended by less than 2 non-equipment cards, it has Go Again. So it would have Go Again, but because Nakara plays a Fate Foreseen from Arsenal, he's blocking with 2 non-equipment cards. And that actually turns off the Go Again on Pulping.
Yeah, but Carlo here firing back with an agile wind-up. So not just, in a sense, salvaging his turn, but also creating an agility. And of course, KO's innate ability whenever you discard a card, during your turn, you get a Might token.
Yep. And here we go, Nu. It's just gonna be, it's gonna be considering.
And we see an interesting card in Carlo's hand. It's not a Brute card, it's actually an Erase Phase, which is generic. So it doesn't really get buffed up by, cards like Barrage Bellow and stuff like that. But it does have some application into Nu.
Yeah.
Removing class cards does mean that Mystic reactions no longer have targets because you need to target a Mystic or an Assassin attack.
Yeah, and those, I think that's his, right? His and Venomous Bite.
Yeah.
Both very prominent attack reactions for Nu.
And here we see Leave No Witnesses threatening Carlo's arsenal, but KO has, a whole bunch of armor, very heavily armored Brute.
Wow, I just gotta say, man, Carlo's actually rocking the sign cards, the sign weapon. It's crazy. I would love to have his deck.
And it looks like Carlo has a bunch of no blocks or 2 blocks. Actually, cards that don't really block for much in his hand, so he's just giving up his arsenal.
Yeah, the disruption from the Assassin is really getting to KO. KO is a deck that really wants to go hard, go fast, and deal as much damage as possible. So disruption does hurt its game plan quite a bit.
Yeah, and while Barrage Bellow does not buff up this Erase Phase, the Might token and Agility tokens does affect it because, they just care about it being an attack.
Yep, so this Might token buffing these on-hit effects, pushing it up to a 7 breakpoint makes it a bit more difficult for Nu to fully block it out.
Yeah, let's see if Nakara actually drew one of his or Venomous Bites, then maybe he'll just commit it to the block because he can no longer play it.
Oh, but he could do one better and actually just draw a Sink Below to fully cover the Erase Phase and not let the on-hit trigger at all.
Yeah, Sink Below and also, the fabled Command and Conquer. Both these players are not, they are really both collectors as well, other than just being players.
Really sparing no expense.
And that's a Clash of Might being thrown out rather than blocked. The previous turn he could have blocked with it and an armor piece just to prevent the on-hit effect, but I guess he just, favors it as an attack.
Yeah, you really want to try and threaten damage. If not, it is difficult, and I don't think Clash of Might is a really good arsenal target for him.
No, it's not. And I think he just wanted to utilize that agility token that he got from the agile wind-up that he discarded, and just to push out that high amount of damage. But it looks like, because Carlo hasn't done a whole lot of blocking, and remember the first turn he drew a bunch of no blocks, and he's actually behind in life total, something we don't see very often in a matchup of Nu against KO.
Yep, and this is not something you want to see. Persuasive Prognosis being played when Carlo has the Blood Rush Bellows in his hand. So this is another famous disruptive piece from Nu.
At the same time, Blood Rush Bellows is a yellow, but KO has a bunch of yellows in his deck as well. For, some Pulpings maybe, or some Wild Rides that are also yellow pitch. And of course, Agile Wind-Up. the very card that Carlo discarded, those cards can also be yellow. So while Prognosis needs to match the color of the card in Carlo's hand, there's a chance of it hitting still.
Yeah, so I guess Carlo is open to a few lines here. You know, he could just risk it all and hope the top card of his deck is not yellow if he really wants to play the Blood Rush out. But he also has all of his equipment still active. And I guess that's what's quite important in this matchup, right? Especially that Scalding Flashback.
Yeah, the Intimidate effect, being able to take one card out of the offensive player's turn, that's kind of crazy because now you not only restrict the Noo's options, you also, potentially could prevent what's coming for you.
Yeah, when you're facing down these kind of attack-react heroes, like Nu and Dorinthia, every unknown card is something that you have to take note of. And Scalding Flashback just makes that job a bit easier because you remove one.
Yeah, and we see Carlo choosing to block with the Scowling Flashback here. He doesn't want to deal with any of Nu shenanigans. I don't want to deal with 2 cards, but 1 card is fine.
Yep. So we know in Nakara's hand that there was a Hiss and another card, and looks like he managed to keep the Hiss from the Intimidate, allowing him to play it off the Tunic.
Yeah, and with no other cards left in hand. Oh, and he banishes a Wild Ride.
And he really banishes a yellow, banishing the Blood Rush Bellows.
Playing the yellow Wild Ride has come back to bite Carlo here because it allowed him to banish the Blood Rush Bellow in his hand. And not just that, Carlo's hand is also a bunch of no blocks. He drew 3 of his Wild Rides.
Oh no, that's why he had to give the Scowling Flashback. He couldn't even protect the Blood Rush even if he wanted to.
Oh, but remember, a lot of KO's draw and discard effects are random. So, what Carlo could still draw a really good card off the top and, maybe get rid of the extra Wild Ride that, he might not want.
Yep, and looks like he did, unless he drew another Wild Ride.
Well, Cast Bones has been quite a staple in KO. So, maybe Carlo is trying to find, such a card to claw back in this game because now, remember that Prognosis is not just, banish the top card and banish the card in hand. For each action card that you banish, you gain a life. So now, Nakara is sitting very comfortably at 36 life with full armor. He hasn't used any of his reaction equipments, and Carlo is down a Scowling Flashback.
Yeah, Carlo not looking too good right now, and Nakara just throwing only the 2 equipment, keeping a full grip with Arsenal. That must be scary for Carlo.
Yeah, and Carlo just, while drawing a blue Wrecker ROM, that's not what you want to see in your Arsenal at all, so just committing to swing the claw.
Yep, he really is trying to claw back this game.
Yeah, well, he has to. He's behind on life and even cards, I would say.
Yep, and another problem of drawing all of your no blocks at the start of the game, they are your go-agains. So looking at his hand now, he's drawing a bunch of resource cards.
Well, and he looks like he did draw his last Wild Ride. So Carlo is really playing the full set of Wild Rides and Pulpings, and he just so happened to, get all of them at the same time, and because he didn't line up so well, he couldn't block so well, and that's why he's low on life. But at the same time, the rest of his deck, he still has the rest of his deck to block with, so it's okay for now, but it's not fantastic.
Yep, and Carlo responding to the Siren's Call trigger, discarding the Mighty Wind-Up to create 1 Might token, and this gets the Mighty Wind-Up, which is the only blue out of his hand, so Siren Call doesn't get to trigger its effects.
And having Wild Ride in your hand is not what you want to have facing down Bonds of Agony. A very key new card, very great addition to the Assassin class. It's not just it's not a Mystic Assassin action, it's actually just an Assassin action, which, we saw yesterday in Chanon's game in Uzuri.
Yeah, very devastating effect with that wall of text. So while Carlo decides how he wants to deal with this, so what this card does is that it's a stealth card, and if you played or activated 3 or more reactions this chain link, Bonds of Agony gets 3 attack, and when it hits a hero, you get to look at their hand, choose a card, search their deck and graveyard, and banish up to 3 cards of that same name.
Yeah, and of course, a staple in all Mystic heroes, Transcending. So Nakara just firing out the homage, gaining a life, and thinking about what he wants to do with the chi, is looking at the arousing wave, and he still has an attack reaction in hand. So he's trying to consider like, what kind of tokens do I want to keep, or do I want to activate the Mask of Recurring Nightmares? But it looks like he's just going to commit the Hiss.
Yep, so that's 2 attack reactions so far. And he's gonna play the Undertow Stilettos.
Yeah, he's going to commit even the Stilettos to it to create yet another Slither, because, Carlo, he has full information of Carlo's hand. He knows there's no defense reactions, and Carlo has no arsenal.
Yeah, and now it's gonna trigger Bonds of Agonies on hit. And now Nakara has a decision to make. Gonna read Beast Within here. So how does Beast Within work?
So
With
because
regards to
Bonds
this?
of Agony just simply banishes it, it doesn't actually enter the graveyard, so it doesn't trigger its ability. So Beast Within has to enter a graveyard from anywhere other than the combat chain, because that would be kind of too good.
Yep, and he's gonna be choosing to banish the Wild Rite, and he's gonna get to banish 2 more copies of Wild Rite. Let's see how many Carlo even has left in his deck.
Yeah, getting rid of go again effects from Carlo's deck is quite a big deal. It means that in future, Carlo needs to actively generate agility for go again, or even roll Scabskin Ladders.
Yep, and this also allows Nakara to look at Carlo's entire deck and see what he's working with, what he has to be aware of.
Yeah, exactly. And we do see Cast Bones in Carlos's deck. So, he has been trying to find all these power cards, and then when he finally found Blood Rush Bellow, he got hit by a Prognosis, and also, it hit the right color, which meant Carlo lost his Blood Rush Bellow as well.
Yeah, he hit the right color, and the Scowling Flashback hit the wrong card.
Yeah, Carlo's kind of in a rough spot right now, being down so much in life. And Nakara looking to just arsenal the Slither token he created from the Stilettos.
Yep, looking... Nakara still has that arsenal. Didn't even have to use it this turn.
Yeah, he gets to keep a card, and I think like normally the Nu would be on the defensive this game, but it looks like Nakara just holding on to that lead, that tempo lead that he has from all the early disruptive attacks, and also Carlo kind of not drawing blocking cards to preserve life, and now Carlo's kind of stuck here because he's trying to think about whether he wants to continue playing attacks, risk that random draw discarding one more of his powerful cards.
Yeah. And looks like this is going to be a Mandible Claw for 5. Nakara opting to now block with it. And discarding the Agile Wind-Up to make an Agility token.
Yeah, Agile Wind-Up, such an important piece of the Kayo's deck.
Yep.
Being able to give him go again on his attacks, not letting him risk that Scabskin Ladders roll. There's a 1 in 6 chance you get to roll that 1 and then you lose your whole turn.
Oh my gosh, Carlo's deck, not only does he have the Fable CNC, he has the Heavy Hitters Kassai CNC. Like right behind the Fable, that's so impressive. I think Carlo has won me over already.
Yeah, and yet another Bonds of Agony.
Yep, another disruptive card.
Yeah, Carlo not really, generally we'd like to see Carlo block with maybe 2 cards and then, swing back with that Might Enhanced Brute Attack, maybe Bare Fang, Swing Big, or even like a Command and Conquer for that 7 breakpoint.
Yep.
But at the current moment, Carlo's been struggling to even get a foothold in the game. He hasn't drawn much blocking hands in the Nu, which is kind of the advantage that Carlo has because he has all these like bulky armor in terms of Apex Bonebreaker and Scabskin Ladders. So right now, all these Bonds of Agony, because Nakara has so much advantage in terms of tempo, he's able to just fire it off, not even swinging daggers to force Carlo to think about whether he wants to block them.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, Nakara could have absolutely nothing in his hand, and Carlo still has to make the choice as to whether or not he wants to respect the Bonds of Agony.
Yeah, I remember in Nakara's arsenal is that Slither token that he created from the hiss and the stilettos. So, you know, there's so many possibilities that go again could entail maybe yet another disruptive attack behind these pawns if you block too much.
Yeah, I can really. The thing is that Nu is so sneaky. Like, she can go around when you overblock her attacks, accounting for an attack reaction, and then just giving your attack go again and playing another attack, wasting your overblock. So that's the difficulties when you're really thinking about blocking against Nu. And I do think Carlo knows that, you know, Nakara has the Slither available.
Yeah, and you know, for each card that you block with, because you only have 4 cards, it's such a difficult position. You can't really even utilize that agility token.
So Carlo putting the scab skin leathers up. Possibly might be thinking to commit some armor at this point.
Yeah, Carlo might, you know, maybe Carlo's game plan this calling has been to play the more aggressive version of KO rather than a more mid-range version featuring maybe more Bare Fangs and less Wild Rides. And, you know, while Bare Fangs Red is not a good pitching card, I think you just, it just allows you to be able to block more, which makes your life total higher, and and you can possibly even take some of this disruption because you have so much redundancy. But currently, I think because of, you know, Carlo's choice to play the aggressive version of KO, it's coming back to bite him because Nu is so good against such aggressive decks.
Yeah, and it looks like Carlo's gonna be throwing, I think that's 10 block against this Bonds of Agony. And so, yep, Nakara's gonna play the Slither. And I think he's just gonna move on to the next chain link. Yeah, so this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. How Nu can just evade.
Yeah, and we can see that, you know, because Carlo committed so much into the Bonds of Agony, Nakara just went, nice, you're blocking my Bonds of Agony for 10. So I'm just not going to activate this ability. I'm just going to go to the next attack, which so happens to be a Surgical Extraction, which threatens yet another card in Carlos's hand.
Yeah, and if you look at what was in his hand, which was Surgical and I think it's Art of Desire, they weren't even reactions to begin with. So he could not even have triggered the bonds unless he committed the gloves.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're in Carlo's spot right now, and you know you have this other card that doesn't even block for 4, you don't have access to that sink below that so many decks have to, you know, to respond to all these new shenanigans and breakpoints. It's like Nakara has already gotten into Carlo's head. It's like, you know, I have all of these answers to, you know, your solutions, but at the end of the day, it's like, nah, I didn't have much.
Yeah, Nakara was not only playing Flesh and Blood, he's playing 4D chess right now. He's really going with the mind games, and that's what some of these attack react heroes can capitalize on. The fear that it instills into their opponents.
Yeah, and that fear definitely has gotten to Carlo, you know, considering he did block 10 on the Bonds of Agony, and now even committing his full hand onto the block, into the Surgical Extraction.
I hate to see that special art CNC go into the graveyard, man.
Yeah, and not being played at all. Which
Yeah.
I think Carlo's just really struggling to try and get a foothold in this game. And remember that, you know, while it looks like, you know, this could have been a hand that Carlo could have punished, you know, Nakara's, you know, hand. He drew 2 no blocks, 2 transcend cards.
But because it cycled right back to Nakara's turn, those two no block transcend cards trigger each other, and he's able to use them offensively.
Yeah, and yeah, all that tempo loss finally, you know, rewarding Nakara in a sense. All this tempo loss from Carlo, because Nakara gets to do whatever he pleases at this point, and also it's gotten to a point where Carlo is just fully on the defensive. Like he's just kind of forced into the corner.
Yep, so this is gonna be another difficult decision for Carlo. It's just disruptive attack after disruptive attack, and really the best disruptive attacks in Nu's deck.
Yeah, and Prognosis here, I mean, the chances of you getting a red card off the top of the deck is obviously a lot better than getting
A
yellow?
yellow?
And a blue. But at this point, Carlo, because Kayo plays cards of every single pitch value, be it red, yellow, or blue. So prognosis, if Carlo's hand has one card of every color, it's almost impossible to predict what's off the top of the deck.
Yep, and he's gonna be doing a preserved tradition, putting back the prognosis he played back into the deck. And
Yeah, and you might be wondering why Nakara didn't choose a card like Command and Conquer to be put back at the bottom of his deck. But at the same time, you have to think about what Nakara has in his deck. Remember, he's playing an Assassin Hero, which means he has access to Codex of Fealty. Such a powerful card to return, something that you want to play from your graveyard with such good synergy with cards like Spider's Bite.
Oh, and Persuasive is gonna hit, and Carlo's gonna show his hand, and it's gonna be 2 Cast Bones.
Yeah, and Carlo has 2 Cast Bones, and he has no blues. And that's what Nakara banished from the top of Carlo's deck. And, that's the kind of double-edged sword from Persuasive Prognosis here. It's just, hey, I'm threatening a banish, but it's random.
Yep, and now Carlo, we saw the 2 Cast Bones in his hands. He's gonna roll the Scab Skins, and might be able to play both out.
Yeah, and he's going for it. He's taking out his dice. I hope I don't roll that 1 this turn. The players are obviously having a lot of fun. Having played KO once, back then, KO's a lot of fun. You get to do all these high variance stuff. You get to feel a lot of the power, but at the same time, there are always drawbacks to it. And of course, the Scabskin Ladder's drawback is rolling that 1 on that dice.
Yep, so this is he's showing the camera the 2 Cast Bones in his hands. If he rolls a 4 and above, and he hits all of the top cards of the deck with Cast Bones, he might be creating, I think, 10 might.
Yeah,
or 12 might
just
even.
Rolling I think rolling that Scabskin Ladders is a great way for Carlo to come back in this game, because at this point he's so far behind. Taking a bit more risk doesn't really contribute to, it doesn't really, the only way is up.
Yeah, this is the only way up. He can do it. He can get back into the game with this Scabskin. Oh my
And
god,
it's
he
a
rolls
one.
the 1! There's no way.
Yeah, that variance is so bad in this game. It's Carlo just can't catch a break at all.
He couldn't even play 1 Cast Bones. He just arsenals.
Yeah, at the same time, I think Nu has expended quite a few power cards. So hopefully, just by biding his time, maybe Carlo could claw back in this game. This is Bonds of Memory. It's a blue attack. It's unassuming. It's just 1 damage. But remember that Nu has also access to just a nick.
Yep, and he's gonna be playing the Siren's Call, and I do think I see a few blues in Carlo's hand.
Yeah, I mean, KO needs blues to be able to play his turn, pitch a blue for Bloodrush Bellow. Yeah, and, then you swing a claw, then you get another attack in. But while Bonds of Memory, forcing the block with Siren's Call and then just a nick is such a brutal turn.
Yeah, and I think while you were, explaining that play, the just a nick gets slammed onto the table, +5.
And of course, threatening the top card banish for Bonds of Memory to gain back some life, and playing a Stir the Pot from Arsenal. So this Stir the Pot, while unassuming, shuffle your deck. Remember that Nakara has transcended a couple of times, and now that he shuffled those transcends, potentially to the top of his deck, or somewhere in the middle, he's going to draw it back sooner, which means more Mask of Recurring Nightmares activation, which means more disruption.
Yes, and Disruption is the name of this game we are watching here. And he's gonna be taking the damage, and it's gonna trigger the effects of Just a Nick. Oh my gosh, discarding and banishing the top 2 cards of his deck.
Yeah, banishing the top 2 cards, and then if you banish a card with the same name, you get to gain a life. So in this case, I don't think he has a target to gain a life because it's Enlightened Strike and Runner, both of which, Carlo has not drawn or blocked with. But at the same time, other than the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, I think that's the Siren's Call. I think Carlo finally gets to keep at least 2 cards in his hand, which, we've spent the entire game watching Carlo struggle to maintain. And even the turns where he managed to keep multiple cards, that Scab Skin roll wasn't doing him favors.
Yep, and I think, Choo-Heng, the 2 cards he kept are the 2 cast bones once again. So he might be going again. He's gonna go again. He's going back to the casino.
Yeah, but, the only way... Now, I mean, there's almost... It can't really get worse for Carlo at this point because he has already rolled a 1. He drew a bunch of no blocks in his hand.
He look at him. He looks like he believes. Oh no! It's one. It's one
At
action
least
point.
it's not a 1, but he gets to play one of his card spoons, one of the key KO cards.
And that's when he sees the Blood Rush Bellows. That means he only creates 5 might tokens and he doesn't create the agility.
I think more importantly is there's only 1 blue card in those 6 cards, and we know that Carlo's last card is a cast bones. Well, we're not sure whether he arsenaled the cast bones the previous turn, but it's such a struggle.
I think his arsenal is a weakest link from earlier.
Oh, and he kept the cast bones in his hand, which
Yeah.
means he's probably gonna block with it because there's a chance he draws the Blood Rush Bellow.
Yep. And we'll see the Spider's Bite coming down. I mean, even though Nu is left with 5 cards, if you can't really convert the hand, you'll just be swinging the daggers.
Yeah, but that's kind of the risk of playing Brute in general when you have so much variance going on. Sometimes it just comes back to bite you. And in this case, in Carlos's case, I think, it's kind of unfortunate, but it does happen, to Brute players at some point.
Yeah, but you gotta give it to Carlo, man. He's handling this like a champ.
Yeah, Carlo's doing very well. He's having a lot of fun, even though all these bad variants, is coming to him. But he's still looking for ways to come back into this game. Especially, knowing that one of the ways that he can win is by playing cast bones. Even though if your first one doesn't hit 6 might tokens, the second one will create enough might tokens for that agility, and potentially, you can close that life gap and force Nakara into a defensive spot, and maybe you can, get back in the game from there.
Yep, and I don't think we see Blood Rush Bellows in Carlo's hand, so he knows that it's gonna come up in the next 4 cards, so he might be trying to play into that. Thinking about the blocks now.
No, it looks actually it does look like he drew that Blood Rush Bellow. But he's considering a block.
Right.
He's considering a block with it because he has no go again.
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't have a blue to play out the Blood Rush Bellow as well.
Yeah, that might be a concern here, but it looks like he does have he has a blue Blood Rush, cast bones, and an erase phase, but he's a little bit concerned right now about that leave no witnesses. But we can see in Nakara's hand he has answers for everything. If Carlo blocks the leave no witnesses here, he has a path well traveled to give it go again and transcend as well because he has a levels enlightenment played earlier this turn.
Yeah, and not only that, he has a Venomous Bite in hand too if he chooses to opt to go that route and just pump the leave no witnesses by 3.
Yeah,
or
and
4.
if Nakara doesn't want to deal with all these might tokens, he can transcend, use the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, get a card out, and using that Venomous Bite, get over Carlo's block to also deny the arsenal. Carlo's in a really, really tough spot here.
Yeah, and this has been a difficult game for Carlo, but he's not giving up.
Yeah, and Nakara's not, he's not pulling any punches. He's pulling out all stops from the new deck, getting the sequences right as well to be able to get into his current position, so he can threaten everything.
Yep, and you're right, he does have to. Okay, let's see what he's gonna be doing.
I think maybe at this point, being so far behind the game, I think one of Carlos's potential comebacks come from just playing the Blood Rush Bellows. Is a key card in his hand. So maybe even just commit the commit the Apex Bonebreaker as well. But we have to keep in mind that while Nakara has 2 unknown cards, Carlo might be thinking of reactions. There's a reaction on the board as well with Arousing Wave, which creates a Fang Strike to go over the 4 block.
Yep, and he's respecting it, blocking for 5.
Yeah, and this is where we might see, Nakara show that path well traveled for the go again. So there are even more attacks coming. It's just, let's see what Nakara uses that Chi for.
And then he does play the Venomous Bite, buffing the Leave No Witnesses by 4 with the Fang Strike as well. So this is gonna push it to 8, 3 over what Carlo has put on the chain link.
Yep, and Venomous Bite, one of the highest, the highest attack reaction that Nu has access to, because it's a Mystic Assassin attack reaction. That +4 very hard to defend against. When you're attacking for 4, the normal reaction is you block with a Sink Below, it blocks for 4. But when you go over it by another 4, you force another 4 block defense reaction.
Oh, and Nakara's gonna be activating Nu's Hero Power. Looking at the top card of Carlo's deck.
Yeah, and we saw Carlo review a bunch of reds, and then he did draw that blue. So yeah, he is not from the top of his deck, but at the same time, with 2 cards, it's impossible to play Blood Rush Bellows.
Yep, so he's gonna be playing a card straight from Carlo's Banish Zone.
Yeah, that's the Assault and Battery from Heavy Hitters, a very core card in KO. When you get to, sometimes you just draw that clunky blue hand, you just want to play a blue that has an effect. And thanks to KO's ability, most if not all of your deck is 6 power cards. So when you have that Beat Chest ability, you get that Go Again Agility token. But at this point, all your blues are mine, says Nakara. Playing Nu, you get to use that Chi to play your opponent's banished blue cards. And for no cost, and even though Assault and Battery costs 3, for Nakara it's just free.
Yeah, it's a 0 for 5. He's not going to be beating his chest, but that's still a significant amount of damage given that Carlo is only at 8.
Yeah, and Carlo here thinking whether he wants to block with a card to preserve life and try to get that Blood Rush Bellows into Arsenal, so potentially can finally threaten Nakara's life total a little bit. But at the same time, if you block with a card, you cannot Arsenal that Blood Rush Bellows.
Yeah, and if you do choose to block with a card and Arsenal Blood Rush, your 5 Might tokens are just going to fizzle out.
Yeah, and that's a really bad use of Car's bones there if that's the case. But I don't think Carlo will want to Arsenal a card considering he has 5 Might tokens on the board.
Yeah. And then now it's going to be closing that massive chain link. And Nakara finally having no Arsenal for once. Carlo just going to be pitching that Blood Rush Bellow, like you said, to cash in the 5 Might. It's going to be a claw for 8.
Yeah, and that's what Carlo has been trying to look for the whole game. He's been trying to look for one big attack, Doesn't have to be a really big turn, it just needs that attack. But, the whole game he's been so disrupted by the Nu, drawing a whole bunch of no blocks, getting cards out of his hand. He's been unable to play such a turn, like even for the Command and Conquer turn. He had to think about that Bonds of Agony, whether he needed to block it more or block it less, and he, being so unsure, committing too many cards. He's been quite locked out of the game for so long, and this is his first actual good attack.
And it looks like, I think is that the first Bear Fangs we've seen this game.
Yeah, and Carlos finally drawing one of his, what we say above rate 2 for 8s.
Yeah.
But yeah, at this point a little too late, perhaps.
So it's going to be an Art of Desire Mind here. I mean, on the bright side, Nakara's no longer throwing those massive disruptive attacks.
Oh, and Nakara has the perfect answer as well to a 1 block. He has the grains that tips the scales, which, when you're blocking for 1 on a 1 attack, the +1 is great. But at the same time, he had the hits after all. So, already going over that one block by so much. It's now a +4 basically. And now even has a Slither token for the go again.
Yep, and he can't continue playing, and his fist bump is
And
extended.
he even had the Venomous Bite to close the game because Carlo had no defense reactions. Wow. I think this is one of those cases where you're like, yeah, Brute seems kind of hard to play because, you know, there are so many no blocks and stuff like that. But at the same time, I think just watching this game is like, wow, Nu is such a disruptive deck. But, you know, both of these decks can have such bad variants, you know, going for them because Nu has all these transcend no blocks. You know, if you draw it during a Blood Rush Bellow turn, it's not something you look forward to. But at the same time, you know, Carlo drawing all these no blocks, not doing him favors either when the Nu is attacking.
Yeah, it was a pretty tough game for Carlo, but we can respect the amount of effort he put in, the amount of outs he tried to find. You know, maybe if he had hit the double cast bones on the first one, he could have pulled it back. Maybe if he could play one Blood Rush Bellow, he could have pulled it back. And I think throughout the game, he was looking for it. He was looking for his outs. And even at the end, you know, rolling the one might make people, you know, some people feel disappointed. But to him, it was just all in the day's work of playing a KO.
At the same time, it's, you know, sometimes it's very hard to make the decision of whether you want to activate that Scab Skin Ladders because there's that tiny little chance that you lose your turn. But at the same time, Carlo recognizes that it's the best way he had to get back into the game, you know, get the extra action points, get those might tokens, agility tokens, and then, you know, with your life total being high enough, you could just tell the Nu, you know what, I'm not going to care about what you're going to do. I'm going to take the damage and potentially just push forward a huge turn. But, you know, things just didn't work out for Carlo here. Even rolling the one while being so far behind. It's just, you know, it happens.
Yeah, and, you know, but we do got to give credit to Nakara, man. Like, the worst thing that you can hear from a KO is no blocks. So he really made sure that Carlo had to be blocking.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think they were both having a great time. You know, Carlo taking it like a champ, just all these bad variances, it happens. And he had fun, like rolling scabs, having a laugh, you know, showing the two cast bones to us.
Yeah, and I think it was a great game, especially for the viewers and us as well. You know, even though the live totals were a bit far apart, it was still a fun game to watch. And I think that's, you know, what this game really is about, having fun. Yep, so right now, before we move on to the next round, we want to be talking about the upcoming set.
Yeah, so remember the Hunted coming out in January, and of course, there's a world premiere at Prague. You know, if you have the time, if you're in the region, why not just drop by? I mean, current news is that the event is, you know, full, it's sold out, but there's always a chance, you know, you show up and there might be still openings and you get this sick Arachne Sleep Through the Cracks promo.
Yep, the Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. So, Chua, what do you think this card is going to be about? Because we've never had this situation where there were like 7 of the same hero, right?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, this Arachne ability is the same, well, or similar to Arachne Solitary Confinement, the 19 health Arachne that we got from Outsiders. So this is the 38 health one, which is the adult version. So, and it's also the Chaos Assassin hero, a keyword that we have not seen before on any of the heroes so far, even Arachne.
Yeah, and the Chaos keyword looking really cool. Like the art, it seems to be very extra dimensional, very dark, neon-like. No idea what it's gonna be though.
Yeah, and it's so cool, right? It's it feels like chaos. It's just like, what are all these kind of things? And of course, we are in the stage of countdown to chaos. More will be revealed on the 17th of December. And of course, not forgetting this world premiere, if you get the Fabled package, you get all of these crazy extended art cards for Ninja, for Warrior, you name it. I mean, you got it.
Yep, and you know, as a Warrior player myself, I look at Jagged Edge and I finally see a possible out for Enigma matchup.
Yeah, you know, Warriors having a tough time in the Enigma right now. I mean, Dorinthia has Chorus of Iron Song, but, you know, all those times you feel like that's not enough. You get Jagged Edge, it's a Warrior attack reaction. Any Warrior can play it. So now, you know, get that Enigma. You know, get Enigma out of the way. We don't need all these ward. As long as damage cannot be prevented, you can have, like, ward 100 and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like what Nakara did in the game we just watched. The very presence of Jagged Edge can instill fear into the Enigma.
Yeah, and induce that overblock on all your from all your Enigma opponents when you're playing Warrior. But at the same time, remember, we get a Ninja, we get a Warrior, we get an Assassin next set, and we are back to Volcor, so it's Draconic as well.
Yep, and here we see by participating in the calling, we also can get one random promo card. And these look to be, very specific to the new heroes coming out to the Hunted. There's one Draconic Ninja, one Draconic Warrior, and an Assassin card.
Yeah, and all these cards tie into the heroes. You see Blood Runs Deep is such a tie into Syndra's ability to, manipulate daggers. You get Long Whisker Loyalty for Fang, that Draconic Warrior reaction for all his dagger attacks and stuff like that. And of course, Arachne, Assassin attack reactions, we saw a lot in the previous game in terms of like his, in Venomous Bite, just a nick. But, those are Mystic reactions, So Arachne gets some toys as well.
Yeah, all of them very unique to the flavor of the heroes.
Yeah, and of course, the Battle Hardened, when you play the Battle Hardened, you get one of these rainbow foil full art cards.
Yep, 3-card promo pack for Battle Hardened, so you'll be getting all of these. And all of them are kind of the same, but a bit different versions of the card.
Yeah, and it's the first time we see outside of Assassin cards, we see access to Frailty, tokens, and also, there's also Fealty tokens. So for Fang and Syndra,
yeah,
when you attack someone that's marked, you get a Fealty token, when you hit. And then for these, it's just when you attack, so you get double bonuses, I guess, if you hit.
Yep, doing the interaction with the new marked mechanic. And we're still not very sure what that's gonna look like entirely, but it does look very interesting.
Yeah, we're just at the start of spoiler season. There's so much to offer, during this time. There's so many spoilers upcoming. You can see the schedule on the FAB TCG website. And of course, our 2 spoilers that we brought you yesterday, the Enchanted Quiver and Retrace the Past, you can check that out. It's on all social media platforms and the website.
Yeah.
And look forward to more of these cards. We'll be taking a 15-minute break before the next round.
So go get a toilet break, rest out a bit, and just come back to watch round 10 of the Kuala Lumpur.
Yep.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volkor trembles as the thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed. Cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Let's go! You made it! Welcome to your first Flesh and Blood Armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
Oh. I can help with that. Dorinthia, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this will be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brodie's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brodie's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
Block with my arm piece.
Yeah.
Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Take 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty art, right?
Dude, how'd it go? I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great. Bro. You've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though.
Ronda.
They're not prepared for.
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawnblade. Oh. Glint the Quicksilver. Gain to go again. Draw. Twinning Blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But I have a Pamo.
Good game. Let's go again.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as our thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed, cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Let's go! You made it! Welcome to your first Flesh and Blood Armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
Oh. I can help with that. Dorinthia, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this will be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brodie's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brodie's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
Block with my arm piece.
Yeah.
Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Take 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty art, right?
Dude, how'd it go? I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great, bro. You've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though.
Ronda.
They're not prepared for.
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawnblade. Oh. Go into Quicksilver. Gain to go again. Draw. Twinning Blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But I have a Pamo.
Oh! Good game. Let's go again.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volkor trembles as the thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed. Cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Welcome back to World Tour Kuala Lumpur, where you're just in time for round 10 of our calling. It's been a very grueling day of matches both yesterday and today.
Yes, a lot of very interesting matches. The last match was quite a roller coaster, I would say.
I would say it's a very big roller coaster of emotions, but only for maybe one player of this.
Yeah, for one player, but it was quite a roller coaster for him.
So now it's round 10, we are reaching the tail end of the calling. It's the third last round, I believe. We have 5 rounds today before the cut to top 8.
Yes.
Yes, so we have a lot of interesting games coming up, very competitive ones, especially at this tail end, everyone's gunning for the top 8. That's where you really want to be because you want to get a gold foil and the chance to win the entire tournament.
Yep, and going back to that World Tour points, that's up for grabs for the winner.
So right here in front of us, we have the Day 2 meta breakdown. Wilson from LGD, he really outdid himself with this board right here.
Yes, and while we have a lot of interesting games, we have a lot of interesting statistics on the board right here. Very nicely formatted. We can see the amount of heroes initially represented in Day 1 and the amount converting to Day 2.
Yeah, so this conversion rate is very interesting. We see our top hero, Enigma, out of 37 players, only 7 of them made it to Day 2.
Yeah, actually the worst converting hero, Enigma, really a difficult deck to pilot.
Enigma is really a deck that's very well known to be a very difficult deck to play because you need to balance your aggression as well as your defensive plays when you're trying to defend your wards.
Yeah, and I think most Enigma players will say that whilst most people see the massive Miragai turns where you completely feel powerless, you can also see the 4 red hands, the Waxing Spectre you can't block with. These situations that really put you in quite an impossible spot as well.
So Enigma being a very difficult deck to play, although she is still very powerful. There are people that will pilot her to the top tables. Michael Feng especially, even though he lost the round 1, right here in calling Kuala Lumpur, he's actually pushed himself all the way up to contention for top 8. He's currently, I believe, X2 currently, and really gunning for the top 8 position.
Yes, and so, apart from Enigma, the other largely represented heroes being Nu and Aurora.
Both of them about 33% conversion rate, 1/3 of the field. They're such powerful heroes. Aurora being able to bring about consistent aggression, and Nu, on the other hand, being able to bring about consistent disruption instead.
Yes, these two heroes really representing what their classes do, and they do it well.
And then let's not forget about Viserai. Viserai really the original Runeblade coming from Arcane Rising. He's such a powerful hero with all these new cards, Malefic Incantation, Rune Rager Swarm. He's really being able to present a lot of mixed damage and going as wide as Aurora sometimes.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have been talking about how talented heroes are dominating the meta, but we forget that Viserai is just a Runeblade, but one of the best there is.
A lot of people are talking about how when he lost Rosetta Thorn, he really was stagnating on the LL leaderboard, staying at, I believe, at 500 points for the longest time.
Yeah.
But now, Reaping Blade making a resurgence, being able to counteract all this Count Your Blessings deck, preventing them from healing above your life total, really just gatekeeping their life while you're setting up with all these large rune chant turns.
Yeah, that Viserai with that built-in prevention for the addressing the CYB before it was even printed.
So, we're talking about non-talented heroes. Azalea is another one of Viserai's compatriots in Arcane Rising. She's such a powerful hero with Death Dealer, yet she's a hero that thrives not being in the top of the meta. She always tries as being a Dark Horse deck or maybe what you call the second tier of the meta because she's always using all these special red arrows targeting very specific portions of the meta.
Yeah, and with so many, and with all the room blades running around, red in the ledgers, dealing with these aggressive heroes. With Enigma, you have Murkmire Grapple. All these different utility arrows can match you up to, different circumstances.
So we see Azalea now favoring more of these Skullbone cross-trap builds,
Yeah.
being able to find these giant dominate turns going over defense reactions or whatever the opponent is willing to block with.
Yeah, and don't forget the Dread Ball, other balls that can help her with different matchups.
So we do see other decks like Ira, Kayo, and Victor, all these maybe non-talented heroes actually showing that they do have a place in the Flesh and Blood meta.
Yep, but I think, what I think a lot of people are not worried about, but actually very happy to see. And I think I see a lot of excitement in the chat as well for the only 100% conversion hero.
So our only 100% conversion hero is Kassai. She's made it to day 2. She's very well placed, somewhat well placed in this meta. Maybe her one bad matchup is Enigma, because your weapons aren't really very good against the ward.
Yeah, and but day 2, only 7 Enigma left, with Jagged Edge just spoiled. Warrior heroes looking for a reason to play Kassai again, looking for ways to play Kassai again. Well, this individual has already done it before all of us.
The power of bringing this kind of deck is that no one expects what you're going to do. No one knows how to prepare for Kassai, especially since no one is playing Kassai. Although talking about Kassai, let's get into our game. We're actually going to be featuring Zuan on Kassai. He's a relatively new player, really just jumped into the scene in Singapore, playing all these non-meta heroes, and Kassai is one of his favorites right now.
Yep, and going against him will be Kelvin Law, a very well-known player piloting Nu, Alluring Desire.
Kelvin Law is really a very seasoned player coming from Hong Kong. I believe everyone knows him because he's always tops of the XP leaderboard.
Yeah, and now this is going to be a very interesting match. And once again, another heavy hitters hero going against one of the newer heroes.
So Heavy Hitters, still a set that's really very powerful, introducing all these cards for Guardian, for Brutes, and especially for Warriors.
Yep, and I think all of us here today, I think including the two of us here in the casting booth, very interested to see how Juan is piloting the Kassai deck.
I think we were saying how sometimes Kassai brings this element of surprise, but Kelvin Law being such a seasoned player, playing against basically playing through every single meta available in Flesh and Blood, do you think he'll be very well versed into this Kassai?
Well, I'm assuming he probably played through the heavy hitters meta, so he would probably be familiar with this matchup. But whether or not he'll be used to playing Nu into Kassai, that might be a different story.
We do see Kelvin Law starting with 2 Beckoning Mistblades. This has been an option that's really very popular with the European meta instead of in the Americas and the APAC. APAC region tend to favor maybe a Scale Pillar or Spider's Bite paired with a Beckoning Mistblade, but the European region really likes the double Beckoning Mistblade to be able to go for very wide and big turns.
Yeah, but one implication of doing a double Mistblade is that this is the Assassin's only dagger that does not have piercing. And Kassai is really well known to be able to block 1.
Yes, so this makes the Kassai's Valiant Dynamo really very powerful. So Kelvin Law starting off our game just swinging with one of his Beckoning Mistblades at this point, drawing out the block from Zuan.
Yeah, and he's gonna be throwing in that Valiant Dynamo to block the Mistblade, just as we talked about.
So Valiant Dynamo really showing how powerful it is at this point, being able to block a single dagger, basically using your equipment to stop a weapon swing.
And looks like it's gonna be a CYB played on turn 0.
So Count Your Blessings coming out from Kelvin Law, healing 2 life, bringing him up to 42. It's a yellow 1 at this point. And now it's Zuan's turn, ready to swing back. He cashed in the Valiant Dynamo. It looks like he's missing the -1 armor at this point, but it's very likely he's able to swing 2 times distance to be able to remove that counter.
Yep, and he's gonna be leading with Unsheathed. This a new card from Rosetta, giving his next weapon attack +3, and if this buffs the power of the weapon above double its value, it gets go again.
So the players clarifying that there is a -1 counter on the Dynamo, and they've fixed that. But this Unshift, giving this Centauri Saber +3 and pretty much go again. So this is coming for 5 go again, a very efficient use of resources and damage.
Yep, with 2 float. The thing about Kassai is that you don't know whether the float is going to be committed to an attack reaction or it's going to be committed to extending the combat chain.
So Kelvin Law really doesn't want to block this Centauri Saber because with attack actions that fills the new deck, you're going to be buffing this Centauri Saber by 1 attack if you're blocking with attack action cards. So Zuan, because he hit with the Centauri Saber, he's using the Grains of Blood Spill in order to create a Vigor token with the extra resources that he has on hand.
Yep. And yeah, I think it is important to note the fact that if you block with an attack, you actually trigger the Hot Streak and Centauri Saber effects, as you said. And Nu runs, I think, about 50-50, right? 50 attack reactions and 50 attacks to be buffed by those reactions.
You do run a lot less attack reactions, maybe about 9 to 12, because you don't want to draw into these brick hands. But we do see the resource sink in Iron Song versus threatening the Courage token on hit. And that forces a block from Kelvin Law.
Yep. And now it's just going to pass the turn over to Kelvin. Swinging the Mist Blade.
We do see that Zuan didn't miss the Valiant Dynamo trigger at the end of the turn. And it's going to punish him a lot because Kelvin Law now swinging the Beckoning Mist Blade. He's unable to block it very efficiently with the equipment.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Valiant Dynamo the counter has to be removed by the player at the end of the turn.
Maybe it's because of the nurse on stream that he missed this out, but I believe also he didn't put the gold token that he has from the Crown of Dominion in play.
Yeah, that might actually come back to haunt him because the gold token does enable some important plays from Kassai because of her hero ability.
So we do see the passover coming out from Kelvin Law. Very well positioned, especially with this Persuasive Prognosis. And the Mask trigger is going to come out and strip another card from Zuan's hand.
Yep, and so John's going to be thinking about it now. I think I see a Spoils of War in his hand, which is a very important card for Kassai. Because Kassai works off generating copper, generating gold. You know, she is the money hero after all, and she has payoffs to use this money.
This Venomous Bite coming in on the Persuasive Prognosis, coming in for a +4 with the Fang Strike, is going to hit for 5. For 6, sorry, I forgot the Beckoning Mist Blade hit as well, so you're going to get the +1. Being able to get all these cards off the top of the deck, you're really facilitating fatigue, especially since you count your Blessings deck.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Zuan, Kelvin managed to knock out the 1 blue out of his hand. So this might be a bit difficult to play out now because each of these swords costs 1 resource.
We have to talk about the importance of how Passover impacts this game as well. Because Passover, you're taking cards out of from the graveyard that Kassai really wants to use. She wants to banish cards from the graveyard in order to use her hero ability.
Yep. So Kassai's hero ability is you have to banish 2 reds and 2 yellows from the graveyard. And that would give all her sword attacks an on-hit, which means if she hits with the sword attacks, she gets a gold token.
So we see the Vigor token from Zuan really kind of saving his turn because he's being able to get an extra resource so that he can swing the Centauri Sabers with this Spoils of War. Although with no pitch remaining and no card drawn, we know that it's unlikely he's able to even follow up with the Hot Streak after this.
Yeah, pitching that Blade Flurry.
So this Spoils of War is threatening an on-hit, where if it hits, it does create more copper tokens. And these copper tokens are actually very pivotal to Kassai's game plan. Can you talk me through this as a Kassai player?
Yeah, so Spoils of War, you know, once you generate the copper tokens, your main payoff is really the Blood on her hands. And Blood on her hands is a Kassai specialization card that gets more powerful the more copper tokens you have in play. Because for each copper token you sacrifice, for every 2 copper tokens you sacrifice, you can just choose more modes on the Blood on your hands.
So we see Kelvin Law, he's not really threatened by this 4 damage. He's taking this 4 damage and allowing Zuan to create all the tokens that he really needs. But Kelvin Law, I'm pretty sure as a new player, he really wants to get into this. He wants to utilize the disruptive hands when he draws them because there's not a lot of time. You want to shorten the game as fast as possible and fatigue them and ship as many cards as you can from their hand and deck.
Yeah, and ideally the sweet number of copper you want to hit as Kassai is 6 because that's when you can activate all modes on Blood on her hands 2 times.
So we see the power of the Persuasive Prognosis the previous turn, only stripping all these cards from Zuan's hand such that he can only swing the Centauri Saber 1 time, such that he cannot refresh the Valiant Dynamo, and this Beckoning Mistblade is taking a card out of Zuan's hand.
Yep, and now the levels of enlightenment being threatened here. Only 1 mode though, because only 1 blue in the pitch zone, but at instant speed, does the Count Your Blessings.
So Kelvin Law really going for a very smart play, using the levels to draw a card to be able to play out his Count Your Blessings. In some ways, also faking out that he has a path well traveled, then it incentivizes the Kassai to want to block this tree attack, even though it's not very threatening currently.
Yep, and now Juan looking at his hands, he has Slice and Dice and Blade Runner.
Well, with a Blade Runner, he's able to swing 2 times, but if the Slice and Dice, Kassai usually wants to run red and yellow, so it's unlikely he might have enough pitch to even fill this turn.
Yeah, and looks like it's a yellow Blade Runner and a red Slice and Dice. We're not really sure what's in his arsenal, but it looks like resources are really hindering his ability to clap back.
So he really needs an arsenal target that gives him go again at 0 cost, which is most likely Glint the Quicksilver or things like this, but he's pitching to swing the Hawkship. It kind of shows that he wants Kelvin Law to block.
Yep, but it looks like Kelvin Law is not going to give him that go again and chooses just to take the 2 damage because, 2 damage isn't really very threatening.
2 damage isn't a lot, especially since you're playing a Count Your Blessings deck. I'm pretty sure Kelvin Law knows this. He's aiming to play Count Your Blessings to buffer his life so that he doesn't have to block these weapons.
Yeah, but I think one important, another endgame for Kassai to consider here is actually raise an army, which works especially well into Count Your Blessings decks. Because raise your army sacrifices a gold token, and for each gold token, you create a Centauri Sellsword ally. And that ally can really extend the chain and force your opponent to respond and kill those allies, which may be a bit difficult if your hand is all Count Your Blessings.
Count Your Blessing is a very powerful card, but it also renders your deck sometimes as very non-proactive because all you're doing is just healing up and you're not attacking the opponent.
Yeah, and with Kassai, with so many on-hits generating copper and gold, blocking, it might be something Kelvin Law needs to do.
Kelvin Law starts off with an Art of Desire body. This is the red one coming at 3 attack, forcing Tuan to block with a card. And we do see the Siren's Call coming from Kelvin Law.
And
this forces Tuan to show 3 cards and allows him to strip a blue. But sadly, there's no blue in Tuan's hand. But with the 2 resources, he's very able to cleanly just play his 3rd Count Your Blessings.
Yep, I think just like what you were talking about to us before, the fact that Kassai wants to run red and yellow, so blues are not, very common in the deck. And here we go, he's going to be cashing in the Vigor, going to get that 1 resource, really going to be fixing the curve for Kassai here.
So Vigor token really showing its power in order to how it fills certain Kassai turns. So we see the Slice and Dice and the Unsheath coming out. This is going to be a very big attack.
Yep, and because Unsheath costs 0, unlike the other attack reactions, namely the Blade Runners that cost 1, this actually gives Kassai a bit more autonomy to play reactions that cost more than 0. Because usually if you're going to be playing Blade Runner, it's going to be Sword, Blade Runner, Sword. That's exactly 3 pitch.
So this Centauri Saber is coming in for 6, plus 3 from the Unsheathed and plus 1 from the Slice and Dice. 6 is not a small number by any stretch. At 41 life, 6 damage is presenting a lot of damage. What Kassai is really doing is just trying to swing the weapons every single turn, get your Dynamo refresh, prevent giving all these very annoying attacks because when Kelvin blocks with attack actions, all these weapons get bonuses.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Juan hasn't been really able to capitalize on his Valiant Dynamo so far, but this might be the first turn he actually gets to remove the counter of it because he swings with 2 swords.
So we see Kelvin blocking with a Hiss and a Sing Below, both reactions. So the Centauri Saber does not get any buff. And now the Hot Streak is coming in for just 5, I believe, actually. It's not that small of a number, it's 2 plus 3. And a second Sing Below from Kelvin's hand really just covering up this damage very efficiently, only taking 1 this turn.
Yep, and because of the Grains of Blood Spill, he can cash in that resource for a Vigor to use on the next turn.
And we've seen how efficient this Vigor makes Kassai, really filling the turns, especially since you're not running many blues.
Yep, and Juan this time remembering to remove the -1 counter on the Dynamos. Not going to make the same mistake twice.
Well, this Dynamo really is very important in this matchup, especially when you're facing this double beckoning Mistblade.
Yep, and it's going to be, here we go, the Mistblade and the Dynamo thrown right in front of it.
Yeah, so this is the fastest dog you can make in the game. It's the most straightforward thing that you really want to be doing as the Kassai on the defensive end.
Oh, but Kelvin responds with one, I think some people would say one of the strongest cards in the Assassin card pool, the Codex of Frailty.
So Codex of Frailty coming out right now. He doesn't really have many very good targets. It's probably only the levels of Enlightenment, which is at the maximum really coming in for 1 for 5 damage, which isn't very high. So we kind of see the drawbacks here of running Count Your Blessings. You don't have many attack actions that you may be blocking with or playing out that can actually fill your graveyard with good cards for your codex.
Yep.
So the players clarifying on the actual pitch remaining, which should be 0 after paying 2 for the Beckoning Mistplate and then 1 for the levels of Enlightenment.
Yep, so opting to choose just +2 on the levels here. So it's just going to be a vanilla 5. Juan looking at his hand, I think we see the Raise an Army in his hand. So this is actually a card that you do want to pitch down to second cycle when you have enough gold. But there's also always an option to play it out and try and capitalize on your allies' early game before the new plays out all of their Count Your Blessings.
So you're saying like Kassai really wants to set up for the second cycle when you have more gold?
Yes, that is, yeah, and exactly what Juan is doing, tossing that Raise an Army to the bottom of the deck. You do not want to be blocking with that.
So we're seeing below very efficiently hiding this Raise an Army. Not a lot of people run don't run 3 copies, maybe 1 or maybe 2. But we see Kelvin Law really prioritizing this Codex of Frailty, even though he didn't have many good targets because of this Frailty token.
Yeah, and not only that, he gets to ponder and fill his arsenal.
So this Frailty token really going to put a dent into Zuan's offense right now because Kassai is so centered around swinging her weapons all the time. This Frailty token is going to be giving them -1.
Yep, so it's gonna always be 2 value for Kelvin Law when he puts down that Frailty. And if he can time the Frailty on the Blood on her hand's turn, it could be blocking a lot more damage.
It looks like Zuan is using the Kassai ability to give his weapons an on-hit effect where it threatens a gold creation every time. The first time a weapon hits this turn.
Yeah, so it's really interesting that he's choosing to do it this turn because his swords are -1. But there's also an argument to do it because without triggering Kassai, Kelvin might just be taking all the damage because, you know, it's only going to be coming in for 1, maybe 4 if he buffs it with something else.
So maybe the threat of the Frailty token, he thinks Kelvin Law really wants to mount an offense with this Arsenal and 4-card hand. And because of the protection of the Frailty token, he thinks Kelvin Law is just not going to be blocking this turn. But because of the Kassai trigger, it threatens a lot of very annoying on-hits. You don't want the Kassai to be creating gold. As you said, the Raise an Army is such a powerful card.
Yep, and so he's going to be playing that Blade Flurry in reactions, going to push that hot streak over by 2 and trigger Kassai's on-hit ability.
So Blade Flurry buffing the current attack by 2 and the second attack by 2. So this Centauri Saber will be coming in for 3, I believe. -1 from the Frailty and +2 from the Blade Flurry. So this is so annoying because through the Frailty token, he's still able to push so much damage.
Yep, so Juan remembering to trigger the Iron Song versus before the Centauri comes out. So now this is no longer threatening the gold on hit, but it's threatening a might on hit.
It's not a might token, it's a courage token. So it doesn't really pop at the start of your turn. You can actually hold it maybe for the next attack, maybe a following turn instead. So we see how the equipment and the hero ability of Kassai really facilitates this very maybe incremental but not very disruptive on-hit effects that not a lot of warriors have.
Yep, and there we go, the Courage token and the Vigor token from the Grains of Blood Spill, really smoothing out the resource curve for Kassai moving into the next turn.
This heavy hitter hero is really just showing the usage of all these tokens, gold, vigor and might, sometimes agility.
Yeah, to get that small incremental value that, you know, can push you over.
So Kelvin Law didn't only used armor to block that turn. He is armed with a 4-card hand, ready 4-card and an arsenal, mind you, to be able to swing at Zuan right now.
Oh, and this must be scary, sending a surgical extraction, and Kelvin has 3 cards behind.
Surgical extraction presenting 4 damage with 1 floating currently. Zuan really doesn't really know what to expect, and that's the power of Nu. You have no idea what's gonna happen. Could it be a hiss? Could it be a transcend into a mask trigger? No one knows.
Yeah, and the fact that Kelvin Law didn't choose to swing the Mist Blades, that could be because he wants to avoid just Juan throwing the Dynamo out, or it could just also mean that he wants to keep resources to do something else.
Nu's such a tricky hero. Sometimes there are right ways to block her, sometimes there are no right ways to block her. Miss Veil really powering up assassins.
Oh, and Juan only throwing the Dynamos in, blocking for 1.
Zuan very comfortable to just block 1, I think. He's resigned to the fate that this surgical extraction is likely to be going through, And maybe he does have a defense reaction in Arsenal in order to cover up this damage.
Yeah, but before we go to that, looks like it's going to be a Mask of Recurring Nightmares. And Chuan's going to be banishing a blue that actually can be played by Nu because it is an agile engagement.
So this agile engagement being banished, a blue in the banish zone, but it's not very easy for Nu to be able to use this.
Yeah, but it does buff weapon attack, so there's always a late game chance that Nu can pump her daggers over.
So surgical extraction actually going through, there's not a lot of trickiness that actually happen other than a Mask of Recurring Nightmares. 3 damage pushing through and taking away the Blade Runner from Zuan's hand. It happened really quickly, but Kelvin Law also played a Sigil at the end of the turn to heal 3 life. So not just count your blessings, but it looks like to be 3 Sigil of Solaces as well.
Yep, both players still above 30 life.
We've been playing the game for an extended period of time, yet Kelvin Law still at 38 life, only having taken, well, 2 lives since his 40 life cap.
Yep, but Juan slowly gaining, some of those alternative resources in the terms of gold and copper. So we wouldn't count him out of this game just yet.
Once the life gain of Kelvin Law, such as the 6 count your blessings and the 3 sigils are up, this game is going to fast forward to a very quick conclusion. With all the Centauri Sabers and Hot Streaks presenting a lot of annoying effects, Kelvin Law is not really looking to be blocking with cards.
Yep, so the hit and run just going to be giving go again to Centauri Saber.
With the Vigor token, this Centauri Saber is pretty much free, and looks like Kelvin Law is blocking with a Venomous Bite. So this is a reaction and it does not trigger the Centauri Saber +1.
Yep, and here we go, gonna be a hot streak, 2 behind.
It's just 2 with no go again. Oh, and Kelvin Law cashing in a Fateful Sin to overblock this this hot streak right here. So 4 blocking this 2 attack.
So Juan having a think here. He still has that Arsenal card and 2 float.
Sitting on 2 float is likely, yes, an attack reaction. We see Routes. Such an interesting card for people to be putting into the Kassai deck. Although Route, he has to target a Fateful Sin, and Kelvin Law, you can actually just play the defense reaction yet again.
Yeah, I think he just probably wants to get that Route out of Arsenal, it seems.
Route is a card that's really sometimes a little bit clunky on Kassai because of the 2 cost, but you can really just maybe win some random games because you're just not expecting it when you're playing against a Kassai. Route is more of a Dorinthia card after all.
Yeah, it does help push through damage, and looks like it's another surgical extraction from Kelvin.
We're seeing Kelvin pitch the Sigil of Solace and using the Tunic resource to throw the surgical extraction. It's just 4 damage, but you never know what you could do with just 1 card in hand. It could be a Transcend card that could really blow you out of the water.
Yep, but luckily for him, he does have the Dynamos to perfectly block the surgical extraction, not accounting for a possible attack reaction.
So this in the swing, blocking for 3 as well. If the Valiant Dynamo blocking for 1 perfectly covers up this surgical extraction. It's a very clean turn on Zuan's end defensively, and he's very happy to go on the offense with 3 cards.
Yep, and we are seeing how the Valiant Dynamo really helps this matchup a lot because it covers all the 4 breakpoints, it covers the daggers. It's really one of the core mechanics of Kassai.
I see Fateful Sin in Zuan's hand, so it's unlikely he can really mount such a big offense on this turn. And although putting into Arsenal Fateful Sin really makes you feel a lot more safe against a Nu.
Yep, so he's going to be swinging that hot streak. Oh, maybe possibly not. No, there is sometimes certain decisions to be made with regards to which sword you swing first, Do you want to represent that, maybe you don't have a go again? Maybe blocking the hot streak might give the person go again. Or are you going to try and go for damage and push through the first attack? Maybe you have an attack react that you want to pump on the first attack. So
I believe Zuan's hand right now is a run through and enrase an army and the Fateful Sin. So he does not have enough pitch to play the run through and swing both weapons at once. Because we see that without the Vigor token, with just 2 pitch in hand coming from the yellows, it's not really efficient to fill these Kassai turns.
Yep, so this might be an instance where he swings the hot streak and hopes that Kelvin blocks, but Kelvin, I think, snap no block.
I think it's also for Zuan to consider whether he wants to pitch for a goal right now, but he's not looking to use the goal because he wants to set up for the second cycle with all this race and army.
Yeah. So he's just going to be sending it in, going to be creating the Vigor for next turn.
So Kelvin Law just screams, no blocks, I'm taking this 2 damage. And Zuan's using the grains of blood spill to create the almighty Vigor token.
Yeah, and we can see why the Vigor token is so important now because, you know, if your hand only has yellows, it actually enables you to play the 3-cost double sword swings.
Although without a piercing dagger, we see how impactful the beckoning Mistblade is now because Kassai's lacking a little bit of consistency right now, being able to play out both daggers, and the Dynamo has been sitting on that -1 counter for a very long time.
Yeah, with every disruptive effect that Kelvin throws, it makes it harder and harder for Chua to consistently refresh the Dynamos.
So because this beckoning Mistblade hit these levels of enlightenment, Kelvin's gonna be choosing +2 and draw a card, I believe.
Yep. And here we go, leave no witnesses. Would not be a problem if Valiant Dynamos were up. And it's also not a problem because he has Fate Foreseen in Arsenal.
Oh, we see a Sigil of Solace coming from Kelvin's Arsenal, healing him another 3 life, just covering up the hot streak damage that he took the previous turn.
Yeah, and now it's going to be back to Juan's turn. Going to get that 1 resource. And I think we see a route.
We do see another route into Juan's hand. But with this Vigor token, it really fills his turn. He can finally swing the dagger 2 times with the Blade Runner and maybe take the counter off the Dynamo in order to protect him a lot more.
Yeah, and Kassai going to be activating her hero power. And usually, you know, when the Kassai activates the hero power, that kind of indicates that they might have an attack reaction to push through the damage. So that's something that Kelvin has to take note of.
Kelvin very quickly blocking with this Siren's Call Snap Pick, asking Zuan to play his attack reaction to give it go again. So this red Blade Runner, I believe, is giving this Centauri Saber +3. This Centauri is coming for 5.
Yep, and so Kelvin has to consider the fact that there might be an attack reaction behind this to pump over the Saber to trigger Kassai's on-hit. But as we know, I think it's a route.
We do see a very powerful card, Just a Nick, that is very key to Nu's game plan. But because it's an attack reaction, it's being used to block at this point, especially since Kelvin does not have a 0-for-1 stealth card in his hand.
Yep. And so Kassai did not manage to trigger her on-hit, but did take all of Kelvin's cards and refresh the Dynamos.
Kelvin's last card in hand is going to be the Leave No Witnesses. It's such a powerful card. 1 card for 4 that threatens the arsenal. But against a deck like Kassai with the Valiant Dynamo, it's such an efficient and easy block for them.
Yep. And now, I think there might be another Fate Foreseen in hand.
All these Fate Foreseens, Kassai is really a deck that's able to play all these defense reactions. Not a lot of decks have a lot of space to play all these defense reactions now.
Yeah, Kassai is I think one of the premier mid-range heroes of the format.
I believe the Fate Foreseen actually showed a Steelblade Shunt, a very interesting choice for Kassai players nowadays. Steelblade Shunt, a defense and other defense reactions. But if it's blocking a weapon attack, it deals 1 damage to the opponent.
Yep. And here we go, gonna go for the hot streak, straight into Blade Runner. Unfortunately for Chuan, this Blade Runner is blue, so it's just only gonna be buffing the next attack by 1.
The players playing really quickly, the hot streak into the blue Blade Runner, and then the second swing of the Centauri Saber. This threatening, I believe, up to 5 damage in total, 2 from the hot streak and 3 from the Centauri Sabers. Kelvin Law very quickly identifying that his game plan is to heal up the damage from the weapons instead of blocking them.
Yeah, and that's really what the CYB deck wants to be doing, right? Maintaining life. And he's been doing a really good job at it.
So Zuan, because everything has been hitting and he has no space to use the ticket on the chin the previous turn, he's using it for pitch in order to create more Vigor tokens.
Yep, and here we go. It's going to be a Mistblade. And I guess one thing relevant in this game is actually if you're committing the Dynamos to the Mistblade, if you send a 4-cost attack like the Leave No Witnesses, Juan has to respect it naturally again.
Yes, so you see that the Valiant Dynamo is used to block the Beckoning Mistblade. This Art of Desire is free to come out for 1 damage. And this will probably be very annoying because it's asking for cards if you want to stop this on-hit effect. But Kelvin Law goes for the Homage to Ancestors, healing 1, and still triggering the Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Yep, Juan's gonna have to banish a card from hand.
So the Mask of Recurring Nightmares really providing Nu a lot of different ways to use the hand and disruptive effects that maybe vanilla assassins like Arachne or Uzuri might not have.
Yeah, we see Juan in his hand, another blood on her hands. I think this might be the 2nd or 3rd one we've seen, but he hasn't seen his 2nd or 3rd Spoils of War. So he's still sitting on 2 copper here.
So Kelvin Law with the extra pitch that he had After swinging the Beckoning Mistblade, it's going to be using the Tunic resource to play a Count Your Blessings. I believe this is the 5th one. This is healing him up all the way back up to 40. He's sitting at such a healthy life total right now.
Yep, it's as if the game just started.
The Art of Desire blue is going to be banishing, and in the swing off the top of Zuan's deck, it's not a card that Kelvin Law can use later, but it still is an attack reaction that you have to consider. You're taking damage out of the Kassai's deck.
And here we go, Gorganian Tome. He's going to draw a card, and this is where Kassai's second ability comes into play, which is whenever she draws a card, all her sword swings are free this turn.
So Gorganian Tome really a double-edged sword because it doesn't block, but it does allow you to draw a card and field your weapon swings. So we see blood on her hands, taking away coppers and just fueling Kassai's very big turn.
Yeah, and we see why this card is so good, right? I think most people would know Blood on her hands as, you know, I pay 6 copper, I activate all modes twice. Here, it's gonna be used to fix the fact that Juan does not have a go again. And it can also allow one sword to swing by paying the 2 copper.
So we see Zuan considering whether he wanted to trigger the Kassai ability, but I think he did not have enough reds and yellows in order to trigger this.
Yeah, and playing Blood on her hands now does throw in a yellow into the graveyard, possibly allowing him to trigger it later on.
So this Centauri Saber is coming for, I believe, 3 go again. It's covered up by the Hiss very efficiently because it's a reaction card.
Yep, and he's going to be swinging the Centauri Saber again. The Centauri Saber still has go again for the rest of the turn and can attack twice because of Blood on her hands.
So we see Kelvin actually drew into a very efficient blocking hand with a Sink Below, 2 hisses, all reaction cards. And from the arsenal, he plays this Fate Foreseen.
Yep, and this was also a very good turn to play Blood on her hands because all the swords are free because of Gorganian Tome.
So this Hot Trick is coming in for the first swing. It's likely to be able to swing a second time right after this. Kelvin Law really thinking through. This hand is so good for blocking. He's really just wanting to preserve as much life as he can, especially since the Kassai is going for a big turn.
Yep. Unfortunately, I don't think he can swing with the Hot Streak again because he only had 2 copper. So I think he chose go again and swing twice on the Saber.
So Kelvin Law's throwing the Bonds of Attraction, I believe, a 0 for 1, which is a very an annoying card because even though it's coming for 1, you never know what's behind. It could be a Transcend, it could be a Just a Nick. Although it's very easily covered up by the Valiant Dynamo in this case.
Yeah, Juan has that all you got in his hand to cover up any attack reaction.
So we know Kelvin Law had put into an arsenal, I believe, a Sink Below at this point, or Fate Foreseen, one of the defense reactions, but it's angled to be very safe at this point.
So Juan, unfortunately, drew the 3rd Blood on her hands this turn when he had just used up all of his copper.
So currently, he has a Blade Flurry in hand, which is one of the more powerful cards, but it looks like he's lacking a Go Against source unless he did Arsenal and a Go Against source the previous turn.
Yeah. And he's going to be sending that Blood on her hands back to the bottom of the deck. Hopefully, the next time he draws it, he will have copper to play it out.
So the Blade Flurry coming out, threatening extra damage, and Kelvin Law just says, well, no reactions, I'm taking all this damage right now.
Yeah, man, he's going to be swinging the Centauri Saber, going to be covered up by that Sink Below.
The Sink Below really covering it up very efficiently. Sink Below. Defense reactions are such powerful staples in this Count Your Blessings deck, being able to cover up break points, as well as buffer your life for your offensive, especially new when you have cards like Bonds of Agony and Persuasive Prognosis that are blues that you pitch for the late game.
Yeah. Oh, I think in the previous turn, he did play the Precision Press to give it go again. But he threw it straight into the graveyard.
Ah, I see. I was wondering how he got go again to play it.
Yeah.
So we see the Valiant Dynamo blocking the Mistblade, the most common thing we're going to be seeing all game, and we still have at least another 20 minutes of this.
Yeah, yes, we are. And here we go, one of Nu's signature cards, Bonds of Agony.
Bonds of Agony, one of the best cards in Nu, and the biggest reason to play in Nu, because you have access to cards like Mask of Recurring Nightmares, Hiss, as well as Venomous Bite. Such important cards to trigger the 3 attack reactions required for Bonds of Agony.
Yeah, and it's also especially bad because Kassai is kind of one of those heroes that has payoff cards, like Blood on her hands and Raise an Army. If Bonds manages to snipe one of those cards from Juan's hand, he can take all 3 copies of those out of the game.
I think Kassai is also the kind of hero that plays multiple of the same cards, and you don't want to be caught off with multiple of the same cards in your hand when the Bonds of Agony hits.
Yeah, and yep, looks like it's gonna be just the Nick, a rousing wave, and then the Fang Strike. So that's gonna be a +7. And then the +3 from Bonds of Agony. So it's gonna be 11, right?
So I believe that's a +6, 5 from just the Nick, and 1 from the Fang Strike. So this Bonds is coming in for 10 damage currently. The Sink Below from hand and the Blade Runner is only covering 7 damage. Zuan still needs to make up for another 3.
And doesn't... let's see whether he... I think he's thinking on a Sink now. He could Sink into another D-React.
Well, Kassai is a hero that plays all the defense reactions. Maybe a That's All You Got, or a Sink Below, or a Fateful Sin might really cover up this damage. And this Sink Below, you don't underestimate it. You could draw into a defense reaction. But in this case, he drew into a blue overpowered. It's not enough. He's going to be taking 3 damage, and Kelvin Law gets the pick that he really wants. So Kelvin Law saying, no, I'm going to do just the Nick first. I want to banish the top card of your deck before I trigger the Bonds of Agony.
Yep, and these 2 cards aren't the worst to hit, but it does take away some of the surprises that Juan can do.
So Kelvin picking the in the swing, he's really prioritizing taking the raids away from Zuan. He knows his game plan, he's aiming to fatigue as a side option, even if you can't kill them with the Prognosis and the Bonds of Agony. Taking this damage out of the Zuan's deck, especially when you're a hero focused around buffing your weapons and swinging them 2 times every turn, it really stymies your output in the late game.
Yep, and I can tell you another very important thing here is that he's gonna shuffle his deck. So Juan did not see the spoils of war for very long in this game. He was going to draw into them, but now we are not sure if he's gonna draw into them. What might happen here is he might just draw the Blood on Her Hands again, and then there's no copper to play it.
Zuan pitched the 2 Raise the Army early because he wanted to see them second cycle, but because of this Bonds shuffle, this Raise an Army might come out at bad timings, especially when you're facing all these on-hits.
Yeah, but one important thing is that he does have 3 gold, so he can play Raise an Army if he wants to, and try and push with it, if that's what he wants to try and do.
Very importantly, Kelvin Law got to look through Zuan's deck so he knows what threats there are left. With this Vigor token, Zuan's going to trigger the Iron Song Chorus as well as swing the hot Streak, but Kelvin Law says, I'm not falling for this, I'm not blocking with an attack action, I'm just going to take these 2 and give you the Courage token.
Yeah, Kelvin Law has not been fooled by this hot streak once this game. Really shows you the level of practice and experience this man has.
As a seasoned player, he's really just letting all these attacks go through. He's only blocking when he draws a lot of attack reactions or defense reactions. And this Beckoning Misplay is coming in for 1, and Zuan does not have the Valiant Dynamo ready for this.
Yeah, and it looks like he did draw the Raise an Army in his hand.
But what a time to get hit by a Persuasive Prognosis. This Beckoning Mistblade hit because of the Dynamo not being available. This Prognosis comes for 2 go again and takes a Blood on her hands from his opponent's hand.
Oh, this is so tough because he's gonna get Siren's Call. He's gonna lose the blue.
Siren's Call being such a powerful card, even though it's against Kassai, they still have to run some blues. And hitting the blue from his hand allows Kelvin to draw a card. Putting the Overpower into the Prognosis path really just allows him to lose more cards. Although, because Nu's ability banishes cards that are blocking the Persuasive Prognosis, only action cards are affected. So the Overpower does not actually go into the banish zone.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the Blood on her hands does. And that's 1 yet less yellow target for Juan to trigger Kassai's ability
because the Blood on her hands goes to the banish zone. Persuasive Prognosis heals Kelvin Law for another life. With 6 Count Your Blessings in the deck, 3 Sigils of Solace, you'll never think that Persuasive Prognosis is gonna get you extra life over the line.
I mean, he has so much resources. He's gonna swing the second Mistblade. He has a Codex.
So we see Kelvin, play this expertly, pitching a red and a blue to overpitch for this Beckoning Mistblade, so that he has 2 resources floating for the Codex of Frailty to fetch him a Command and Conquer.
Yep, and that forces Juan to give away his Raise an Army. That's 1 of his Raise an Armies gone.
This Command and Conquer threatening the arsenal of Zuan, and Zuan has to drop 2 cards. Now lacking 2 Blood on her hands and 1 Raise an Army, everything is gone. A lot of the threats that Zuan has is stymied now because of all these on-hits that Nu presents.
Yeah, Juan with an abundance of tokens, but not with cards, unfortunately.
With the Vigor token and the Courage token, this Centauri Saber is coming in for 2 after the Frailty debuff. And Kelvin Law,
Yeah,
as expected all game, he's just taking all this damage. He's not afraid of these weapons. He just wants to swing the threatening on hits and make Zuan be on the back foot all the time. Currently leading 32 to 22, Kelvin Law's feeling like he's in the driver's seat with 4 cards in hand and 1 arsenal. He's ready to turn on the gas.
Yep, and here we go, Bonds of Agony, another famous on-hit.
Bonds of Agony, the most powerful card for Kelvin Law to play out right now. We see the Grains to get the +1 and Transcend and a Venomous Bite in Kelvin's hand. This is going to come for at least a Mass Trigger and a +4 from the Venomous Bite.
Yep, so Juan has to consider just simply saying no block.
So the Grains giving this Bonds +1 and Kelvin triggering the Mask of Recurring Nightmares before he commits any extra attack reactions.
This is tough because, you know, he discards the one defense reaction he has.
And Kelvin pitches the Codex to play the Venomous Bite. So this is coming for a +1 from the Grains and a +4 from the Venomous Bite.
Okay, Kai, you know what's really bad here is that he finally drew his Spoils of War in his hand, but he's getting hit by a Bonds of Agony.
This Bonds of Agony came for, I believe, 9 damage in total and forces Zuan to just drop his entire, I believe, most of his hand. The Spoils of War is going to be likely the targeted card to be banished and such an important card to the Kassai's game plan.
Yeah, he's been looking the whole game for the spoils, but oh, he chooses to banish the Blade Runner.
So Kelvin Law really spotting, even though Spoils of War is one of the more powerful cards, there are plenty of Blade Runners left in Zuan's deck. He wants to take all the Blade Runners he has.
Yeah, I think he's confident that he can probably block out the spoils turn.
So Bonds of Agony really showing how powerful a card it is, taking all these resources out of your deck and the detriment of playing like 9 copies of Blade Runner in Kassai.
Yes. But finally, the second Spoils of War this game. Hopefully he's going to be able to create some copper.
So Spoils of War finally being able to give Zuan his action point and swinging 2 daggers. The Dynamo is going to get refreshed. But the Spoils of War is covered up very easily by a Fateful Sin on the Centauri Saber, and a 1-card block on a Hot Streak prevents all this copper generation.
Yep, so now we're just going to see Kassai try and get back in this game.
We see Kelvin going for such a straightforward play, a play that's been around since Arcane Rising, a 1 picture blue and play a Command and Conquer.
Joan, I think drew his own Command and Conquer. Yep, and he's going to be blocking with it and finally cashing in that big warrior armor suite that he has.
So we see the difference when he's running the Crown of Dominion instead of the Crown of Providence. He doesn't have access to the cycling of your arsenal so that you're immune to Command and Conquer for a single turn.
Yeah, but he can cash in the gold from that Crown of Dominion, and he might draw a card giving his swords 1 less resource to swing.
So Zuan triggering Kassai this turn, and I believe he drew a card off the gold so that he has all the weapons are free to swing this turn. Yeah. So Unsheath coming out, giving pretty much the next weapon go again and +3. Such a powerful card introduced in Rosetta for Kassai. So this Centauri Saber is coming for 5 go again.
Yeah, and it doesn't even cost anything to swing.
And Kelvin Law, unfazed by this, is taking this 5 damage and allowing Zuan to create a very important gold token. We see the Race and Army finally being played, the most important card this matchup, giving Zuan an alternative out instead of just using his weapons to kill the opponent.
Yeah, while she can present a lot of disruptive on-hits, that doesn't really matter into allies. What you need to clear allies is go-again cards. And 3 Centauri Sellswords is a lot to deal with.
So Centauri Sellswords, very importantly, being at 2 life, so they do not die to just a single Beckoning Mistblade swing.
Yeah, and because the swords are free this turn, he can use the resources to pay to attack with the Centauri Sellswords.
So Chua has really swung this game back into his favor with 3 Centauri Sellswords on board, bringing the life total back to almost parity at 16 to 14. And Kelvin has to pitch all the resources in hand to clear these Centauri Sellswords.
Yep. And okay, one thing we have to note about allies is you can't block for them. So the dagger immediately going into the Sellsword, taking 1 damage.
So this Beckoning Mistblade, because it hit a Centauri Sellsword, it still gives the next blue attack go again, which is very important. It allows Kelvin a very efficient way to clear the Centauri Sellswords.
Yep, and now he killed 2, he has 1 more left, but he did get go again from that second dagger swing. So he's gonna be, looks like thinking about whether he wants to hit Kassai or hit the 3rd Sellsword.
So the players really clarifying the pitch order, but we do see the power of the beckoning mistblades into the Centauri Cell Swords, being able to buff these blue attacks to very efficiently clear these 3 Centauri Cell Swords.
Yeah, but what Juan essentially got is finally he gets to play a 5-card hand.
So these 3 Centauri Cell Swords really pretty much playing like an Enigma, being the ward to save your life, redirecting all these annoying on-hits into their own bodies and sacrificing their lives for the Kassai.
Yes, and Kelvin also pitched a CYB to do it, so Juan might have to use this opportunity here before Kelvin continues to heal back to his massive life total.
We see the hot streak into the first run-through being played this game, giving the hot streak go again and the next weapon swing +2. Zuan makes a Vigor token and swings the second weapon swing, which is a Centauri Saber coming in for 4.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Juan, on that turn when he could capitalize by pushing more damage, he drew a bunch of defensive cards with Take It on the Chin, and then that's all you got.
But being able to push so much damage into Kelvin now being at 10 life, he's at the range that you feel confident that you can kill him, maybe with the routes that Zuan plays.
Yeah, but you can also look at Kelvin's hand, and I think I see one very tasty card for Kelvin right now.
So we do see Kelvin Law drew back the Chi as well as the Persuasive Prognosis, and we do see the Command and Conquer coming out from the arsenal, threatening the opposing arsenal of Zuan.
Yeah, and because, once again, like you said, the Crown of Dominion does not block, so this will demand cards from Juan if he wants to keep his arsenal.
This is going to be a very clean play for Kelvin, using the Chi to trigger the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. And with the extra pitch and the Tunic resource, he can play the Count Your Blessings. Yeah, so this Count Your Blessings, I believe, is the 5th this game. And at yellow, he's going to be healing him 6 life, bringing him up to 16.
Yeah, and Juan has to throw away. I think that's the last race and army he has.
So race and army all expanded, and we know Kelvin Law arsenaled a Persuasive Prognosis, a very important card, especially if you have Transcends and Just the Nix left in the deck.
Yep, and so both players getting well into the second cycle at this point, I think.
But with 7 minutes left in the game, can they actually close it out? The hot streak being swung by Zuan, trying to facilitate the game as fast as possible. But with no blocks, Kelvin is taking 2, and Zuan's just making a Vigor token. Not being able to present consistent go against because of all this disruption. Zuan's really very stymied by Kelvin's loss of disruptive offense.
Yep, and here we go. It's going to just be the Mistblade here. Juan has the Dynamos up, so can cover that up.
So the Dynamo blocking the Mistblade, it's been countless times this game. Yet Kelvin is swinging the second Mistblade, threatening the on-hit this time.
Yeah, I think what Juan really needs here is an opening, possibly to play out the Spoils of War to try and get in a good blood on her hand's turn.
And we see the power of double beckoning Mistblade, now threatening the on-hit of the blue go again, giving this Persuasive Prognosis a potential go again, allowing him to play the Codex in hand.
Yep, and here is going to be cashing in the Iron Song versus to cover the second Mistblade.
So Iron Song versus with the 1 block remaining is blocking the beckoning Mistblade. I think Zuan's playing this a little fast, not putting it on the combat chain. And Kelvin Law's just clarifying what's exactly going to happen. So Kelvin plays this Persuasive Prognosis from the arsenal. It's such a damaging card, but with the path well traveled. The beckoning Mistblades go again is redundant. He's giving it go again and triggering the Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Yep, and he's going to be sinking a card to the sink below.
The sink below covers up the Persuasive Prognosis, but Zuan still has to drop a card to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. It's such an important equipment, being able to strip cards from hand. And the Codex of Frailty to follow this up. What an expert play by Kelvin Law. Just putting all this on hits and taking the equipment using the beckoning Mistblade.
Yeah, really showing off Nu's entire kit and what she can do.
This Codex of Frailty giving the very annoying Frailty token for Zuan, such as his weapon swing for 1 less. But more importantly, on Kelvin's side, it gives him a Live No Witness, another attack source that you want to threaten the Kassai's arsenal with.
Yeah, and Juan just gave his sink below away, so now it's going to be extremely difficult for him to play Leave No Witnesses, or block the Leave No Witnesses.
Kelvin Law playing as fast as possible and trying to facilitate the combat chain because the players only have 5 minutes left. There's not a lot of time. They're both at 14 life, but this game could still go on for maybe another 8 to 9 turns.
Yeah, but Juan has to block with the last Spoils of War. Just going to be swinging the Centauri Saber with the 1 resources.
With the Vigor token, he's swinging the Centauri for just 1 damage, and I think Kelvin Law's he's trying to facilitate this game as fast as possible. He's taking this 1 damage. He wants to close this game.
Yep, Kelvin Law actually thinking about his lines here. Here we go. Beckoning Mistblade.
Pitching the levels of enlightenment to swing the beckoning Mistblade for one. It seems like he does not have enough blues in hand, but with the Chi in hand, he can trigger the mask on the beckoning Mistblade, pretty much stripping 2 cards on hand with just a weapon swing.
Yeah, and he's going to be playing a Sigil of Solace, healing back up to 16.
A very beautiful Malayan Sigil of Solace from Singapore, healing Kelvin Law back to 16. This game is still going on for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, these two heroes are heroes that rely on their weapons to a certain extent. Oh, and looks like the game is over.
Well, we will get clarification as to what happened in this game, but it looks like one of the players conceded to this because maybe they're out of time or they came to a conclusion between the two of them as to whether they'll proceed to fatigue or whether whether one person will win because of the threats left in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, on the Kassai side, you've lost your spoils of war, you've lost your race and army. I think the writing is on the wall there for Juan, but he did make a very valiant attempt this game, right? We saw how impactful race and army was. It bought him an entire turn. It's just that it was a bit unfortunate that he couldn't really follow up from that.
So Race and Army really is such an important card for Kassai in order to beat all these disruptive decks, creating all these allies to just attack the opponent. However, maybe it's not enough. Kelvin Law playing the Count Your Blessings. No, we've seen how powerful this deck is. That I believe Michael Hamilton piloted the Count Your Blessings to the top 8 of the World Championships. It's a deck that wants to heal as much life as possible to buffer all this damage that the opponent is presenting to you.
Yeah, and I think we just got confirmation from the table that Kassai actually conceded that round.
Yeah, I believe Zuan felt like the writing was on the wall for him. They didn't need to play the remaining few turns.
Yeah.
A lot of threats have been out of his deck. The Bonds of Agony taking out probably the remainder of the Blade Runners from his deck and having to block with majority of the Spoils of War.
Yeah, but of course we can't discount him from making day 2 with a hero that a lot of people said was unplayable in this meta game.
He was the sole Kassai of the Calling Kuala Lumpur. He made it to day 2 and he showed a valiant attempt fighting Kelvin Law, one of the most experienced players in Flesh and Blood, being the highest XP on the leaderboards. He's one of the best players in the world. Zuan, quite new to the game, he showed a valiant effort and he's showing how Kassai is not a hero to be undervalued. It's a very powerful hero in its own right. When paired against certain heroes and when people are not expecting what you're doing, you can be very powerful indeed.
Yeah, I mean, as a new player, it must be quite intimidating to face a well-known veteran of the Flesh and Blood scene, no less playing one of the best decks in the format with your Kassai deck. But it does also show that commitment, practice, and I guess even dedication to the hero you love can bring you very far.
So congratulations to Kelvin Law. He's currently 8-2. He's on track to be top 8 if he carries on to win majority of his games. We have 2 rounds left of the calling. We hope we can bring you better games. We have 5 minutes. We're going to have a short 5-minute break before round 11. We hope you stay tuned and we're going to have 2 very competitive games before the cut to top 8.
Yep, so stay tuned and we will see you soon.
Welcome back to World Tour Kuala Lumpur. Just in time for round 11 of our calling, our second last round of the day.
Yep, and you know we have this. Remember the World Tour? You know, there's Brodie. He's second on the leaderboards at the current moment, and fighting for a chance at top 8.
Brodie playing his very signature Viserai this meta. He's been one of the advocates of Viserai in this Rosetta season as well.
Yeah, and he first previewed this Viserai deck. He nicknamed it 5 helmets, I think. all the way back from Leon on Rosetta release, and he's still here back on Viserai.
Now, Viserai being a hero, in Rosetta, he's given access to Face Purgatory. You can be running other hats like Balance of Justice, Crown of Providence, maybe Amethyst Tiara, who knows?
Yeah, and we have Zen, mainstay in the meta, even though he's lost Art of War, he doesn't have access to bonds anymore, but still a very strong hero, making his appearance from part of Mist Veil all the way here. Cards like Chase the Tail, replacing bonds of ancestry with cards like Breed Anger and even Pulsing Chi.
So sitting opposite Brodie Spurlock, we have Jason Chua, a local from Singapore, a man that really specializes in aggressive decks.
Yeah, and Jason, as long as there's an aggro deck in the meta, Jason won't be too far away from it. And he's, for this event, he dabbled a bit into Viserai as well, so he's quite familiar with this matchup. And possibly, maybe he has found a way to counter it.
Zen being a hero with access to Zen State from the Kassai is such a powerful card against Viserai. The Zen State being able to stop any instance of one damage from any instance of damage that he'll be facing. And especially when you're facing all these rune chants, the Zen State is really just gonna stop all the damage.
And of course, Brodie cannot, just look at the Kassai as the only source of Zen State. We know that in Zen, there's this new wax on, wax off tech that they have been bringing for all the rune blades, in fact. Not just Viserai, for even Aurora because of the Arc Lightning.
So since the World Championships, the Zens have really been tinkering with all these new cards, wax on and wax off, the new innovation that Zens have really been bringing to the table, being able to create these Zen states pretty much very easily compared to last time. These Zen states helping them against Aurora, against Viserai, mainly against the rune blades.
Yeah, and we'll see if Zen can put out enough aggression to stop Brodie from even building up some rune chance to begin with his aggression. We know that Zen is capable of just taking his opponents all the way, put them on the back foot all the way from the start.
So Zen really wants to be the aggressor this matchup, just swinging as much damage as possible. But the question will be, does Jason run the Tide Flippers or any Arcane Barrier for that matter? Because I believe the winner of the Calling Osaka, Nicola, he doesn't even run Arcane Barrier.
Yeah, he just feels that the Zen state is just enough Arcane Barrier in a sense, just for any of the Arcane matchups.
So being able to use the Zen state to filter these rune chants, he feels like he doesn't even want to pitch for any Arcane Barrier. But who knows, maybe Jason opts for the Tide Flippers as maybe some extra fallback in case he has to block some Arcane damage. And being able to block Arcane damage maybe prevents certain cards that Brodie really wants to run, maybe like Succumb to Temptation. If you're blocking these rune chants, you cannot play the Succumb to Temptation at instant speed.
Yeah, and that has to be something in the back of Jason's mind every time an attack comes through after he takes Arcane, whether he needs to play around Succumb to Temptation. Such a powerful card. And also, not just Succumb to Temptation, we have our age-old Rattlebones all the way from Crucible of War that also keys off, when you have dealt Arcane damage this turn.
So the players are getting ready, they have shuffled, they have presented the decks, they are ready to play. Brodie Spurlock currently sitting at 8 wins and 2 losses. He's hoping to do well this calling in order to extend and maybe push Michael Feng all the way to the limits and maybe top that leaderboard.
Yeah, and Brodie currently second on the World Tour Player of the Year leaderboard. Very close to Michael. Michael is still in this event as well, so totally giving Michael a run for his money.
So it looks like Brodie is starting off the game. We see the Tunic at 1. With 4 cards in hand, Viserai is really looking to be able to generate as many rune chants as he can on turn 0.
Yeah, but could we possibly see Brodie try to take cards out of the Zen's hand? Because now without the bonds of ancestry, there's really no worry of letting the Zen put cards in their graveyard.
It's always a question you have to ask. Do you want to let the Zen filter his hand? Do you want to get cards out of his hand? You never know.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Transcend cards have no block value, and because Jason is playing Tide Flippers, he's able to block Arcane damage. So maybe Brodie is just considering whether he wants to try and take a risk of, what if my opponent has no blocks in hand and I can push some physical damage through.
We see a Malefic Incantation and a Moderate Tide in Brodie's hand. 2 of the more impactful cards, or maybe in fact the most important card in this matchup.
Yeah, and we see also a Drawn to the Dark Dimensions, a card that is reduced by the amount of rune chance that you have in play. So could we possibly see Brodie, fire off the Moderate Tide to get a discounted Drawn to the Dark Dimensions this turn?
So it looks like Brodie is really just thinking whether he wants to play the Moderate Tide to and play the Malefic Incantation to create more rune chance. Although he's angling to just play the Malefic Incantation and maybe end the turn.
Yeah, and he's just holding on to that Malefic Incantation. Probably looking to play it out. Getting as many Malefic Incantations is a very common Viserai play. We see nowadays they want to get as many as possible before even firing off the first Moderate Tide.
So the yellow Malefic Incantation making it to the board and then just passing it over to Jason. Jason doesn't have a chance to filter his hand, but it looks like he did draw a Transcend. But this Transcend might not be able to be used.
Yeah, because this is Passover. You require your opponent to have a card in their graveyard so that you are able to target it to even play it. So possibly Jason here swinging the Nakara to try and get a card out of Brodie's hand immediately so that he can play his blue card and maybe look to transcend this turn.
So if Brodie does block with a card, Jason will have to close the combat chain before he places the Passover. But this, you lose out on the Crouching Tiger +1 buff from the Tiger Taming Nakara.
Yeah, this is one of the situations where we see the combat chain actually matter to be active or closed prematurely.
So we see Zen wants to run all these Transcend cards. They run up to 9, I believe. But some of the Transcend cards like Passover and Preserve Tradition sometimes can come back and bite you because there's no graveyard on turn 0 or turn 1 sometimes and you're unable to play them.
Yeah, and Brodie looks like, he drew a reduce to Rune Chan. So that's a defense reaction that, costs 1 less for each Rune Chan you have in play. But Brodie didn't create a single Rune Chan from first turn.
So this reduce to Rune Chan really hurting him right now because he does not have the Tunic resource up or a Rune Chan to discount its 1 cost.
Yeah, and it also looks like Brodie's hand is all red cards, so there's not much pitch value for his own turn. So possibly he's just going to see what Jason is up to before he commits to a block.
So Brodie not blocking this Tiger Taming Nakara may or may not be good for Jason. His push 2 damage is not insignificant. And he follows it up with a blue Biting Breeze. It's a very annoying card. It's coming for 1 go again, but it has a very important on-hit to create a Crouching Tiger.
Yeah, and the Crouching Tiger, because the Tiger Taming Nakara has been, it has attacked, the next Crouching Tiger will get a +1 buff from it. And also, Biting Breeze creates that said Crouching Tiger without Jason needing to transcend as well.
So this Biting Breeze is threatening the Crouching Tiger. If Brodie even blocks, it might not be good for him. Or if he doesn't block, it might not be good for him because Jason can just play the Breed Angle with the Crouching Tiger to give the Breed Angle go again. And at that point, when you're presenting 4 damage, Brodie might be inclined to block and you can actually close the chain and play the Passover. So Jason has a lot of options in his hand right now.
Yeah, and not to forget that Tiger Tribe Shuko will buff up that Crouching Tiger if the combat chain should close this turn because, he has played a 1 power attack and the Crouching Tiger will be the second 1 or less power attack.
So Jason really looking very comfortable and in the zone right now. Everyone should feel like he's the underdog and maybe he doesn't see it that way. He feels like he can win this game because he's on Zen against a Viserai. This is what you're targeting when you're bringing Zen into this format.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the early game matters in this matchup because Brodie needs to consider whether, Zen has already transcended and Brodie is doing such a great job of playing around Passover, not even putting a single card on the combat chain as a block card.
So Jason, he's happy to arsenal this Passover for a future turn. Brodie is bound to have some graveyard at some point, but keeping this Transcend in arsenal, it feels a later turn, so you can get the Kassai bonus, you can maybe make a Zen state or maybe just find a combo card from your deck. This Breed Angle is coming in for 4. It's not an insignificant amount of damage. It's 10% of your life.
Yeah, and Brodie possibly has quite a good hand to work with as well. Drawing Moderate Tide, quite a key card, and he already has a Malefic Incantation in play. So possibly he's just trying to go for it before Zen even has a Transcend.
Even if Brodie wants to block with his hand against this board, it's not really very efficient because the Tiger Taming Nakara and the Biting Breeze coming for very small values at 2 and 1 respectively. And we see Brodie actually pitching the Drawn to Dark Dimension to play the Reduce to Rune Chan. That's not very efficient, but it does create a Rune Chan.
Yeah, and Breed Anger does not have go again because the combo requirement is not fulfilled. There were no Crouching Tigers on the combat chain. And because Brodie recognizes that Jason's turn is about to end, he's okay with putting a card in graveyard, and then that passover, even if Jason transcends, is a chi. It cannot be played from Arsenal. So Jason would actually lose an Arsenal in that turn.
So Brodie played this out very quickly. He's played a Mordred Tide into a Swarming Gloomveil. This triggers the Malefic Incantation and creates 4 rune chants on the back, and Jason's already taken this 1 arcane damage.
Yeah, and we saw the Drawn to the Dark Dimensions in Brodie's hand. He could have drawn a second copy and Arsenal the first one, because the way he's playing, creating all these rune chants and not using them on the Mordred Titan does seem like a bit of a waste.
I think Brodie really wants to go on aggressive and just launch all the rune chants as fast as possible. He doesn't want to be stymied by the Zen state that Jason may or may not create afterwards.
Yeah, and creating so many rune chants also means that Swarming Gloomveil has an additional effect on top of it. You cannot prevent any more arcane damage this turn, so even if Jason creates that Zen state token, all these arcane damage from the rune chants cannot be prevented.
So Jason blocks with a red pouncing T, just blocking for 3 and taking 1 extra damage. But Brodie follows up, as you said, with the Drawn to Dark Dimension from the Arsenal, coming in for pretty much free, discounted by the rune chants, and it allows Brodie to draw a card for the Arsenal next turn.
Yeah, and this turn sequencing, Brodie has, while he's trying to think about how to block, he's trying to sequence his turns as much as possible as well. And you can see that, if he had not played the Reduce the Rune Chant and just blocked with a single card, you have 1 extra card left over. So all this sequencing needs some time to be processed.
So Jason blocks with a Tiger Swipe and now pitches an aspect of Tiger to launch a Red Mauling T just for 5 damage with no go again at Brodie. So a little unfortunate on Jason's side to draw 4 reds at a time that you really want to transcend with the Passover in Arsenal.
Yeah, but, Brodie has kind of expended one of his Mordred Tides, so maybe for Jason it doesn't seem like he's in a rush to transcend, even though, you try to get that chi out as soon as possible, but perhaps at the back of his head, he's just thinking like, hey, Brodie might take a turn off, create a bunch of rune chants, because we know that Viserai is so known to do that. They have a bunch of non-attack actions that don't actually attack, but create a bunch of rune chants.
So now Brodie thinking whether he wants to block this 5 attack. Jason just sitting back and maybe waiting for a bigger turn right after, if he finds a blue to play the Passover.
Yeah, and just for this turn, take an off turn, threaten some damage, force Brodie to block. I mean, all these things kind of matter because every extra card, he could be activating Grasp of the Arcanite, he could be paying for Sonata Galaxia. There are so many possibilities.
So Brodie blocked them with a blue blocking 3, and now he plays a Mordred Tide and a Deadwood Dutch, really just cementing the aggression, creating as many rune chants as possible. The Deadwood Dutch creating, I believe, 5 rune chants in total, and now the Rune Flash is coming in. The Malefic Incantation is going to be creating so many rune chants at the back.
Yeah, and remember, Jason has yet to transcend this game. But it does look like he drew a drop in the ocean on the turn that Brodie has 7 rune chants going at it.
So Jason plays a Rising Sun, Setting Moon, and then a drop in the ocean. And we know the Passover is in Arsenal. That's a lot of transcends in the hand. And more importantly, this actually gives him extra resources from the 12 Petal Kassai that he can use for Arcane Barrier.
Yeah, and we can see that Jason not only drew 1 transcend card, 2 transcend cards, he actually drew 3 transcend cards this turn. And, while we talk about the Kassai so much, Brodie might actually be trying to get Jason to crack the Kassai right now.
Well, I don't think Jason's really going to crack the Kassai at the start, but with all these abundant resources, being able to block arcane damage for free is so pivotal for Jason right now.
Yeah, and with so many blues, it looks like Jason is actually going to cash in the Kassai on this attack.
So Jason really trying to swing the tempo back in his favor. He wants to end this game as fast as possible. The Zen state is on the board. The 7 rune chants are going to be now.
And remember, Zen State is not just there to prevent the rune chants, it prevents every instance of damage by 1. So this Rune Flash already reduced by the drop in the ocean is going to come in for measly 2 damage. Maybe not as much damage as Brodie is trying to aim to do, but on the other hand, Brodie has expended 2 Mordred Tides to try and force out the Kassai, and if that's his goal, he has definitely achieved it.
So Brodie, after seeing the Zen state, he's not going to do anything else except play the Read the Runes. But Read the Runes is so impactful on a Mordred Titan, creating up to 6 rune chants.
Yeah, and I think Brodie, his target from the start was he was eyeing the Kassai, and the turn that Jason drew all these Transcend cards, he was like, I can finally use the Kassai, and he might have actually been baited by Brodie even to sacrifice the Kassai.
So now Brodie is very happy to be blocking out all these turns, especially armed with the Face Purgatory and other equipment. He's really able to block a lot of damage. Jason now swinging the Tiger Taming Kakara, just coming in for 2, pitching a Chi. He knows that there's another Chi in hand, so it's likely to be many other combo cards to follow up this turn.
Yeah, and you know, with all these Chi, Zen is able to just search out the appropriate combo card for the occasion, and in this case, you know, with the Chase the Tail in hand, he can follow it up with cards like Aspect of Tiger, I think, that creates even more Tigers.
So with the Aspect of Tiger and the Chase the Tail, it looks like he's going to be presenting 1 with the Crouching Tiger, 4 with the Chase the Tail, 3 with the Aspect, and maybe, I believe it's a 4 on the last Crouching Tiger because of the Tiger Stripe Shuko.
Yeah. Showing how aggressive the Zen deck can actually be, even though like Jason looks like he only has, what, 3 cards in hand this turn, and look at the amount of damage Zen is able to put out.
So I believe with 3 card hand, he's actually be able to present 14 damage. It's such an efficient, aggressive deck. Not a lot of decks can deal with this much damage, especially when they're all split apart. It's not a single source.
Yeah, and you know, while Brodie kind of got the Kassai and everything, he doesn't actually have an arsenal right now. So every card that Brodie blocks with, he can't really mount another offense, but you know, at the same time, there's a Zen state preventing this 10 rune chance from doing anything. So Brodie might be perfectly happy just blocking here.
So Brodie taking the damage from the Kakara and the Crouching Tiger, and now he's facing down to Chase the Tail for 4. He knows Jason has no more hand, he knows what's to come, and it's all the damage. So whether Brodie wants to block this turn out or maybe just use his hand to create a bunch more rune chance for when Zen state goes down, he's really to go on the offense.
Yeah. Well, it looks like, you know, that Passover might come in handy later on, because if Brodie does play Rattlebones, you know, that Passover can get rid of the card that Brodie wants to return into play. So perhaps that's also, you know, what Jason is trying to angle towards.
So Brodie blocks for 3 on the Chase the Tail, taking the 1 damage, and now blocks with a Rune Rager Storm on the Aspect of Tiger, and now facing the Crouching Tiger for 4. It's a very quick block. Brodie knows what he wants to do. He knows his game plan.
Yeah, and you know, that posturing at the start, he was considering whether I think maybe I should try to induce Jason to play aggressive so I can utilize my whole hand to block this turn and wait out the Zen state. That's such a, you know, masterful play from Brodie, because he understands that every decision he makes will cause Jason to come up with a, you know, different play line possibly.
So Brodie just arsenals and pass and gives it back to Jason. Jason now, he really has to mount an offense. The Zen state is gone. He's playing this 100 wins for 1, and it looks like the Passover is finally gonna come out.
Yeah, and again, like Jason has 5 cards, has access to 5 cards this turn and a Transcend. We have seen what Zen can do when they have access to so many cards and so many options as well. So let's see what Jason is about to do this turn.
So this Passover targeting the Swarming Gloomveil, one of the more common pieces that you take back when you do play a Rattlebones. The Chi in hand is gonna fill Jason's turn, able to find any combo card he wants, and more importantly, get the all-important Crouching Tiger for all his combo cards.
Yeah, but more importantly, because Jason has used the Kassai, his Transcend does not actually provide an additional resource this turn, and his hand is clogged up with a full bunch of red cards.
Very importantly, this Zen activation is actually one of the more important ones, because it allows Jason to shuffle the deck to get rid of all the Chi at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, and Jason, you know, that triple Transcend hand that Jason drew, now all the Chis are back into play because he shuffled. They are no longer at the bottom of the deck, waiting to, you know, come up after like 10 turns or something.
So Jason chose a Pouncing Chi, a 0 for 3, but with a Crouching Tiger in front, its combo effect is to give it +1 and go again.
Yeah, so just looking to extend the combat chain as much as possible. Find, you know, all these conditional go again cards, keeping all the, you know, possibly red 100 wins, all the cards with go again naturally in his deck.
So Bouncing Chi coming in for 4 go again after the Crouching Tiger. The Crouching Tiger came for 1 because of the Tiger Stripe Shuko, presenting very annoying breakpoints that you can't really just block with 1 card. You're always taking 1 damage here and there.
And Kayang at the start, you mentioned about the phase purgatory. None of these attacks attack for more than 4 at the current moment. So that phase purgatory is just going to sit there and look pretty for a long time. And, possibly if Brodie spots an actual window to just use it for the discard effect, maybe he'll just, cash it in.
So we see a Rune Flash and Amplify the Arknight, a yellow Rune Rager Swarm, and a Sink below in Brodie's hand. No non-attack actions to trigger Viserai's ability.
Yeah, and Viserai's ability is what makes the hero so powerful. Every time you play a Runeblade card, if you had played a non-attack action this turn, you effectively get 1 more damage in the form of a Rune Chant. But you could also store that Rune Chant for a future turn, like what Brodie did. That's how he ended up with these 10 Rune Chants, waiting for the appropriate moment to be fired off.
So Brodie goes for the very simple Sink below, but it allows him to fix his hand, sink an attack action card. And who knows, maybe he draws a non-attack action card to really fuel this turn.
Yeah, and Jason's just contemplating what card he wants to arsenal, because currently they're all, red cards that he probably can only play one of them. And it looks like he pitched a Breed Anger for Censor.
Ooh, Censor is such an interesting choice in Zen. It lines up very well with the Nakara if you're pitching a blue. But Censor's not really a card that a lot of people play. Talk me through why would you play Censor in a Zen deck?
So Censor does target cards that, some heroes are so known to be able to play. Like, for example, against Aurora, you want to stop that Arc Lightning turn. You don't want him to be able to, get that go again, maybe combine it with a Flicker Wisp for like insane amounts of arcane damage. And in Viserai, against Viserai, you get to stop the Moderate Tide turns. If he decides not to block the Censor and name the Moderate Tide, it could put a wrench into Brodie's plans here.
So we see Brodie use the Sink below to sink and amplify the Arknight, but he drew a second Sink below. And it looks like this Censor really threw in for a loop. It's not really a card you expect to see. And you never know, if Jason names the correct card, Brodie might not even be able to play a turn.
Yeah, there's always that small possibility that, the Censor names like this offbeat card that you were about to just play your turns out with, and then suddenly it's like, nope, you're unable to play that turn now.
So Censor really is a card that targets all these powerful cards that your opponent want to play. But it's even better if you make it to the top 8 and it's open sheet and you know all the cards that your opponent runs in the deck. So Brodie really respecting this Censor and blocking with the Sink below and the last remaining block of his Grasp of the Arknight.
Yeah, it looks like Brodie committing those 2 Sink belows to try and fix his hand a little bit, and it looks like he drew a defense reactions. He sank away attacks to try and draw into non-attack actions, then he sank away another attack to try and draw another non-attack action, and all he's drawing are defense reactions.
Well, all these defense reactions really anti-synergistic with Viserai, although they do provide you with the block that you really need.
Yeah, and Brodie's just looking to, why he has all these defense reactions in his deck is because, with the threat of the Kassai active there for so long, you might want to block out a little bit more.
So I believe the Grasp of the Arknight should be on -2 counters, but Brodie being deep in the tank right now, thinking how he should even play this turn, with drawing 3 defense reactions back to back to back with the 2 Sink belows and the reduced to Rune Chance. I think he's a little bit flustered as to what his next play should be.
Yeah, and drawing that reduce to Rune Chance was definitely not part of Brodie's plan, which is why he's so much in the tank at the moment. He's considering whether he wants to just play out the Rune Flash and get that Reaping Blade in as well because of the go again from the Rune Flash. But it seems like a bit of a waste of Rune Chance, right? Like you have this 10 Rune Chance that you can possibly play a 9th Blade with, and all you're doing is Rune Flash and Reaping Blade. It doesn't sound very attractive.
Not having any Rune Chance left on the Viserai deck is really anti-synergistic to how I believe Brodie built the deck to be. He really wants to have Rune Chance at the end of his turn in order to play cards like Amplify the Arknight, Drawn to the Dark Dimension, and even Rune Flash.
Yeah, and it does... Well, Brodie's definitely going to commit to something here because he doesn't want to hold the, reduce to Rune Chance.
So I believe he wants to play the Reduce to Rune Chant before the Censor even cleared up, but Jason proceeded to play really quickly and close the entire chain. So right now we probably have a judge call it just to facilitate the game plan, rewind the turn maybe a little bit and just see how the turn actually turned out.
Yeah, players, every player out there, every time they are on the clock, you have to try and play as fast as possible, and then you're afraid of that going to time, and then you have this scramble. So at the start, everyone tries to play a little bit faster. But in this case, there might be a bit of a clash in the sense that, hey, I see you're trying to play faster, but I need to make a very tough decision. So possibly just, letting your opponent know, like, okay, this is how I want to do it,
So Brodie just launches the Amplify the Arknight from Arsenal, coming in with the full suite of 11 rune chants as well, I believe. 6 damage at Amplify the Arknight rate. And as you said just now, where both players, maybe there's this lack of communication, but it's important for you to communicate at the pace of the game which both of you are playing. At the end of the day, Flesh and Blood is a 2-player game. It's very important to make sure the opponent understands what you're doing and you understand what the opponent is doing.
Yeah, and it looks like Brodie had the Amplify the Arknight in the arsenal, which is why he sang the first one to begin with. Drawing, a bunch of defense reactions he doesn't really want to have. But Jason looks like he's only pitching one single blue to prevent the rune chant damage, which is, there were 10 of them. Well, there were 11 thanks to the reduced rune chants. So he's taking 8 arcane damage this turn.
So Jason really thinking that maybe he has an abundance of blue in his hand, wants to pitch the 100 wins. But looks like he's going on aggressive instead. He's not blocking with the Amplify the Arknight with other cards in hand. He's just using the Sink Below to filter his hand.
Yeah, and Sink Below, quite an interesting addition considering, Jason used the Kassai quite aggressively. So possibly, considering that maybe Brodie would take the aggressive route and the Sink Below would definitely help in this sense.
So Jason armed with 2 cards, we see a Grains and as well as a Red Pouncing Chia, I believe. He wants to just swing the Nakara, and what will be the follow-up after this Nakara?
Yeah, so normally Zen has access to Pouncing Paws or what's the other card? The Striders. So in this case, Jason only, he wants the Arcane Barrier, so he's using Type Flippers instead. So he not having access to that Tiger may come back to, bite Jason.
We see that the Sink Below actually didn't work in Jason's favor. He drew a Transcend card that worked with the 100 wins, but now he forsake the opportunity to be able to transcend and maybe find a better turn with the Zen's ability to find a combo card and gain a Crouching Tiger.
Yeah, and Jason, I believe Jason Arsenal the Tiger Swipe, another card that cannot be really used. I mean, it attacks for 2, but there's no combo effect if you don't have a Crouching Tiger. So Jason is quite hard up on trying to find this ability to be able to generate a Crouching Tiger so that his turns can be more fluid.
So Brodie really thinking through his current turn. It looks like he has to succumb to Temptation, one of the powerful cards in an aggro matchup, and to read the runes.
Yeah, and I think with the Tunic as well, Brodie can consider not even pitching a card, so that blue in hand, possibly just trying to consider whether he can block with that card.
So Brodie really thinking if he wants to commit this hand to blocking or offense. As you said, without Rune Chance behind, cards like Rune Flash in the arsenal and the Drawn to Dark Dimension in hand aren't really very good because you have to pay for their cost.
Yeah, but Succumb to Temptation, in a sense, very good card for getting your opponents to block because you create this on hit where, if you choose not to block me, I'm going to force you to discard a card of my choice, which could tie into the Read the Runes because once you force your opponent to block, there's not many cards that your opponent could attack you with that would, threaten your life total.
An interesting play that Brodie can make is block with the Rune Rager Storm and maybe use the Tunic resource for the Spellbound Creepers to play the Read the Runes on Jason's turn instead.
Yeah, and remember Jason did, crack that Kassai for the Zen State token, so he no longer has access to Zen State. That it's no longer an option on the table anymore. So the only other way you could get Zen State is wax on, wax off, but we haven't seen those cards yet.
Well, wax on, wax off is a very specific combo of defense reactions that maybe Zen does not bring into every single matchup. Maybe bringing it into Viserai might not be very impactful because you're taking all the rune chants before you even get to play the wax on and wax off.
Yeah, and we saw Brodie very good at front-loading the rune chants rather than putting it at the back end with possibly cards like Revel and Runeblood, because then you basically activate your opponent's wax on, wax off combo.
So Brodie really not even considering to block this Nakara. He's taking the 2 damage. He wants to mount an offense, and Jason's only follow-up is a Pouncing Sea for 3. This has no go again because he has no combo right now.
Yeah, the lack of a Crouching Tiger this turn definitely coming back to bite Jason. But, the Zen deck, normally you will want to have access to it on your boots slot, your feet, but in this case, there are so many other cards that contest with your Arcane Barriers laws. Your Kassai is so important. Your Traverse the Universe is so important. The Shuko is maybe upwards of 5 damage in the game. So maybe those are worth a lot more than that one Crouching Tiger.
So it seems like Jason's on the back foot right now, being below on life and not presenting a lot of damage. But as you said, the Traverse the Universe is such an important equipment for Zen. You never know, maybe with one Ancestral Harmony, the Traverse the Universe could actually just push Zen upwards of maybe 30 damage in a single turn.
Yeah, and Brodie chose not to block that Pouncing Chi for 3.
So Brodie taking the 3 damage down to 24. It looks like he's trying to mount an offense, pitching the Rune Rager Storm instead, just to play the Rune Flash.
Yeah, I mean, he did... I believe he blocked with the Succumb to Temptation, which is his non-attack action in hand.
No, I believe the Succumb to Temptation is still in hand. He pitched the Rune Rager Storm to play the Rune Flash.
Oh, yes. He chose not to block any of the 5 damage that Jason was presenting the previous turn. So maybe, is he trying to use Spellbound Creepers here to try and cheat it out?
Maybe he's trying to find maybe an opportunity to play the Succumb to Temptation, take cards from Jason's hand. But it looks like Jason's choice to run the Sink Below actually comes in to very good use right now, being able to block this Rune Flash fully.
I think it's a little bit interesting because if Brodie had started the turn with the Succumb to Temptation, it fulfills a non-attack action for the turn, and Succumb to Temptation has Go Again on his tags. So he will have the Go Again regardless, but I guess Brodie just wants to play the Rune Flash out to see what Jason is up to.
I think Brodie is angling to Arsenal the Succumb to Temptation and maybe play the Read the Runes right now, just to make 3 rune chants, and keeping the Succumb to Temptation in Arsenal really allows you for a more block turn when maybe Jason is not able to block all these rune chants. But it looks like Brodie went for the Spellbound Creepers, using the Tunic resource to activate the Spellbound Creepers to play the Read the Runes. It creates 3 rune chants.
Yeah, and more importantly, you can play it as an instant. So normally Read the Runes, you play the card, you end your turn. But at this current state, you still have your action point, you still can do things with those action points.
So Brodie, after playing the Read the Runes, he plays the Succumb to Temptation. More importantly, this Succumb is not at instant speed. It's at, I would say, normal speed to gain, so it doesn't give you an extra action point. So this Succumb to Temptation is just threatening the on-hit of the Drawn to Dark Dimension. But more importantly, it's only coming in for 3 and not at a breakpoint of maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah, I remember Drawn to the Dark Dimension does draw you back a card. So Brodie is looking to arsenal a card for free here. Even though he's threatening that on-hit and, this bunch of rune chants coming to, keep the Spellbound Creepers around, after Jason blocks this Drawn to the Dark Dimension, he still gets to keep a card.
So Jason very cleanly uses the Traverse the Universe and the Tiger Stripe Shuko to block this Drawn to the Dark Dimension, basically preventing the Succumb to Temptation's effect. And now Jason, armed with the Chi from the Traverse the Universe, is aiming to mount an offense to maybe just take Brodie off the board.
Yeah, and Brodie's at 24 life. Historically, we have seen Zen do those insane, huge combo turns, but now with the lack of Art of War, those turns might be less, but it's still a lot of damage. Chase the Tail still being around, and even Ancestral Harmony.
Jason starts with Ancestral Harmony, but it whiffs, it hits a Biting Beast, but here comes the Sacred Art, the key card of Zen. It creates 2 Crouching Tigers in Jason's hand and especially gives him the more all-important Chi.
Yeah, and just, he has transcended. The Sacred Art is no longer on the field, it's in his hand, but he's putting a Sacred Art there to denote that he has played the Sacred Art this turn, which gives all the Crouching Tigers +1 attack.
So this proxy of a Sacred Art really just helps players on both sides, not just yourself, to remind that there is +1 on the Crouching Tigers. And a second Ancestral Harmony hits an aspect of Tiger right off the top. Everything is coming for +2.
Yeah, and Brodie a little bit confused. He's like, hey, there's a Sacred Art there. Why do you have, where did your Chi go? And then Jason's just letting him know, hey, this is just to let you know that, all my Crouching Tigers have +1 this turn.
So this is the importance of communication between yourself and the opponent. But you were talking about the lack of Art of War. Zen has access to Ancestral Harmony. This is make your own Art of War. So this Crouching Tiger, even though it's coming for 1, you know that at the back of it, there's a lot of combo cards coming for +2.
Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of Crouching Tigers that are, encroaching onto Brodie this turn. And with that 1 Chi in hand, Jason can find out even more combo cards. And remember, he's played 2 Ancestral Harmonies this turn. Both of them, all your combo cards get +2 instead of +1.
So without the Kassai, Jason does not have the very critical 1 resource. He's unable to find and play Chase the Tail right now. So it's likely the Zen trigger with the Chia. What do you think he's going to be finding now?
Well, probably getting a card that finds more Crouching Tigers, because we know that he has arsenaled a Tiger Swipe. So trying to get out that Tiger Swipe for maximum value, considering Brodie is just, he might block along the way, because this is quite a lot of damage that Jason is just front-loading. He's just showing you there's, Tigers are attacking for 1, but once the combo cards come in, it might incentivize Brodie to just mitigate the damage by blocking. And when the Tiger Swipe comes in, if Brodie runs out of blocking cards, there's no way he can prevent it. And there will be even more Tigers.
Talking about Tiger Swipe, he can actually find a second Tiger Swipe off using Zen's ability, because with this aspect of Tiger that he hit off the Ancestral Harmony, allows him to play both Tiger Swipes with having combo, even without any of them hitting.
Yeah, because the aspect of Tiger would see the red Tiger Swipe being played before it, and you create another Crouching Tiger, which also allows you to, play the second one with combo.
So Jason, very heads-up play. He wants to use the Chi in hand first to prevent Brodie from using the Face Purgatory, so that he cannot strip the Tiger out from hand maybe. And Brodie now just facing all these combo cards and all these Crouching Tigers. He feels like he cannot block any of the Crouching Tigers.
Yeah, and it's very heads-up play here from Jason. He's aware that Face Purgatory is still in play. He's going to get rid of every single card in hand and put them into the advantage zone. There's nothing Brodie can do to interact with those.
So Face Purgatory now is just more of a block 2 card instead of without any text at all. And Brodie feels like he needs to keep cards in hand to just stop this Tiger Swipe.
Yeah, but is Brodie aware that, there's a second Tiger Swipe coming in? Because Jason is putting all these cards face up. Brodie might think, the arsenal, yeah, it just might be just another combo card.
But without the grasp of the Arknight, and Viserai being a hero that plays certain block 2 cards like Deadwood Dirge and Malefic Incantation, sometimes when these Tiger Swipes are coming in for +2 from the combo and +2 from the Ancestral Harmony, there is a chance that Brodie might not be able to block this out.
Yeah, and Brodie has seen quite a lot of his defense reaction as well. So his block values are getting really low, as in his block cards are getting really low in his deck. The chances of him drawing one is also very low. If he's stuck with a bunch of 2 blocks and just stuck with no armor, one of the Tiger Swipes get through, that's a lot of damage we're looking at here.
So Jason really just putting everything for show, maybe trying to bait Brodie this time to block with more cards and maybe block the aspect of Tiger. Once he blocks the aspect of Tiger, he may not have enough to block the Tiger Swipe from Arsenal.
Yeah, and we'll see what Brodie is. He's contemplating, like, all these Tigers deal 1 damage. He's probably not going to, commit the card to defend it, but he's just thinking about the 2 cards in Banish sitting face up right now.
So Brodie really thinking this through. He's taking a lot of chip damage from these Crouching Tigers. What a swing turn from Jason, using the Ancestral Harmony to really buff these cards, and hitting at least 1 combo cards from the 2 Ancestral Harmony is so impactful to this turn.
Yeah, and Brodie does not look happy at all. He had that really pained look in his face. He can't seem to, get an idea on what Jason's arsenal is. Or he sniffed out the second Tiger Swipe, and, there's always a chance that there is no way he could have blocked it.
This Face Purgatory may not draw him, it may not make Jason discard a card, but it may draw him a card. But it looks like Brodie's not even using its effect, it's using it just for block 2. The reduce to Rune Chan from Arsenal really covering this Tiger Swipe out very efficiently.
Yeah, drawing that reduce to Rune Chan this turn, very, very timely as well, considering he has seen so many defense reactions in his first few turns.
So this aspect of Tiger is dealing 5 damage, bringing Brodie down to 16, I believe, and 1 Crouching Tiger is going to be coming for 1. So Brodie keeping all the cards in hand, he may want to mount an offense or a defense against this Tiger Swipe from Arsenal.
Yeah, what an insane turn from Jason. If Brodie chooses not to block these Tiger Swipes, that's a lot of Tigers coming after him.
So as you mentioned, the block 2s from Viserai, the Malefic Incantation being used to block now, and it forces Brodie to use the Spellbound Creepers to cover up this 6 damage.
Yeah, it looks like he, all his patience about thinking about what cards he should block with, that patience on that aspect of Tiger, not blocking that 5 damage, just to prevent the on-hit of the Tiger Swipe. Very heads up from Brodie. But at the same time, he has committed so many cards.
So Brodie just playing a Malefic Incantation and passing the turn. Jason, even though he might not have pushed that much damage on the opponent's turn with the Traverse the Universe, manages to gain back tempo because of the on-hits of Tiger Swipe.
Yeah, and back to having 4 cards. That's a lot that, Brodie has to process. You don't even know if Jason's going to draw back the Chi because he shuffled his deck twice this game.
So Jason really wants to go on offense now after getting back tempo, after being behind for majority of this game. But we do see the sink below in Jason's hand, and this may or may not be a double-edged sword where sometimes you can defend very well and maybe cycle your hand, but sometimes when you're going on the offense, sink below is not a very good card.
Yeah, especially in this moment where Brodie has already committed a bunch of, armor pieces, defense reactions, and even, cards that he wanted to play to the block. That sink below not looking so attractive right now.
So we see 100 wins that follows up this Nakara, just coming in for 3 go again. But these natural go again cards are so key to Zen's playstyle of just being able to threaten as much damage as possible.
Yeah, and remember Brodie's life total is actually getting precariously low. And without any armor, to buffer his life total anymore, when Viserai has to commit cards, it's very hard for them to play a non-attack action into an attack action and even attack with the weapon at the same time. That's also assuming, Brodie gets to keep his tunic around.
I think Jason's really thinking whether he wants to play this Chase the Tail or Arsenal it, because he may want to keep it around for a bigger turn when he maybe eventually finds a Chi or finds an aspect of Tiger.
Yeah, and the playstyle of Zen, you can see that it has, gravitated more to a Tiger-oriented way of playing, where you see more cards that synergize with Tigers. But at the same time, now, Jason, without access to any Crouching Tigers, his turns aren't looking as great anymore. But at the same time, if Jason ever gets his hands on one of those Crouching Tigers, we could see like another explosive turn.
My bad. So I believe Brodie is now actually the one contemplating on the block. And it looks like he drew a 9th blade.
Yeah, the 9th blade would have been really, really good back when he had 10 rune chance. But, at this point, it's late to the party, so to speak. But at the same time, Amplify the Arknight is the cheaper version of 9th blade.
But Amplify the Arknight costing 3, and Brodie only has 2 rune chance to his name. It's not enough to discount the Amplify the Arknight to 0.
Yeah, it looks like, that 9th blade is not going to be on the offense anytime soon. Brodie's just going to use it as a 3-block. But, he's considering the last 2 cards of Jason's hand. It could be a Command and Conquer, a card that's so commonly played in so many decks now. He just wants to protect that arsenal, so he's, holding back cards to be able to block such an on-hit.
So Brodie doesn't even block, and he takes the 3 damage from 100 wins, bring him down to a precarious 10. He's at 25% of his life right now. And this Chase the Tail is presenting 4 damage. Even though there's no combo, it's still a lot of damage.
Yeah, and, now that he's seen Jason commit his attacks, that's the last attack of the turn, there's no go again. He's finally using that 9th blade that he was intending to block with, and now he has 4 cards to try to, mount some form of offense.
So I believe Brodie should be on 9 now, taken 1 damage from the Chase the Tail. And now with just 3 cards and an arsenal, do you think he can take back tempo from Jason? Jason sitting at a comfortable 9, and Brodie only has 2 rune chance on the board. He might not be even able to present lethal right now.
Yeah, but with the new card, the Machinations, that came out in Rosetta, if you created an aura, your attack gets go again and overpower, which, on a 6 power attack is quite a lot. In addition, there's go again. So, he could, while the Amplify the Arknight is not exactly a 0-cost card at the moment because he only has 2 rune chance, it does only cost 1, which means he has 1 resource remaining, so he can attack with his Reaping Blade if he so wishes to.
So we see the Machinations of Dominion coming out together with the Amplify the Arknight. This gives Amplify and the Arknight overpower and go again. It's the weaker version of Dominate, and it allows Jason to only block with 1 action card.
Yeah, and Jason does have the defense reaction in Arsenal, but whether he'll commit 1 additional card from hand to this block, I'm not so sure about that because his hand looks really good right now.
So we see the impact of Zen being able to shuffle the deck and get these Chi that are pitched to the bottom of the deck back up so they can draw them and use them for offense later.
Yeah, and it looks like you drew a levels of Enlightenment. In combination with the Chi in hand, you can, activate the levels for more modes, you get more options, even more cards because there's a draw card in the levels Enlightenment text.
So Brodie following up with the Reaping Blade, coming in with 2 rune chance, a very heads-up play, of a standard play from the Viserai right now. And Jason just saying, no blocks, I'm taking 5. I'm trying to end this game as fast as possible.
Yeah, and he's firing off straight away with the levels of Enlightenment, along with a path well traveled to give it go again.
Levels of Enlightenment paired with path well traveled. Man, this is the dream right now.
Yeah, and levels with two cards in pitch zone that's blue, you can only choose 2 modes. So you have to, sometimes you have a pain choice. Do I want the +2? Do I want the draw card? But I definitely have to choose to go again, otherwise my turn ends here. But now Jason does not need to, have that pain thought, because now he has all 3 modes with Path of Well Travel giving go again.
Yeah, Path of Well Travel, pretty much one of the 3 modes or levels of enlightenment, and the 2 blues, the 2 cheese pitch for these levels, giving levels all 3 modes. Such a powerful card, especially when Brodie is at 9 life. This levels is coming for 5 go again, draw a card.
Yeah, and Jason gets, is refunded at 1 card from playing levels of enlightenment, and because he has so many blue cards, he's able to just play out his whole turn. He doesn't have to, worry about resources. He can attack with the Tiger Taming Nakara. He put that Crouching Tiger in hand because he activated Zen's ability.
These levels of enlightenment drew a Chia off the top. A blue, even though it might not be very impactful right now, it allows you to swing the Nakara for 2 damage. And it's almost as if it's 3 damage because it gives the Crouching Tiger a +1.
Yeah, and the more resource you have, the more damage you can threaten with the weapon, and that weapon also gives, the naturally 0 power Crouching Tiger and attack value.
So Jason, following up with the Tiger Taming Nakara, threatening 2 damage, and we know in hand, there is the Crouching Tiger, there is the Mauling Chi.
Yeah, and Mauling Chi, another combo card, it attacks for 5, but the combo effect with a Crouching Tiger means when you hit, you get to deal 1 additional damage.
Yes, so the life is corrected. Jason is at 10 life and Brodie is on 5. Now facing the Crouching Tiger for 1. This 1 damage is not insignificant because this Breed Anger, it's coming in for 4.
Yeah, and Brodie's life total, this Breed Anger represents his whole life total right now. And Brodie definitely has to block this attack, right?
This Breed Anger is going to create another Crouching Tiger. This is so significant because it gives Mauling Chi its on-hit effect of combo. When you deal damage to the opponent, deal 1 extra.
Yeah, and Brodie, running out of block cards, it's becoming quite apparent. This Tiger comes in for nothing, but this Mauling Chi is coming in for 5 and threatening that 1 extra arcane damage.
It's not an arcane damage, it's just a damage to face, but 5 damage is very significant because Brodie cannot just use 1 card to block this. He will be taking 2 damage, and the follow-up 1 damage will kill him.
Yeah, all these rune blades with the arcane and all these 1 pings getting me very confused here. But this Mauling Chi dealing that 1 extra damage means Brodie can't just block with a 3 block. He's gonna take that 1 extra damage, and the game will be over.
Yes, Brodie has to block with 2 cards in the end. It gives Jason full tempo right now. 4 cards in hand to just deal 3 damage to Brodie. Brodie with the Tunic Resource is not dead in the water though. He's using the Tunic Resource to swing the Reaping Blade for 3 damage. 3 damage is still trying to chip away at Jason's life. You never know when the Zen could break and maybe give Brodie a way back into this game.
Yeah, and it looks like Jason drew back his Chi, and he has another Ancestral Harmony which he could play out right now to enable the Transcend as well.
I see the Command and Conquer in his hand as well. Such a powerful card from Arcane Rising. It's a staple in almost every single deck right now. But more importantly, it's 6 damage to be presented.
Oh, and Jason's Ancestral Harmony, once again not hitting a combo card, is a Cosmic Awakening. But keep in mind, he has a greens that tip the scale. So if Brodie does not block this Nakara, trying to go to 1 life, the game could end right now.
So Jason really just keeping the grains in hand, seeing if Brodie is even going to block this 2 damage. If he doesn't, he can go in with the grains and it gets him a Chi in hand. You can even still play the Command and Conquer right now.
Yeah, and Jason, while the Ancestral Harmony got rid of the Cosmic Awakening, with Brodie at 3 life, that Cosmic Awakening is not going to come into play here, probably.
The way Jason's played this, it looks like he's either trying to arsenal the Command and Conquer maybe for a bigger turn to end the game completely, because he can use these grains to transcend and maybe find a Mauling Chi right off the top. So he's presenting minimally maybe just 3 from the Nakara, 1 from the Tiger, and maybe up to 5 from the Mauling Chi.
Yeah, and being able to threaten this Command and Conquer potentially as well. We saw Brodie try to defend his arsenal multiple times. Even, thinking about that Knife Blade block, whether he wanted to commit it early, but at the end of the day, he figured that he doesn't want to get hit by a Command and Conquer, possibly. So, in this case, that 2 damage, he's considering whether because at 3 life, it's possible he uses his life total to take the damage first, to to be able to play more cards during his turn.
So I have to correct myself. The Ancestral Harmony is actually giving this Mauling Sea, if Jason does look for it, a +1. And at 6 power, it's very significant because we do see that Brodie has 2 blocks in hand, the Malefic Incantation coming in to bite him because it blocks for 2.
Yeah, and Jason without the Kassai anymore, Transcending doesn't give him the resource to play the Command and Conquer. So whichever card that he searches for would not allow him to play the Command and Conquer regardless. So he's either going to look for a combo card here or threaten the on-hit of Command and Conquer.
So Brodie really thinking about the blocks right now, but the players don't really have a lot of time. But it looks like he says no block, and the Grains gets him for 3 damage. The Tiger Taming Kakra actually presenting lethal right now.
Yeah, and it really tips the scales because Brodie thought he could just go to 1 life and block a future attack, but Jason just that tiny defense reaction that tiny transcend instant that nobody expects from the Zen deck. Pumping that Kakra up by 1 and Brodie just, unable to find a defense reaction to answer that.
We see how powerful 1 damage is in Flesh and Blood. 1 out of 40, a lot of people don't think that it's very impactful, but by the design of Flesh and Blood, everything is so marginal. Every small thing matters in a game of Flesh and Blood. And Jason, he really left himself open for the win, trying to arsenal the Command and Conquer for a future turn while stripping the opponent's hand and keeping a very flexible endgame for himself.
Yeah, and that aggressive Kassai play paying off because he figured that maybe in the late game when he wants to use his travels offensively, he wouldn't be able to have the chi to activate his ability. So just cashing in there, saving that 10 extra life. And Jason going sub 10 life at the end. So, maybe that was the best play.
So Jason really showing how good he is on aggressive decks, really bringing himself up the tables right now. So he's 9 wins and 2 losses. He's beaten Brodie, the second on our World Tour leaderboard.
Yeah, and we see early in the season, Brodie racking up all these points, but again, there are so many events, there are so many players that could potentially overtake you. So every event counts. It's all about consistency.
Yeah, so Flesh and Blood really is about a game of consistency, but it's not just that. Aggressive decks really, it shows the mastery of how you pilot them and how you pilot them to your end game. Every deck has a different game plan. You really have to play them very differently.
Yeah, and we see Jason, understanding his lines, being able to, string together that giant Tiger Swipe turn, throwing Brodie off those aggressive rails, and then, getting that sink below in Arsenal to keep up the aggression, filter his hand, get a perfect aggressive hand.
So congratulations to Jason. He's done very well. He's still in the running for top 8, especially at 9 wins and 2 losses. Brodie, 8 wins and 3 losses. I'm not sure if he's still in contention, but he's aiming to do well. He wants to push his lead in the leaderboard. He wants to go above 16 points.
Yeah, again, all these players are in very precarious standing positions. They are, kind of in top 8, but not really in top 8. But at the end of the day, all you have to do is perform consistently to get those World Tour Player of the Year points.
So congratulations to our players. We left 1 round of Swiss, I believe, before our cut the top 8 here in World Tour Kuala Lumpur. The calling is coming to an end, but we still have our top 8 matches and the last round of Swiss coming up.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a nail-biter. There are so many players in contention. We don't even know who's exactly going to make it other than, players at the very top. So there are many, all these slots are being contested right now.
Well, we're going to be taking a break. It's going to be a short 10-minute break before the start of round 12, our final round of Swiss. Stay tuned, and we're going to have a very great game of Flesh and Blood. Yep.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
defend the innocent and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as our thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed. Cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Let's go! You made it! Welcome to your first Flesh and Blood Armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
I can help with that. Dorinthia, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this'll be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brodie's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brodie's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
Block with my arm piece.
Yeah.
Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Take 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty art, right?
Dude, how'd it go? I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great, bro. You've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though.
Ronda.
They're not prepared for.
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawn Blade. Oh. Glint the Quicksilver. Gain to go again. Draw. Twinning Blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But I have a Pummel.
Oh! Good game. Let's go again.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as our thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed, cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
you made it! Welcome to your first Flesh and Blood Armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
I can help with that. Dorinthia, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this'll be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brodie's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brodie's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
Block with my arm piece.
Yeah.
Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Say 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty art, right?
Dude, how'd it go? I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great. You've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though.
Creo que hay ronda, ¿eh? Ah, ronda.
They're not prepared for.
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawnblade. Oh. Glint the Quicksilver. Can't go again. Draw. Twinning Blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But I have a Pamo.
Oh! Good game. Let's go again.
Alright, welcome back. We are here for the final round of calling Kuala Lumpur.
Yes.
And honestly, it's a very close race. There are so many games, so many players that are gunning for that top 8 spot right now. And anything could happen. There are just so many possibilities.
Yeah, and the game we're going to be featuring now is going to be two players who are really at the brink of breaking it into the top
Yeah, and Jing Han, our current Singapore national champion this year, had a strong showing at Worlds,
top
making
24.
top 24 this year as well. And he's traveled a lot, he's gone to many events, and this year is his breakout year. He has won nationals, he's done well at so many events. And yeah, and now he's here, for potential win and in as well.
Yep, and facing off against him is going to be Alex playing Viserai.
Yeah, we'll update the overlay. He's playing Viserai. Viserai, we have seen in the previous few rounds such a strong showing, such a powerful hero with many, many possible lines. But at the same time, we have seen him fall to, very aggressive decks, and that's what Jing Han is playing. So we'll see if Alex, has a game plan going into this matchup.
Yep, we're going to be seeing the original Runeblade going against the spanking new shiny Runeblade just released in Rosetta.
Yeah, and Aurora, the lightning Runeblade with a bunch of go against, reminiscent of some ninja heroes even, but at the same time, Viserai, very traditional. You expect arcane damage, mixed damage, and Viserai has it all.
Yep, and then on the other end, Aurora having that lightning element, being able to utilize that talent that, Viserai doesn't have access to, and has a kind of a different but similar game plan of, I'm going to deal so much damage to you, but how are you going to respond, Is it going to be a disruption angle? Is it going to be a block out, wait for a better card angle? We have to see.
Yeah, and, Alex has been around that circuit as well. He participated in Worlds, and, we have seen him at so many events, and this might be one of the events where he finally, makes that top 8.
Yep, and this must be an important match for both of them. Both of them really possible to making it into the top 8, and I think both of them really want this as well.
Yeah, being so close. And yeah, that currently, there's all these win and ins. There's so many to choose from, and I think this is one of those games that can be very exciting because depending on how the Viz decides to shape their deck into the Aurora, we don't know if they have some very special tech. And at the same time, with Malefic Incantations, you can overwhelm the red heavy Aurora deck with arcane damage as well.
Yeah, and two currently very popular heroes. I'm sure a lot of people want to learn how to play these heroes and also how to play into them because, they are the most popular ones in the field.
Yeah, and as the players shuffle up, we can see, Jing Han's very prepared for this matchup. He has already presented his deck. Alex now shuffling up, about to present as well. He has already, put his items, his equipment and everything. I think both of these players know this matchup extremely well, and we'll see what happens in this game.
Yeah, and yeah, it is both are aggro decks. Usually they kind of fall to disruption, but because they're both aggro decks, they both don't have that much disruption as well, right?
Yeah, at the same time, it's, disruptive cards are very expensive, and, Viserai has been, trying to angle into that red line heavy deck that we see, come up recently, like more yellows for go against, less blues, harder to disrupt with, the other popular decks, new, because the Siren's Call is no longer as effective.
Yeah, Viserai running a very tight resource curve, realizing that, you can just use the tunic, swing the sword, and everything else costs 0.
Yep, and we see the equipment's being revealed. Jing Han is, revealing that he's going for that offensive combo line, that Crown of Dominion, that Aether Iron Weave, that Arc Lightning Flicker Wisp combo that we know.
Yeah, while if you see your opponent present a Crown of Dominion, no blocks, you must know they are really wanting to use that gold for something.
And of course, Alex rocking that alternate art now rune boots. That now rune there just to prevent Jing Han from doing too much damage with the arcane, which kind of signifies that Alex isn't really that red line Viserai. It's more the traditional kind of Viserai with a bunch of, blues that they want to pitch, maybe with, enable cards like Rather Wounds.
Yeah, Jinhan's not gonna get any free Channel Lightning Valley draws of arcane damage from this game.
Yeah, it looks like Alex is going first this game. He's thinking about what he wants to do. He has a blue pitch in hand, pitching it for that Grasp of the Arknight activation.
Yep, I see a lot of speculation in chat about who's gonna make top 8, how the standings are gonna work. I think this is just a very tight match, and that's why it's so important to these two players here.
Yep, and at the same time, remember Player Tour, World Tour going on, Player of the Year up for grabs. All these things. You have so many. As long as you perform consistently, you get those points, and if you perform well enough at enough events, you can even overtake a person who has won an event even.
Yep, and here we go. Alex gonna be pitching another blue. Yep, so it's really not gonna be the red line list, and goes for the Sonata Galaxia.
Yeah, so this Sonata Galaxia, while discounted by the Rune Chan, Alex could pay that extra blue because, float 1 resource, pay X is 2 and get that go again. If X is less than 2, you don't have to go again, your turn ends. So possibly, X is 2, you can declare a higher number than the card you search for. So in this case, he finds a Blessing of Orcult. So Blessing of Orcult is an aura permanent that creates rune charts. It's basically an aura, read the runes. But in this case, it costs 1 and normally your whole turn. But with Sonata Galaxia, you get to go again. Possibly his last card being read the runes might be impactful.
Yeah, and I love seeing these cards like Blessing of Occult and Sonata Galaxia being played now, because when they were released, I think they were kind of discredited a bit. People were being like, hey, that's not really on curve, not really getting the value out of the card. But here we see two cards previously underrated, now in the last game of the calling in one of the top decks of the meta.
Yeah, and also, Alex going with the Tunic, normally we can see like Dyadic Carapace for the additional blocks, because Aurora is not really very arcane heavy. It's very, there's so much physical damage, 0 for force, a bunch of 0 for force in fact. And, having the armor to block for free in a sense can be quite helpful.
Yep, and here we go. Jinhan's turn is gonna open with a Ravenous Rebel, revealing a red on the top. One of the many 0 for 4s we'll be seeing this game.
Yeah, and revealing that Enlightened Strike off the top, there's a Somersault in Jinhan's hand as well, and going for that Crown of Dominion combo angle, trying to arsenal that Flicker Waves. And we have seen some Viserai lists with Command and Conquer, but I think in recent times they're trying to angle more towards the Rune Chan angle. So we possibly won't see a Command and Conquer, which means Jinhan's arsenal is very safe.
Yep, and Flicker with one part of the combo. Let's see when he's going to draw the Arc Lightning if he decides to take this path.
Yeah, and we also see a Electrostatic Somersault in Jinhan's hand. That card can reuse this Ravenous Rebel, and because he revealed a red off the top, it's going to come in for yet another 4.
Yes, and it's just going to be another 4. Let's see what Alex is going to do.
And Alex, committing that block, the first attack round. We'll see if he blocks this Ravenous Rebel.
Yep, and for those in chat, yes, those boots that Jinhan is rocking are the Snapdragon Scaler, so not Nalrune.
Yeah, and Jinhan is actually running Snapdragon Scalers as well. There's no Arcane Barrier, so if Alex comes in with enough Arcane, the game could end right there. If you have 40 rune chance, that's his whole life total.
Yep, and so he looks like his plan here is really to just hit Alex and hit him hard.
Yeah, we're looking, Alex here looking to block with multiple cards, so possibly just trying to generate as many rune chance as possible, and Jinhan firing off that lightning card, the lightning press, as an kind of pseudo attack reaction. It's an instant. You could, use it to pop a Phantasm attack, but in this game, they are both Rune Blades. It's more see who deals more damage in the most unconventional ways possible.
Yep.
And yeah, as expected, he arsenaled the Flicker Waves rather than pitch it to create the embodiment of lightning with Aurora's ability.
And Alright, doesn't seem he has the Arc Lightning in hand now. But still pretty good cards he drew.
Yeah, one of them being a core Aurora card, the Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah, and Alex gonna be starting the turn with 4 rune chants. Sorry, my bad. He's gonna be starting the turn with 6 rune chants.
Yeah, playing the Deadwood Dirge, a new card from Rosetta, a common, and into read the runes. So, you know, Alex here really going for that mass rune chant play.
Yep, that is crazy on his part. Yep, so now back to Jinhan's turn. He's got a full grip to work with. I think we see a Fry, a Channel Lightning Valley, an Exude, and an E-Strike. We know that he's probably not going to be using the Flicker Wisp this turn, I assume.
So Jinhan could go for more aggressive plan, trying to find the kind of more important card in the, you know, as Arc Lightning, because Flicker Wisp on its own is just it's just 2 arcane damage if you fuse it. But with Arc Lightning, you know, all these go again triggers, it, you know, generates more damage. But without the Arc Lightning, the Flicker Wisp doesn't really represent too much. And, you know, while Alex is AB1, if you present a Flicker Wisp which comes in for 2 arcane, Alex cannot really prevent it. So possibly a play to enable his Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah, and Jinhan's just going to be presenting a 1 with no go again at this point in time. Although I think, you know, Alex seeing 3 cards behind probably knows a lightning instant is coming down.
Yeah, and you know, blocking for 2 is just, you know, that Star Force power if you play a lightning card, and also playing around the Channel Lightning Valley which Jinhan plays out. And I think an interesting card that Jinhan has pitched is Fry, a card that not so commonly played in Aurora, I think.
Yeah, but it is a lightning starter, I think. Some
Yeah.
of them have been opting for it, right?
Yeah, so as a lightning starter, it enables the channel ability from Channel Lightning Valley here. So he gets to keep it around for another turn. You know, that we have seen some really tech cards, you know, Condemn to the Slaughter, I believe, destroys an aura from both sides, but in this case, if you destroy a Channel Lightning Valley, technically you're kind of like trading up.
Yep. And looks like it's gonna be an E-Strike for 5.
Yeah, it looks like an Lightning Strike for 5 go again. So he's, in a sense, hedging that it hits. But at the same time, if Alex commits cards to block this Enlightened Strike, it doesn't matter because Channel Lightning Valley is going to remain another turn.
Yeah, and that's because of the Channel Lightning effect on the card.
Yeah, and also, you know, something to note, Jinhan's arsenal, what is known to us, we know it's a Flicker Wisp, but at the same time, you know, what's going through Alex's head is, if I block this 5, is the arsenal another 4 attack? And is that why he's, you know, committing the go again here? There's like, you know, there's no new in this game, but there's some, you know, Channel Lightning Valley mind games going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuance in the play here, and Alex, being a really high-level player, must be taking this into consideration. And Jinhan is using that to his advantage.
Yeah, but at the same time, it looks like, like he's committing a Face Purgatory here as a 2-block.
Right, because for Face Purgatory to be active, you have to block with an attack action and a non-attack action on the same chain link. But I think he's thinking that Aurora is probably not gonna swing anything for 8 anytime soon, so he should be content with just giving it as a 2-block.
Yeah, so normally this Enlightened Strike comes in for 7. It's a perfect Face Purgatory number. You could block that Enlightened Strike. But in this case, you know, with Jinhan having no cards in hand, blocking with that additional non-attack action that might create even more rune chance, not very attractive for Alex.
All right, and I think we see the Arc Lightning in Jinhan's hand.
Yeah, the kind of what I guess namesake card of this combo is that, you know, of even mainstay in Aurora is her specialization, that Arc Lightning coupled together with Flicker Wisp there to threaten so much arcane damage.
Yeah, and you know, triggering the Aether Iron Weave, Chess Piece, cracking the gold, all these are go again effects that do trigger Arc Lightning.
Yeah, we'll see what Alex does here. Does he, you know, just continue building up their rune chance, you know, considering Jinhan has no arcane barrier at all?
Yeah, and I think we see an Amplify and a Swarming Gloom Veil in Alex's hand. Runic Reckoning being played here for free because he has 10 rune chants behind.
And more importantly, enabling Viserai's ability to be active with Swarming Gloomveil. You can, pump up multiple attacks or go again and create a Rune Chant token.
Yeah. So I think he's thinking here because if he plays the Swarming Gloomveil, the Amplify the Arc-Knight in his hand is no longer going to be discounted.
Yeah, so it looks like he's just playing out the Amplify the Arc-Knight.
Yep, going to cash in on that discounted Amplify. It's going to be 10 Rune Chants, unblockable because Jinhan does not have any Arcane Barrier.
Oh, could we see the Succumb to Temptation in Alex's arsenal? Because Jinhan does not have Arcane Barrier. He's taking all this Arcane damage and he's attacking for 9, a number that's, for a hero with no armor is very hard to defend with.
Yeah, so Jinhan's going to be blocking for 3. I think he might be considering whether Succumb. Oh, no, this damage is just going to go through.
Well, it looks like he doesn't have to Succumb. He's going to end the turn with 1 extra card in hand because he doesn't want to play that Swarming Gloomveil and then not be able to play out that Amplify the Arc-Knight following the attack.
Yep, and for Alex, he should know what's coming. He gave the Aether Iron Weave on an attack with no on-hit. So that's signaling only one thing.
So Jinhan going for the optimal damage line, going for the arc lining before that Flicker Whiffs. So normally what we do is we'll play the arc lining for that 1 additional damage before we play Flicker Whiffs, and because Flicker Whiffs has that go again, you get 2 instances of 2 arcane damage rather than just that 2 damage from the, the first ping.
Yep, and because the first ping of Arc Lightning is dealt to Alex, Channel Lightning Valley triggers, and Jinhan has drawn an extra card.
Yeah, and notably, Alex doesn't have access to Face Purgatory anymore. So this Flicker Whiffs, while it already has Go Again, it's gonna take up that Go Again for free with that's given by Arc Lightning. But Jinhan still has Snapdragon Scalers. He's not too worried about not having enough Go Again effects.
Yeah, and that's one of the benefits of running the Snapdragon Scalers over the Lightning Greaves, right? Because it can really fix hands that don't have Go Again, which is, I think, the one main way Aurora breaks playing that deck.
Yeah, and looks like he's just, any form of Go Again effects will trigger Arc Lightning. So he's using Grasp of the Arc Knight. It's an action that has Go Again, creates a Rune Chant, and it threatens that 2 Arcane from Arc Lightning.
Yeah, and here we go. It's going to be a Ravenous Rabble, revealing a red, as is most of Aurora's deck. Going to come in with the 1 Rune Chant, 4 damage, and then 1 from the Arc Lightning, amplified to 2 by Flicker Wisp.
Yeah, more notably, Flicker Wisp only increases the arcane damage dealt by action cards, so the Rune Chant is a token. I mean, it's more of a Viserai thing, right? Having all these small Rune Chants, but unfortunately, Flicker Wisp does not add damage to that Rune Chant token. This Ravenous Rebel coming in for 4, with Go Again. So the Arc Lightning coming into play again.
Yep, and Jinhan, let's see, I think that's another Rebel in his hand.
Yeah, that's 2 Rebels in his hand. So, he can keep on playing those Ravenous Rebels for now, knowing that the top card is a red attack. So it's guaranteed to deal, that 4 damage.
Yeah, but it looks like he's going to be cashing in the Aether Iron Weave here. He's going to be gaining 2 resources because he's played an attack and a non-attack this turn. And what's great about the fact that he played the Rebel is that he knows the top of his deck is a Lightning Surge. And so when he cracks the gold to draw it, he knows what he's drawing.
Yeah, and using that 2 resource for the gold from the Aether Iron Weave is so efficient right now. And gold, unassuming, just sitting there, pay 2 resource, draw a card. But that Aether Iron Weave provides that 2 resources, so effectively you get to draw a card for free, and it has Go Again. It's not an instant.
Yep, so it deals 2 damage. It's like picking up a piece of gold off the floor and it zapping your opponent.
Yeah, and this Starfall Arc Lightning is also a Lightning Runeblade card. It's not an elemental card like Flicker Weave, so it enables Starfall to attack, and more notably, Starfall also has Go Again. There's so many synergies in this combo.
Yeah, and then it's gonna be the Rebel flipping. Oh no, he flips a blue.
Yeah, so it's a little bit unfortunate. He used the gold to draw that Lightning Surge before playing that Ravenous Rebel, which would have guaranteed that 4 attack. trying to see what the next card of his deck is, in case he wants to arsenal a card. But unfortunately, this time it's a Warmonger's Diplomacy, a card that we see used against Viserai, very commonly.
Yes, but I mean, even though it is a blue, it is still a very devastating card for Viserai for Jinhan to draw next turn.
Yeah, and we haven't really been looking at the life total so much, but there's so many pings from the Arc Lightning for 2 that has reduced Alex all the way to 9 health before this attack even connects. And Jinhan is cashing in right now that Snapdragon Scalers.
Yeah, because cashing in the Snapdragon Scalers now allows you to deal 2 more damage by giving the Lightning Surge go again.
Yeah, and Alex had that 1 Rune Chan, to play this, reduce the Rune Chan basically for free, and it creates yet another Rune Chan here.
So Jinhan looking at the last card in his hand, Current Funnel. And because it's coming after a Lightning card, Current Funnel has Go Again as well.
Yeah, so, behind this Current Funnel, it's supposed to give Go Again to the next attack, but Jinhan's currently out of cards. So it just gives Go Again to itself. But, that additional Go Again means 2 extra arcane damage because of the Arc Lightning, enhanced by the Flicker Wisps.
Yeah, and in a blink of an eye, Alex is down to 3 life.
Yeah, and while the Channel Lightning Valley is going away, we saw the impact it had this turn where, you generate so much additional cards with the goal with the Channel Lightning Valley. He's basically played a 7-card hand.
Well, I think someone has to calculate how much damage Arc Lightning did that turn, because I think it was a lot.
Yeah, and Alex all the way down to 3 and Jinhan sitting comfortably at 24 life. It's like, perhaps Alex needed to block a little more that turn, but we have talked about how Viserai is getting more and more red line, and while Alex did pitch a couple of blue cards, perhaps he didn't have a blue card that hand to even block the arcane damage with.
Yeah, and that's why it's so difficult. Because the Arc Lightning Flicker Wisp combo changes your arcane damage from 1 to 2. That means also that you can't AB 2. You only can AB 1 of the 2 with Naurun.
Yeah, and unfortunately he had to Arsenal and a blue amplify the Arc Knight the previous turn, and then now he's just stuck with playing it out. Otherwise, he's just going to see his Arsenal not doing much.
Jinhan, I think, really happy to just take it here. But I think his hand doesn't actually have a Go Again.
Yeah, and he can't really fuse that Flicker Wisp either because he has no Lightning card, because Warmonger's Diplomacy is it's a generic card. It's good, you can play it in any deck, but at this, in this instance, Alex is on 3. That Flicker Wisp trigger does so much damage, but at the same time, yeah, you can't really do much with that with a generic non-attacking card,
Yeah, and so this is actually one of the issues, I guess, by giving your Snapdragon Scalers away, because it can't really fix your hand if your hand doesn't have Go Again. And not only does he not have Go Again, he does have a Lightning card as well.
Yeah, but at the same time, Exude Confidence that's in Jinhan's hand threatens this awkward breakpoint, and also threatens, when you have 2 cards in hand, you're kind of in a guessing game. Does he have Lightning Press? Does he have 2 blues to pitch for this? In this case, he is blocked with 1 blue. Maybe the second blue is less likely. Maybe Alex will block for less, and then out comes that reaction, and suddenly the game is over.
Yeah, so I think Jinhan guessing what he's going to be doing here. Just going to play Naked Exude Confidence.
Yep, looking to Arsenal that Flicker Wisps, for future turn where he draws yet another arcane damage card. There are a couple of them, Burn Up Shock being one of them. Arcanic Shockwave, also another card that does arcane. Or even draw a second, his last Flicker Wisps. So both of the Flicker Wisps will, enhance each other's damage. The first one will deal 2, the second one will deal 3, which is more than enough to finish off Alex.
Yeah, we thought that Jinhan was the one in trouble here for not bringing Naurun into this matchup, but it looks like Alex might need the Naurun even more.
Yeah, but he has that Naurun. It's just all this arcane damage is not just one arcane like Rune Chan. It's multiple, and also keep in mind Exude Confidence not just has that, you pitch 3 resource, you get +2. Exude Confidence also says if you block with an attack that's less power, you can no longer play instants or, even reactions.
Yeah. So let's see what Alex is gonna do here. Is he gonna respect the Exude?
Yeah, because Exude Confidence, the timing window is also an instant. You can play it once Alex blocks as well. Or, just before that reaction step, and Alex can't really do much.
Yeah, because if Alex only blocks for 3, and then he pumps the execute by 2, that's
Yeah.
gonna be 6 damage.
And it also depends on what attack Alex blocks with. If he blocks with one of those Rune Rager Swarms, he can't play any more reactions and the game is just over.
Yeah, that's why it's so difficult and such a important decision for Alex to make.
Yeah, it's such a nightmare card in this situation because we have seen reduced to Rune Chan in Alex's deck. And while he has all this armor, he has to kind of commit it now, and then maybe in future he needs to block a breakpoint and he no longer has that option.
Yep, and this is a hand Jinhan probably would not like to see. I'm sure he would have preferred just seeing a bunch of 0 for 4 go against, but it really shows how he's converting this hand into something that still threatens Alex.
Yeah, and we can see that, blocking with that red Amplify the Arknight kind of nullifies, Jinghan from being able to stop him from using reactions. But Jinghan is totally okay, if you use 2 cards to stop my turn, I can arsenal his Flicker Wisp in peace. I'm at 16 life.
Yep, and so he did have the defense reaction. So Jinhan's just gonna be arsenaling that Flicker Wisp.
Okay, drawing up, trying to find like that second source of Arcane. Not so much go again going on because he already cashed in that Snapdragon Scalers.
Yeah, but he, this time, notably, has a lightning card to kick his turn off.
Yeah, and attacking with that Starfall is so pivotal, it's 2 damage that normally you won't even get sometimes.
Yep. But now Alex still, unfazed by that massive damage turn that he took, still presenting a large amount of damage back at Jinhan.
Yeah, that Rune Flash coming in, not having to pitch a single resource because you had 3 Rune chance, and then that Reaping Blade, you just pitch a red, and then getting an arsenal. Let's see what Alex has here because, at a precarious 3 life, and we know that the Flicker Waves is in Jinhan's hand. He's, possibly trying to close the game here with Arcane damage.
Yep, so Flicker Wisp coming in for 2 Arcane.
Yep, notably fusing with that Electrostatic Discharge that he might play to activate that Starfall as well.
Yeah. And another thing, it also, if Alex does take this damage, it turns on the second strike in Jinhan's hand, which actually gives him another source of go again.
Yeah, and this turn, if Alex takes damage, the second strike is also active. So, Jinghan might not even need to use the Electrostatic Discharge. With Alex at 3 life, second strike's value gets lower and lower because it requires the opponent to take damage that turn to enable his go again and that +1.
Yeah, but luckily, as we said earlier, Flicker Wisp does 1 instance of 2 Arcane. So Alex will have to take 1 damage.
Yeah, that enables that second strike that Jinghan's probably looking to play out this turn because, how many other, possible turns am I going to have? My opponent's at 2 life.
Yeah, and here we go. Second strike for 4. Go again.
Yep, attacking for 4. Keep in mind, the moment Alex takes 1 damage, because Jinghan has that Arcanic Shockwave in hand, the game is just over because Alex only has Arcane Barrier 1. He cannot prevent that chunk of 2 damage.
Yep, so it's going to be blocking. Blocking for 3. He does have the Grasp and Tunic available for blocks. Oh, but he doesn't commit it.
He actually chooses to take that damage. So Jinghan, possibly Alex could have, maybe he does play Sigil of Solace. It's a card that's commonly seen into, against Viserai to prevent, sometimes you take too much Arcane damage. You cannot prevent it because you drew a bunch of reds. But, Sigil does act as a pseudo blue. You can gain back the life you lost. But in this case, that Reaping Blade also not active. Your life total is lower. So possibly maybe he does have a Sigil of Solace to counter this Arcane damage.
We'll see. Fused is gonna be 2 Arcane damage. Does Alex have a way to not die here?
Yeah, and he does have that block there, and he chose, and Jinghan takes it with just pushing through Arcane. Normally the Viserai specialized kind of a Viserai thing, push through lethal with Arcane damage, but in this case, Jinghan managed to use that Flicker Wisp to its maximum effect, first with the Arc Lightning and now, getting the second point of value of the Arcanic Shockwave.
Yeah, so I guess we were wrong. The ones that was gonna be sending Arcane was Jinhan in this match.
Yeah, and he didn't even have to use Arcane Barrier to block Arcane damage. He just why do I even have to pitch a blue when I can just block your attacks and just take the arcane damage? It's not that many rune chance.
Yeah, no on hits from Arcane, so Aurora just gonna be swinging all their raids.
Yeah, so hopefully this is one of the possible win and in games. So hopefully Jinhan makes it into the top 8. This year has been very good for him, and hopefully it continues on like that.
Yeah.
And, put a calling top 8 to his name as well.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see him again in the top 8. Hopefully he continues his streak, and we'll just have to see who else made it. But we'll be coming back for the top 8 games, casting them, bringing the coverage to you. I think we have some very interesting heroes that might make it to the top 8, and you'll see very soon.
Yeah, and of course, this time, there are so many. I mean, it's a wide meta. We thought Enigma, with the 37 representation in the first day, we thought like, hey, we're going to see a lot of Enigmas in the second day, and only 7 of them converted. So we don't even know if one of them would make the top 8. So, it's kind of reminiscent to Portland. There were a lot of, Rune Blades in general. A lot of them made the second day, but none of them made it. So, possibly when you have the target on your back, it might not be the best meta game to play even what many would consider the best deck.
Yeah, it's kind of like the auto-balancing thing of the meta, right? If a hero gets popular, people start tagging for that hero, it drops in popularity, another one rises, and the cycle repeats.
Yeah, so, even though Alex lost this game, his chances of top 8 not very high, but at the same time, the World Tour Players of the Year points, you still get those points just by traveling to the calling and doing consistently well.
Yep. Anyway, now that we're done with this game, and I think they're going to do a bit of preparations for the top 8, there'll be a bit more of a longer break before we jump right into it. But in between that, we might actually do an interview with some of the maybe people that got into the top 8, maybe some of the previous winners from the games we've shown. We'll bring them right back to you.
Yeah, so stay tuned.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as our thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed, cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. amongst the hunted.
Let's go! You made it! Welcome to your first Flesh and Blood Armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
I can help with that. Dorinthia, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this'll be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brodie's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brodie's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
Block with my arm piece.
Yeah.
Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Say 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty art, right?
Dude, how'd it go? I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great, bro. You've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though.
Ronda.
They're not prepared for.
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawnblade. Oh. Glint the Quicksilver. Can't go again. Draw. Twinning Blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But I have a Pummel.
Oh! Good game. Let's go again.
carnage consumed the Third Age, as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
It's up to us to preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as our thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed. Cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Let's go! You made it! Welcome to your first Flesh and Blood Armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
I can help with that. Dorinthia, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this'll be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brodie's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brodie's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
block with my arm piece.
Yeah.
Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Say 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty art, right?
Dude, how'd it go? I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great. Bro, you've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though.
Ronda.
They're not prepared for.
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawn Blade. Oh. Glint the Quicksilver. Can't go again. Draw. Twinning Blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But I have a Pummel.
Oh! Good game. Let's go again.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as our thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed, cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
welcome to your first Flesh and Blood armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
I can help with that. Dorinthia, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this'll be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brodie's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brodie's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
Block with my arm piece.
Yeah.
Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Say 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty art, right?
Dude, how'd it go? I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great, bro. You've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though.
Creo que hay ronda, ¿eh? Ronda.
They're not prepared for.
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawnblade. Oh. Glint the Quicksilver. Gain to go again. Draw. Twinning Blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But they have a Pamo.
Oh! Good game. Let's go again.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as our thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed. Cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Let's go! You made it! Welcome to your first Flesh and Blood Armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
Oh. I can help with that. Dorinthia, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this'll be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brodie's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brodie's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
Block with my arm piece.
Yeah.
Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Say 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty art, right?
Dude, how'd it go? I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great. You've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though. They're not prepared for.
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawnblade. Oh. Glint the Quicksilver. Gain to go again. Draw. Twinning Blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But they have a Pamo.
Oh! Good game. Let's go again.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as our thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed, cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Let's go! You made it! Welcome to your first Flesh and Blood Armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
I can help with that. Dorinthia, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this'll be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brodie's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brodie's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
Block with my arm piece.
Yeah.
Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Say 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty hard, right?
Dude, how'd it go? I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great, bro. You've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though.
Creo que hay ronda, ¿eh? Ah, ronda.
They're not prepared for.
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawnblade. Oh. Glint the Quicksilver. Can't go again. Draw. Twinning Blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But they have a Pamo.
Oh! Good game. Let's go again.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as the thousands march forth.
All right, and welcome back everyone to the Calling Kuala Lumpur. This is a moment you've all been waiting for, the top 8.
So after 12 very grueling rounds of Swiss rounds, we have finally cut to the top 8, and we have a very interesting set of players here. So first off, Shoma is our very first seed. He's facing To Jinhan, 8th seed on Aurora. So Ira versus Aurora, such an interesting matchup. And on the same side of the bracket, we have Gordon Ko on Nu, facing off Pudding Tom on Aurora.
Yeah.
So Gordon rocking the Nu, he's the only control deck in this top 8. We see on the other side of the bracket, we have Ivan Teo versus Brodie Spurlock and Aurora versus Viserai matchup. Who will be the dominant Room Blade?
Yeah, we just saw an Aurora versus Viserai matchup. In that one, Aurora took that win with this really strong Arc Lightning Flicker Wisp combo. We don't know if we'll be seeing that in this one.
So at our very last match is a Zen Mirror.
Yeah.
Both of them rocking the Zen. Such a powerful hero. Both of them, in fact, starting day 2 at 5 wins and 2 losses. And they've just won all their way, won every single game up to the last round. And now they are placed in the top 8. Both Nick Butcher and Jason Chua rocking the Zen.
Yeah, it's just really goes to show, right? Like, no matter what your performance was in day 1, maybe you might be going to day 2 at a slight disadvantage. It doesn't matter. You can still break into the top 8.
We see that after 12 rounds of Swiss, even Enigma, such a powerful hero, our top represented deck, is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, the boogeyman of the format is not here anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, we have quite a varied top 8.
So I would say this is very aggressive top 8 with 2 Zens, 4 Rune Blades, and just the Nu and the Ira maybe standing out that they are not such an aggressive hero. But Shoma, he's already shown his Ira deck. He's such an aggressive player on this Ira. He's not just putting all the defense reactions. He's running things like Double Strike, Spinning Wheel Kick, Bittering Taunts in order to extend the chains.
Yeah, and he's also running my favorite card in the game, Censor, because I keep telling people, once you play Censor, it's a time walk because the opposing player can't play anything, if you call it right though.
So Censor really is a card that showcases skill expression. On the player side, you want to name the correct cards, maybe using statistics, maybe what cards are left in the deck, and you can really time walk your opponent.
Yeah, it's a very interesting card, and Ira, relatively new hero. We've seen her here and there, but now that she's in the top 8, we'll be seeing, I think, hopefully a lot more of her.
So Shoma really showcasing his power, how good he is on the Aurora right now. Sorry, on the Ira right now. Sorry, these names are all just getting me in a mix. But Ira, even though she's new to the block, she really can throw down with all these Rune Blades right now and really just show how powerful she is.
Yeah, and even like for the Zens, right? Like I think we all have this conception that Zen is the aggro deck of the format. But ever since, the great book burning, the great cleansing of Zen's deck, he's actually toned down a bit in the aggressive side and became a bit more aggro, but a bit more mid-range as well, right?
So Zen losing the Art of War and maybe losing things like Bonds of Ancestry, you stop running cards like this Descendant Gaswave that actually block for 2. So when you're running all these combo cards, they actually block very well. They're all blocked for 3. And now we're moving into the game. We are showing Shoma versus Jinhan. This will be our featured match.
Yeah, and then both of the players fist bumping and jumping right into the game.
So Shoma being our top seed for this event opts to go first. We can see the tuning up. He's ready to go, facing now To Jinhan on the Aurora.
Yeah, we just saw Jinhan in the previous game rocking the Flicker Wisp Arc Lightning combo with the Crown of Dominion. But in this matchup, opting to use his alternative set of equipment with the Crown of Providence and Diadec Carapace.
So it looks like Jinhan's opting for the Diadec Carapace, forsaking the Tunic resource. He's going for more of the blocking side of the equipment, using this equipment to buffer the on-hits that Ira does present.
Yeah, and Ira going to turn 0, really good with that small little poking daggers.
So Ira doing what she does best, Kodachi for 1, Kodachi for 2, and ending off with a Mauling Qi.
And here we go. Aurora also a lightning deck, so possibly with some instance, but no, it's not an instant, it's a D-react.
So Jinhan on the other side being able to fully block out Shoma's hand. But Shoma, he's going to the next turn with an arsenal. What he really wants to do is just chip away at this Aurora's life total, doing what he does best by swinging the 2 Kodachis and maybe one more attack after that.
Yep, Jinhan gonna lead with the Starfall. I think it's a really interesting game, right? Because Jinhan here, being the, I guess, the aggressive player, would like to go second. And probably that's... But Shoma, with the higher seed, actually chooses to go first here.
I think Shoma, using the Kodachis on Aira, he really wants to... He thinks he can chip away at Jinhan using the Kodachis early and maybe angling for more of a fatigue angle because Jinhan... Aurora is a deck that doesn't really block very well.
Yeah, and so we can see Jinhan trying to do maybe a bit more of a setup for this turn because he has 1 card behind to Arsenal and just presenting the Static Shock.
Well, we think this is more of a setup turn, but Electrostatic Discharge into Static Shock is still such a powerful combo. You're presenting 7 damage.
Yup, and with the Lightning Flow active, so there is an on-hit, albeit, I mean, like 1 damage.
Well, one damage is not insignificant, and we can see that Jinhan has 2 floating from the pitch zone. He can use this to create an embodiment of lightning.
Yeah, it's a pretty good turn 1.
So Jinhan setting up for these big turns, trying to set up 5-card hands, maybe with the embodiment of lightning to burst through the defenses of Aira.
Yeah, Aira with lots of defensive capabilities like Flick Flag.
So you see Shoma showing us the defense reactions as to why, even though Aira can be a very offensive deck because of the Kodachis, she actually utilizes defense reactions very well.
Yeah, Aira has been traditionally a really balanced hero, right? Her hero power inherently gives her 1 value every turn if you can manage to swing both Kodachis or send 2 attacks. But she also has access to these cards.
Yes, we do see the Erase Face in Shoma's hand. It's such a powerful card against Aurora, being able to take away all the talents that this lightning hero wants.
Yeah, just making her a normal Room Blade.
This Aira's ability really coming to show why it's so powerful, being able to buff Erase Face, initially coming in for 2 for 6, but this +1 is bringing it to a breakpoint at 7.
Yeah, and it's great because you see Shoma has that +1 counter handy on the Aira hero card, just to put it out whenever her ability triggers.
So Jinhan probably ready for this. This is why he loaded all the equipment that can block, such as Diadic Carapace and the Crown of Providence. He wants to prevent this kind of on-hits if he can really pivot into a more aggressive turn.
Yeah, and I think there's also a good understanding of the meta, right? Like certain heroes are still gonna be running Erase Face even with Dio and Dashes like less prevalence. It still is significant into the Room Blades because it turns off the lightning, turns off the Room Blade keyword. You know, it still helps out.
So Jinhan really thinking on how to block this Erase Face. These 2 players are champions in their own right. Shoma, as we all know, he's the Pro Tour Amsterdam champion. But Jinhan himself, he's the Singapore national champion for this year.
Yeah, both of them with heavy accolades to their name and hoping to add 1 more today.
Jinhan looks like he has 2 current funnels in hand, something that he doesn't really want to do, but both of them block for 3 and they're very good. I would say they are very good cards if you really want to be blocking this turn.
Yeah, but let's see if he even wants to block. It's not something Aurora likes to do.
So Jinhan cashing in his blocking equipment, Grasp of the Arknight, coming together with these 2 current funnels to cover up the 7 damage. Oh, and it looks like an magnetic somersault coming in to take the 2 current funnels back into hand.
Yeah, it's the beautiful 0 for 6 block card. You know, we were talking about Aira having access to strong defensive options, but Aurora also has it.
Not a defense reaction in its own right, but it's an instant. It functions both somewhat like a defense reaction as well as an attack reaction, being able to bounce attacks back to hand. It is one of the premier cards that the Lightning heroes have access to that's brand new in the Rosetta set.
Yeah, extremely flexible and really helping with Aurora's game plan.
Now with the 2 current funnels in hand, and I believe it's a Snatch in hand, with this embodiment of this Snatch is certainly going to be very annoying.
Yeah, and I think that's also a burn-up shock in his hand.
So Jinhan, as you said, leading with this burn-up shock, it's a very annoying card, dealing 1 arcane from the shock, and this burn-up portion of the card is such an impactful on-hit.
Yeah, it makes it so that every attack after this threatens 4 damage on hit, and that is not something many heroes can take.
So Shoma looking at this burn-up shock, just saying, I'm not gonna bother pitching for this arcane, I'm just taking this 1 damage from the shock.
And alright, looks like Jinhan's gonna be doing the Starfall.
So Starfall, even though it's just coming in for 2, it still threatens the on-hit of the burn-up. Burn-up is not just limited to attack action cards, it's all attacks. So even the weapon attacks are considered.
Yeah, that makes this little 2 damage weapon such a big threat.
So even though it's just 2 attack, and weapon attack is already demanding a card from hand if Shoma wants to block out this burn-up effect.
And Shoma, likely trying to do a mid-range to, I think what you said earlier about the fatigue game plan, so doesn't want to be leaking too much damage earlier.
Well, fatigue is not the end-all be-all of Ira. She really just wants to be chipping down at your life total using the Kodachis, such that when both of you are at lower life totals, the Kodachis are the better weapon.
I think I may have just spotted something in Shoma's hand, Kayang. Was that a Poison the Well?
So Poison the Well is, I guess, Shoma's tag card for all this Count Your Blessings deck. And I wouldn't say it's not for naught, because there is a Count Your Blessings deck in the top 8 after all.
Yeah, but in bringing it into Aurora, I mean, I guess it's still, it is a blue 0-cost card.
So Shoma, thinking that he might not be able to block out this turn, opts to take all the damage from the Starfall and the burn-up. I think caught with the no block in hand and maybe a few 2 blocks in hand, he feels like he needs to take this damage now and maybe swing back with a bigger turn.
Yeah, and that's what really makes it difficult to play against Aurora, even though she doesn't have the traditional on-hits. Her on-hits, like this one, Snatch, just extend her turn, deal more damage.
So Snatch is such a common aggro card. It's one of the more powerful ones, allowing you to draw a card if it hits. But when you pair it with the embodiment of lightning that Aurora can create, you suddenly have Go Again, and this card draw is much more threatening than it used to be.
Yeah, because you're not just going to end your turn and arsenal the card you drew off Snatch, you can continue your turn.
But because of the Somersault, Shoma knows the card in hand, he knows it's a current funnel, and he can really plan his turn around this.
Yeah. He knows that he doesn't really have a very clear follow-up, so he knows it's a 4 to a 2.
So Shoma really deep in the tank. I'm not sure what's in his hand. I believe the Poison the Well, and I believe a second Erase Phase is in his hand. I'm not sure if he's willing to give up armor right now, or maybe even block with 2 cards on this Snatch.
Yeah, because for him to cover 4 and then 2, he either has to give 3 cards or, yeah, the armor.
So Jinhan really allowing himself very flexible play, because with the 2 remaining floating, he can either make an Embodiment of Earth, or if he's allowed this draw, he can... Sorry, Embodiment of Lightning.
Yeah.
And if he's allowed this draw from the Snatch, he can make a Rune Chant and maybe still pitch the current funnel in hand to create an Embodiment of Lightning as well.
Oh, looks like he's going to be cashing in the Tiger Stripe Shuko, and he's looking for scrap.
So Shoma caught off with 2 blocks in hand, and I believe that might be 2 Poison Wells in hand.
Oh.
He's caught having to use armor right now, using the Tiger Stripe Shuko to block together with the looking for a scrap.
Yep, so Jinhan having to react to this, is going to activate Aurora's hero ability and choosing to arsenal the current funnel.
So Jinhan setting up for the next turn, and maybe the current funnel may be of use. Who knows? Current funnel is such an important Majestic to extend the chain link, and it's not every day that you see it being played out. It's more of a pitch or a block card, but current funnel can allow you go against and just keep on the pressure.
Yeah, so many sources of Go Again in Aurora, and it's still running the Snapdragon Scalers.
So it looks like Shoma indeed was caught out with 2 Poison Wells in hand. Both are not blocking cards. I guess he's somewhat punished because he's not able to sideboard these cards out. The Bittering Taunts coming in for 4. It is an annoying on-hit, presenting if it hits the next attack, this turn gets +1.
Yeah, essentially saying you better block or it's a 1 for 5. This card released in the... what was it called? The Professor's Bundle, right?
Yes, it came together with the Ira deck. How fitting that you see the Bittering Taunts being played now.
Yeah, finally upgraded from Blitz to Classic Constructed.
So it looks like Shoma's turn looks rather straightforward. He's going for the Bittering Taunts into maybe 2 Kodachi swings and then finally the Erase Phase.
Alright, so making an important decision here. Does he block?
So Jinhan thinking whether he really wants to block. But I do see an adaptation that a lot of Auroras are running now in the Exude Confidence.
Yes, that card denies your opponent generally the ability to play defense reactions if they do not block with a card with higher power than Exude Confidence.
Especially with all the aggressive decks like Aurora, Zen and Viserai running around, they might not have attacks that are actually above 4 power, so it denies them the ability to play the defense reactions.
Yeah, and it really preys on decks that do have a lot of defense reactions, like Ira and Enigma.
Yeah, Enigma especially is such a powerful card, especially since they don't have so many attack actions. But we do see this Bittering Taunts hit, and this Kodachi is coming in for 3, a weapon swing for 3 Go Again. And finally, the Kodachi swing will come in for 1 and hits. And this erase phase is not just threatening the regular on hit. Yes, the Mask of Momentum is now online.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen this headpiece in a while because Zen, our premier ninja, has been using Traverse.
Yeah, so Zen, Phi, all these, they prefer to run their own equipment hit, like Mask of the Pouncing Links or maybe Traverse the Universe. But Ira, being more of a traditional hero and using the harmonized Kodachis, they are so effective at pushing the Mask of Momentum on hits.
Yep, so this erase phase is threatening a lot of damage.
So Jinhan now really considering whether he wants to block this erase phase because it gives Shoma a possible arsenal card. If it's a red, it's very good tempo for Shoma right now. And you also have to consider that the current funnels in Arsenal, it's always checking for a lightning card being played before it. And this erase phase removes all this lightning text from your cards.
Yeah, and to be hit by the erase phase 2 turns in a row must be difficult for Jinhan.
So Jinhan's angling to use his equipment as buffer. This is why he's brought in blocking equipment to be able to turn the tempo whenever he faces this kind of on-hits.
Yeah, because Ira is a deck that likes to run these kind of disruptive effects to leverage that +1, right?
Yes, so the Crown of Providence this turn, being able to turn the current funnel into maybe a better card. Attacking with a blue may not be what you really want to be doing all the time. So Jinhan now really with 4 cards in hand, preventing the erase phase, but still armed with 4 cards and the Embodiment of Lightning.
Yeah, Embodiment of Lightning is allowing him to play his hand a bit more flexibly.
So Jinhan starting with the Exude Confidence with Go again. This is so powerful because it kind of denies any potential defense reactions from Shoma throughout the entire turn.
Yeah, because it's the whole chain, combat chain, right?
Yes, so it prevents you from playing any instants or reactions throughout the entire combat chain if you don't block it with a card that's more powerful than it.
Yep, so seeing how quickly Shoma took that, I guess he doesn't have a defense reaction in hand, or he might want to just sink it into the arsenal.
So because his Exude Confidence hit, this second strike is coming in for 4 go again, blocked by Shoma by Command and Conquer for 3 and leaking 1 damage. This Ravenous Rebel revealing a Flittering Charge off the top is also coming for 4.
Yep, here's the beautiful Aurora 4/4/4.
So Aurora really taking the place as the premier aggro deck because she's so efficient with these attacks coming in for 4 with almost every card. Offensively coming in for 4 is better than blocking for 4 defensively all the time, and there's only a limit as to how many defense reactions Ira can actually run.
Yeah, for Aurora, it's always, the number on the bottom left is bigger than the number on the bottom right, so I'm attacking.
So Shoma actually choosing to go first in this game, maybe he feels like he's actually on the back foot now, facing all these 4 attacks, being the second in the aggressor. So it's not really working out in his favor. Now he's taken so much damage and he still has to deal with this lightning surge.
Yeah, so every card in Jinhan's hand converted for 4 damage.
4, 4, 4, 4. It's 4 card hand dealing 16 damage. That is insanely powerful.
And that has to be good. Shoma taking a lot of damage. He's already at 22.
I believe Shoma had a blue and a Command and Conquer in hand. Maybe he was hoping that Jinhan arsenaled the Lightning Surge so that the Command and Conquer is much more impactful.
Yeah, but now, I think he might have another erase phase in his hand.
So Shoma taking all that damage, going down to 18. And it is the 3rd erase phase, I believe. The Harmonized Kodachi coming in for 1 and a second Harmonized Kodachi coming for 2. And I believe Shoma is looking to leverage the Tunic resource this turn. And yes, the 3rd erase phase is coming for the 3rd turn in a row.
And with that mask on hit trigger as well.
So mask on the stack, but Jinhan is unfazed. He's taking this 6 damage. Maybe he doesn't even need the lightning text on his cards to even play out the turn.
Yeah, but Shoma managing to get possibly the CNC into the arsenal, which is very important for aggressive matchups.
So Shoma maybe evening out the life totals right now, and maybe a few good well-timed defense reactions can really get him back to parity. But Jinhan really aggressive right now. Flittering Charge and Lightning Press pushing over 4 damage.
Yep, and also giving Flittering Charge the go again because Lightning Press is an instant.
These Lightning heroes really being so aggressive, being so on the front foot, just throwing 4 damage after 4 damage after 4 damage.
Yep, so here's a second Flittering Charge. Will Jinhan have another instant?
Well, even if he follows up with an instant, there's not much he can do right after that. There's no Tunic on the Aurora side. He's just gonna be proceeding to Arsenal and pass.
Yep, and I think that's exactly what Shoma wants to see because he does have that CNC in Arsenal.
So Shoma armed with 3 cards is playing the looking for a scrap. He's trying to go on offensive and close this life gap.
Yep, so looking for scrap, coming in for 5. That is also extremely high damage.
Coming in for 5, this is the reason why Iras are now all running this 0 for 1 combo cards instead of the 0 for 2s.
And here we go, the CNC with a +1, so it's going to be coming in for 7.
On Shoma's end, I think it wasn't very effective to block the looking for scrap because it was a 2 block. And that's the downside when you're running these generics. So he's opting to go on offensive for 5 damage instead. But it may be his downfall because he's on such low life now at 10. But this Command and Conquer is kind of covering the weaknesses of these block tools because it's providing such an important on-hit right now.
Yep, so Jinhan it's actually has a Sink Below in his hand.
Well, with the Sink Below in hand, it looks like 2 Sink Belows and a Sigil of Suffering. What a time for Command and Conquer to be around, coming in for 7.
That's a crazy arsenal by Shoma last turn, really catching Jinhan on the worst possible hand.
So we see Jinhan actually cashing in the Crown of Providence just now to cycle out the current funnel. And it may be his downfall because instead of using the Dyadic Carapace to buffer that 2 extra life, he's now caught up with 3 defense reactions.
Yeah, so in Flesh and Blood, what happens is that you have to declare your blocks when the attack is declared. And then after that, you move on to reactions, and then you can play your defense reactions. But Command and Conquer says you can't play defense reactions to that chain link.
So Jinhan really caught out between a rock and a hard place, now stuck with 3 defense reactions in hand. He's just using the Dyadic Carapace to really buffer his life and just maybe keep his life total, maybe keep his head above water. At this point, losing an arsenal is so impactful, and having 3 defense reactions in hand, he's really has no place to go right after this.
Yeah.
He has no good plays, and the Godhead Flash is just coming for 4 with no go again. All he can do is just pitch 2 raids, these 2 raid defense reactions to create an embodiment of Earth.
Yeah, we thought Shoma was the one running the large amount of defense reactions, but it turns out Jinhan has some and drew them all.
So it turns out, what a funny turn of events where the Aurora is caught up with more defense reactions instead of the Ira. And Shoma, I think, going through his head right now, he cannot believe his luck as to how the tables have turned in this game. Suddenly, he was on the back foot all the time. Now he has a 3-card hand and an arsenal to turn this game around.
Yeah, both players having a laugh about that.
So Shoma, we see the Scar for Scar in his hand. It's such effective now because he's just 3 life behind. But the Scar is so efficient in its damage in order to push as much as he can.
Yeah, so Shoma has this opening now. Let's see if he can close the life difference that Jinhan created at the start of the game.
And it's such an efficient play because we do see a blue in his hand, which is pitched now for the Kodachi. And he can follow up with a Scar for Scar, as well as the Torrent of Tempo.
Yep, so Scar for a Scar coming for 5.
5 gold again is a big number, especially considering Jinhan's now at 11 life. We do know it's a Sink Below in Arsenal, which can cover this up a little bit, but you never know what's going to be on the next attack on this combat chain.
Yeah, if it's gonna be a CNC, that's going to hurt Jinhan if he doesn't play that Sink Below out of Arsenal now.
On the bright side, we know that all 3 erase phases have been played, so it's unlikely to follow up with maybe a 4th erase phase. That would be a problem, wouldn't it? But you never know. It could be a Command and Conquer because Shoma is playing this expertly. He's showing there's 2 floating. You never know what's gonna come.
Yeah, the Command and Conquer would be really bad. Shoma are managing to find these disruptive attacks again and again to really leverage Ira's hero ability, making the breakpoints difficult for Jinhan to deal with.
And the way the Shoma is playing this is that he really wants to threaten that mask on hit every time. He wants to show that maybe if you're not blocking this Scar for Scar, I will throw an attack action instead to threaten the on-hit effect of to draw.
Yep, and looks like Jinhan's gonna be blocking with the Dyadic Carapace here.
Yeah, so Jinhan really respecting that mask trigger, fully blocking this Scar for Scar so that it's unlikely that Shoma can get to 3 chain links that hit this turn.
Yep, and I think, yeah, it does break the chain for the Mask of Momentum.
So Jinhan has a Lightning Press in hand, an Enlightened Strike, a Ravenous Rebel, and now an Arcanic Shockwave. So he's armed with a card that actually cannot block. So Shoma really thinking through his turn, what is he going to do after this Scar for Scar and which attack he really wants to launch.
Yeah, looks like he has 2 options here. Tunic is not up, notably, so... I mean, Ira does have access to the Kodachis. Oh, alright, it's just gonna be a Weakest Link.
A Weakest Link for 6 is so powerful right now. As we said, Jinhan actually is caught up with a card that cannot block in hand, the Lightning Press. So this Weakest Link really targeting the Weakest Link in his hand.
Yep, and so Shoma is running the weakest link erase phase CNC, all very notable 2 for 6s with on hits that do affect Aurora.
So Ira's more of a ninja that leans off, not running all these ninja cuts. The ninja cuts are meant for mainly blocking and pitching, but she's leveraging all these generic attacks in order to get the on hits that she really required to bring her back into the game.
Yep, so Jinhan, taking a look at his hand, he does have the E-Strike and the Arcanic Shockwave to block this out, but he'll just be left with the Rebel and the Lightning Press.
So the Rebel and the Lightning Press may not be very impactful right now. Ravenous Rebel is always prone to variance off the top, but the Lightning Press can actually maybe push Shoma push the life total very low.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, if he plays out this whole hand, it's threatening 7.
So Shoma looks like he drew a full hand of blues, I believe, but Ravenous Rebel now coming with Go again, revealing an Entwine Lightning off the top.
Yeah, so we'll really see whether Jinhan's gonna pump this Rebel or just tuck it into Arsenal, possibly as a lightning starter for his Starfall next turn.
I believe Shoma drew a Flick Flag. What a timely Flick Flag right now, especially if Jinhan is going for the Lightning Press. It enables him to cover up this breakpoint as well.
Yeah, and I think this is a difficult decision for Shoma, right? Because if he blocks the Rebel expecting to react to the Lightning Press, and he doesn't press, oh, but he does.
So Jinhan unleashes the Lightning Press, but Shoma, he has a very good answer in his hand right now, the Flick Flag. But if you play the Flick Flag, you're stuck with these 2 blues in your hand. You're not sure what you want to do with them. You have to pitch one of them to swing the Kodachis and maybe the Torrent of Tempo. But what do you do with the last one? Do you want to hold it in hand or do you want to Arsenal it?
Yeah.
So Shoma launches the Flick Flag. Yes, you want to preserve life as much as possible right now. Both of you are in the 10 HP range. Shoma on 9 and Jinhan on 11.
Yep, we're just going to be starting with the Kodachi, turning Ira's ability on.
So Kodachi for 1, Kodachi for 2, Classic Ira, and the Torrent of Tempo coming in for 5. This threatens an on-hit to give Shoma a draw as well as go again.
Yeah, that's actually really devastating for Jinhan.
Jinhan, I believe he drew a Channel Lightning Valley. He cannot really block, and the rest of the cards in his hand block for 2. Shoma getting a draw, and we so we do see 2 blues, and Shoma's just coming in for the Pouncing Chi, I believe, for 1 damage. But it pushes Jinhan down to 2 HP.
Yeah, it looks like we're entering what we all like to call the Kodachi lock range.
Once you get down to 1 or 2 HP, every Kodachi swing is going to be able to present lethal, and you have to drop cards to them every time.
Yeah, but Jinhan's taking this calculated choice to just take everything. He has to swing back.
So Jinhan playing the Entwine Lightning, fusing with a second strike, keeping the information that the Channel Lightning Valley is in hand.
Alright, so I think Shoma has said no blocks. Oh, but I think he has a defense reaction.
So he has to sing below to cover up this Entwine Lightning. So this Entwine Lightning not being able to hit is so significant because the Channel Lightning Valley is not afforded to draw and the second strike is not online.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to opt to pitch the second strike instead, swinging the Starfall.
So Jinhan opting to pitch the second strike instead of play the second strike because he wants to keep the Channel Lightning Valley around. You never know when you might draw a Sigil of Suffering and the arcane damage might matter.
Wow, and Shoma draws perfectly the double D react to cover the 2-4 attack cards Jinhan has sent this turn.
Man, champions really turn the luck into their favor. They really can just win maybe off draws, but it's not just all variants, it's all about skill and deck building. He's built the deck to function the way he wants it to be. He didn't draw the defense reactions early, taking all this chip damage, but the defense reactions have come in now, just when he needs them to close the game.
Yeah, and so Jinhan now has to think about whether he wants to take this Kodachi.
So this Kodachi coming in for 1, Jinhan at a precarious 2, everything is bringing him to 0 at this point.
And here comes the second Kodachi. This one is going to threaten lethal.
So the Channel Lightning Valley is kept around. Maybe Jinhan was hoping to draw Sigil of Suffering in order to threaten an arcane damage on the opponent's turn instead. But we see the Tunic resource being used for Weakest Link, coming in for 6. Can Jinhan even block this out at this point? It looks like he has 5 block in hand and an Electrostatic Discharge which doesn't block at all.
Yeah, just the writings might be on the wall for Jinhan here. He's blocking for 5 and does not have the last block to cover it.
And Shoma wins this game 9-0. Jinhan, sadly, the time for his calling has come to an end, but he's mid top 8. Such a wonderful player, such a wonderful game, showcasing the power of Command and Conquer, such a staple in all generic decks right now. But to be able to turn the game on its head just because you cannot play defense reactions.
Yeah, and Command and Conquer, Ira, these cards very early on in the game, beating Aurora, the newest hero.
So Ira really showcasing its power. Using this generic on hits, they can, even if they're generics, Command and Conquer, Erase Face, cards that are still so powerful in their own right, but they can really delay the game against these heroes with talents such as Aurora with the lightning text. Without the lightning text, they feel like just nothing at all.
Yeah, so actually, in certain cases, your talents, while improving the card pool you have, improving what your hero can do, can sometimes be a detriment.
So congratulations to Shoma, the first seed in our calling, now making it through the semi-finals. Who will he face? He's either facing Gordon Cole on Nu or Pudding Tam on Aurora. The Nu versus Aurora matchup is such an amazing matchup, and we'll never know who's going to make it out on top.
Yeah, but stay tuned for the next round and we will update these standings. I mean, I think everyone at home can see it on, Fab.
Yes, Fab TCG, there's a live pairing system. You can always track and maybe stalk your favorite player to see how they're doing right now. So Shoma really showcasing how good it is and how Proto Amsterdam was just not a one-time thing. He is a professional player. He is very good in this game and he's really gunning for this calling Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, he really seems to be showing up to these callings with heroes that aren't being talked about too much. He came in with Zurid last time, now he's coming in with Ira and beating some of these newfangled heroes that everyone is obsessing over.
So Shoma on Ira, the ninja players, all these ninjas, we just keep talking about Ira, but we forget that we have Nick Butcher and Jason Chua on Zen as well.
Yeah, the newest ninja, newest builds of Zen. Very interesting that it was a mirror as the first match, but we'll get to see them face off against either Aurora or Viserai.
I think these two Zens, both Nick and Jason, even though they don't really want to be playing this Zen mirror, I feel like they're very happy to be on the opposite side of the bracket as Gordon Cole or Nu, because I would say Zen is the kind of deck that really wants to prey on the rune blades. You want to use Zen state and just overwhelm them with all the damage that you have. But when you're playing against Nu, when they can present all these disruptive attacks, it's very annoying. And you'll be very happy that Gordon's on the other side of the bracket and the two Zens should be very happy right now.
Yeah, they should be, hoping that the Nu doesn't make it to the semis or finals to meet them eventually. But as we know, Zen is a pick for the Rune Blades because, like what you said, the Zen state tokens. And some of them even running the wax on, wax off combo. A combo we haven't seen since the very beginning of Flesh and Blood.
So I think when wax off was first introduced into the meta, not a lot of people were using it. It's more, a lot of people are writing it off as a meme card because you have to play it together with wax on. It's not really a very easy combo to find.
Yeah, and it was just a meme card. They were just like, oh, it's just gonna harken back to a little Mr. Miyagi kind of nonsense because it's a ninja. But now people actually putting them in their deck. I think that's what really makes this game so great, right? Like you can just dig your old collection and sometimes you have a card that, oh my gosh, I can use this.
You never know when cards come together to create insane synergies, and now a lot of people are finding the power of the Zen sets, being able to prevent a lot of this damage that Aurora and Viserai are trying to do.
Yeah, and I think right now we have 3 Rosetta heroes, 3 Miss Vale, 1 Arc, and 1 original.
Welcome to Reeve Hero, I guess. I guess Ira will be considered part of the Welcome to Reeve Hero because she's, I guess, for most of us who's been playing the game for a very long time, Ira was the hero that introduced us into the game with the Ira Blitz decks.
Yeah. So, looking at the last 3 games, what do you think it's going to be the outcome? Or do you have any predictions for us?
Well, as a caster, I really want to be very neutral in my approach and hope that the games are just good and that we can get a very good winner and good games overall in the Flesh and Blood. But I would say I want to support Gordon Cole because he is my good friend after all. I've helped him test for this event. We built decks together, and I think Gordon on Nu especially it's like he was born to play Nu. He's such a good pilot on the deck. But I wouldn't say that Pudding is a very weak opponent either. Pudding is such an expert on aggressive decks as well. Playing Katsu when people are writing off Katsu and just going to the finals of calling Phuket, I believe. And then now he's on Aurora for the entire Rosetta season. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't write him off at all. I think he can actually come out and beat Gordon. Who knows?
Yeah, absolutely. Some people think that just because Aurora is an aggro hero and Nu is a disruptive hero, it's just an unfavored matchup. But I think we've seen today that sometimes what is favored or unfavored doesn't really matter. It depends on the player, depends how the cards are drawn. And at the end of the day, it's really down to the game.
So Mervin, let me turn this question on you. Who do you think is going to win this event?
Well, that's a really difficult question. I guess just like you, I've also been taking a look at, I've been playing a bit with Ivan. Ivan is really an expert at Aurora, right? I guess him and Pudding are both kind of similar, as in they both played Zen. But I think right now, Aurora is closer to what Zen was than the current Zen, which is quite funny. And I think he does have a really good shot. He actually went 7-0 in day one. So that just goes to show the skill he has. But of course, not to discredit, very popular fan favorites like, for example, Brodie Spurlock, the only Viserai in the top 8. Really, I guess, underrepresented in the calling Kuala Lumpur, but rocking Viserai as one of the arcane rising heroes definitely has my support for winning this game.
So Brodie and Nick Butcher are very well-established players in their own right, and they're not just limited to a certain kind of deck. They don't just play aggro decks, they don't just play control decks. Both of them, at a point in time, were actually rocking the Old Him for a certain point in time. Nick Butcher actually won a calling on Old Him, I believe, calling Singapore 2023. And he's such an amazing player, being able to play all these different kind of archetypes, and now playing Zen. Zen is I would say one of the premier aggro decks at this point. So it's refreshing to see him change his style up a little bit.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about everyone so far, except for Jason Chua. So Jason, although I guess not really, his name is not as well known in the international community, he is a really good player. And we even saw him on stream, I think 2 games ago, win a Viserai on stream.
Yeah, so the Viserai he beat was actually Brodie Spurlock.
Oh, yes.
So you never know, maybe we'll be able to get a rematch in the semi-finals where Jason may be facing off Brodie Spurlock, but we'll come back later after a short break to see and update the results of the calling top 8. The calling Kuala Lumpur's top 8. Sorry, I got my tongue tied here for a moment, but currently we only have Shoma making himself known as the only player in the top 4 right now, and the other 3 games are still ongoing.
Yeah, so everyone, do stay tuned when we jump back to bring you the semi-finals of the calling Kuala Lumpur.
See you in a bit.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volkor trembles as the thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed. Cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Let's go! You made it! Welcome to your first Flesh and Blood Armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
Oh. I can help with that. Dorinthia, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this'll be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brodie's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brodie's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
Block with my arm piece.
Yeah.
Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Say 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty art, right?
Dude, how'd it go? I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great, bro. You've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though.
Ronda.
They're not prepared for.
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawnblade. Oh. Glint the Quicksilver. Gain to go again. Draw. Twinning Blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But I have a Pummel.
Oh, poker game. Let's go again.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as our thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed, cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Let's go! You made it! Welcome to your first Flesh and Blood Armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
I can help with that. Dorinthia, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this'll be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brodie's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brodie's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
Block with my arm piece.
Yeah.
Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Say 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty art, right?
Dude, how'd it go? I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great. Bro, you've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though.
Ronda.
They're not prepared for.
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawn Blade. Oh. Glint the Quicksilver. Can't go again. Draw. Twinning Blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But I have a Pummel.
Oh! Good game. Let's go again.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatredi was filled with the lust for war.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volkor trembles as the thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed. Cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades.
Welcome back to World Tour Kuala Lumpur. We are into our semi-finals right now after a very long weekend of flesh and blood.
Yeah, and after 12 rounds, now we're close to concluding this event. We're one game away from completing the quarterfinals, and now we move on to the semis.
So we see in the semi-finals, we have Brodie Spurlock edging out Ivan Teo in the quarterfinals and Nick Butcher getting the better of Jason in the Zen Mirror. So the match we're going to feature right now will be Brodie Spurlock versus Nick Butcher, Viserai versus Zen.
Yeah, we have watched this matchup earlier today. We have seen what happens if the Zen decides that, I'm just going to go all out. I'll use my Kassai early at the moment I see you, present 10 rune chants coming at my face. So we'll see whether, Nick Butcher will continue that trend, be very aggressive against the Viserai. And, we've seen Brodie try to eke out a small advantage, try and bait out the Kassai. We'll see if Brodie continues that as well.
So Brodie lost the earlier match against Jason on the Zen, but now he has a rematch of sorts, being able to show whether he can beat Zen after all. But Zen really wants to prey on these rune blades, using the Zen state to his advantage, basically delaying the game until he can find a very powerful Traverse the Universe turn.
Yeah, and we saw that Jason did not actually have the wax on, wax off as well. So everything was hinged on the Kassai, but at the same time, he opted for the Tide Flippers. Arcane Barrier against Viserai, quite common, but in this case, Zen has so many cards that interact with Crouching Tigers, and having to play Tide Flippers might affect their game a little bit.
So Zen versus Viserai in our first quarterfinals. The second quarterfinals, Shoma is still waiting for his opponent. Gordon and Pudding are still fighting it out. They're both very close to fatigue, but as you know, Nu versus Aurora, the game's gonna go all the way to the end. But for the sake of time, we're proceeding with the semifinals first, with Brodie playing Nick Butcher.
Yeah, and Brodie and Nick Butcher are very common names we see in the top 8. Nick Butcher being the winner of Calling Singapore last year.
So Brodie Spurlock is another one. He's second on our World Tour leaderboard currently, and he's trying to maybe push himself above Michael Feng in this regard, because now he's in the top 4 of this World Tour Kuala Lumpur. He really wants to put himself as the first place in this World Tour leaderboard.
Yeah, and at the calling, it's not like the Battle Hardened. The Battle Hardened provides like points just for the winner, and some points if it's large enough just for the top 8 and top 16. But for the calling, like making top 8 is such a prestigious thing. There's so many points involved here.
You really cannot understate the achievement of these players, because there are over 250 players for this Calling Kuala Lumpur, I believe, and being just 8 players to be featured in the top 8, they are such incredibly powerful players, and they really showcase the top talent that they have.
Yeah, and on the other side of the bracket, we have Shoma Yamamura, the winner of Pro Tour Amsterdam, now on Ira, waiting on his match between Nu and Aurora, between Gordon and Pudding. We have seen Shoma kind of dismantle Aurora slowly with all the 4 blocking, block 4s in terms of flick flags, sink belows, and then slowly eking an advantage with the +1 on the second attack.
So what Shoma really tried to do against his Jinhan in the earlier quarterfinals was to showcase the power of looking for a scrap, as well as Scar for Scar, all these go-again options. But who has all these go-again options? Zen. Zen is always armed with all these combo cards with go-again options, being able to just go again into go again, maybe Crouching Tiger into Chase the Tail, being able to stack all this incremental damage. And these damages are not small, because they're all coming at breakpoints. They're not easy to block at all.
Yeah, so we'll see, right now we are going to, get Brodie and Nick on camera. We're just getting ready, and what do you expect out of these two decks?
So Zen and Viserai, let's talk about Zen first because you're showcasing Nick Butcher. He's a super well-known player, Nationals Australia 2022 champion, as you said, Calling Singapore 2023 champion, and he even faced off against Justin Koo, I believe, in the Calling 2023, and he came second place for that Calling. So he's a man well known to everyone, but he's always been known to play all these control decks such as Ode Him, and maybe just eke out and win, basically controlling the opponent using the ice element. But now he's transitioned to play Zen, a very aggressive deck, although very powerful in its own right, using Zen State to control the Rune Blades instead this time, but using the pure damage to really just go through the opponent.
Yeah, and at Calling Taipei, he was playing Dromai as well, which is not really an aggressive deck. It's quite reminiscent of what we have seen on Enigma nowadays, or it's the other way around because Enigma's the latest illusionist. But at the same time, now on Zen, it's just like so different.
So enough about Nick Butcher, let's talk about his opponent, Brodie Spurlock. He's rocking the Viserai this time, and now we're ready to get into the game. Viserai is such a powerful hero, being able to use all these rune chants and maybe provide an alternate source of damage that can maybe really overwhelm opponents such as Zen maybe.
Yeah, and we see Nick Butcher also with the type flippers, respecting the arcane damage coming out of, Viserai.
So Nick Butcher starting off the game, he's starting first, and maybe he's really looking for a Transcend on turn 0 so that he can get this combo going and maybe turn Traverse the Universe into an active equipment. So he's starting out with the Tiger Taming Nakara just for 2 damage. He's asking Brodie whether he really wants to respect this damage and throw a card to block this 2 damage, because you never know, maybe if Nick manages to find a Transcend this turn, he can actually maybe push a few damage on his turn 1.
Yeah, and especially when Viserai has so specific key cards, it's not like Zen, When you have a Crouching Tiger going forward, there are so many permutations, there are so many combo cards that key off the Crouching Tiger, especially for the Zen build now. It's not just, we are relying on Descendant Guards with the, the Bonds of Ancestry following, but for now, it's just, straight up Tiger into Tiger combo card. But what are those combo cards?
So we see Brodie playing the Reduce the Rune Chant from hand, having to pitch for this Reduce the Rune Chant, a Deadwood Dirge going into the pitch zone and creating a Rune Chant for next turn. But we see Nick just playing the Harmony of the Hunt, I believe, a blue one, creating a Tiger in hand right now because he's pitched the Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah, and I think pitching Warmonger's Diplomacy is also an interesting choice here. Warmonger's Diplomacy, very common card against Viserai as well.
So we see how Zen is able to chip through all this damage because of the 1 attack from the Harmony of the Hunt and the 1 damage from the Crouching Tiger, being able to threaten all these on hits. And now the Tiger Swipe coming for 4, able to push through another 1 damage.
Yeah, and more importantly, taking a Become the Ignite out of Brodie's hand. Perhaps he was trying to reserve it. It was the last blocking card in his hand, and he was trying to keep it for his own turn when it finally gets to him. But, Nick just rambling out attacks after attacks, all these tiny breakpoints, 1-1-1, and it's like Ira, but Tigers.
Yeah, more importantly, Nick wanted to push all these attacks such as Harmony of the Hunt instead of playing the Warmonger's Diplomacy that was pitched. It's such a pivotal card in this matchup because you really want to stymie what Viserai can do with non-attack actions and attack actions. You want to tell him you can only play one of these kind of cards this turn.
Yeah, and now Brodie played that Reduce the Rune Chance at the start of the game, giving him a head start in terms of generating that stack of Rune Chance that we saw previously. So maybe we can see some form of payoff in the form of like Sonata Galaxia, for example.
We do see the yellow Malefic Incantation coming onto the board, and Brodie very nicely stacking all these interaction and triggers so that we as spectators, we can actually understand what's going on. So in this case, the Rune Chant is flying out and dealing the arcane damage first, and Brodie wants to layer the Viserai trigger that will create a Rune Chant right after that, and then resolve the Malefic Incantations trigger right before we resolve all these, and then we have to deal with all the arcane damage before we even deal with the physical of the Rune Rager Swarm.
Yeah, and historically, Viserai only has 1 Rune Chant after they play an attack because, all the Rune Chants will go out to attack Nick, when you play an attack action. But in this case, because of Malefic Incantation, you get to create, 2 Rune Chants behind. And what card it gets reduced by 2 Rune Chants? We have seen Drawn to the Dark Dimension.
So we see Nick just taking this 1 arcane damage, and now Viserai has 2 rune chants sitting at the back, but Nick blocking this Rune Rager Swarm, respecting the damage that Brodie can pull out. So Nick, Chase the Tail is really one of the more powerful cards that Zen has access to, and blocking with it may not be actually a very good thing.
Yeah, it might not. I mean, it's not a good sign for Nick because, you know, he probably recognizes he has no real payoff for the Chase the Tail, and it's better off as a blocking card right now just to, you know, preserve some life.
So we see Brodie just pitching a blue and coming in with the Reaping Blade. This is gonna launch the 2 rune chants previously created, along with the 3 physical from the Reaping Blade. So this mixed damage is so annoying. Brodie really respecting that this Zen state, he wants to push as much damage as he can as fast as possible so that the Zen cannot react to him.
Yeah, and you know, when Nick didn't pitch for the first Arcane, the damage that came through, now this 2 Arcane is so annoying. If you pitch a blue card right now, you have 1 resource just hanging out, not doing much, and then you still have to deal with the Reaping Blade that's coming in.
So Nick opts to take these 2 rune chants, already 3 rune chants this turn, pushing Nick from 40 to 37 without even considering the physical damage that's coming from this Reaping Blade.
Yeah, and you know, all these small little chip damage getting in before the Zen state eventually hits the board. Brodie is just trying to eke out as much advantage as possible from any rune chance.
We see Nick blocking with a Marvel Command and Conquer. What an expensive block on the Reaping Blade. But now it's on his turn to go on the offensive, and he pitches, I believe, a Tiger Form Incantation or something of those sorts. But it's a blue block 3 non-attack action, just launching the Tiger Taming Kakara for 2.
Yeah, and Nick playing all these, you know, kind of cards that we normally see in draft, but again, because of how the Zen deck functions of Crouching Tigers right now, any form of cards that create that said Crouching Tiger, you know, it'll probably make the card now.
So Crouching Tigers are so key to Zen's game plan as well. But being a blue block 3, you cannot understate how impactful it is to be able to block 3, especially at key moments when you're facing on-hit effects like maybe Command and Conquer.
Yeah, but perhaps in this game when Viserai is threatening all these tiny 1/1/1 rune chants, that blue pitch, maybe even if it doesn't have a block value, it has its place in this matchup, like all your Transcend cards, for example. If you are unable to Transcend, you're still able to use it to pitch to, you know, preserve some life, or even just get it in the deck, you know, as a chi.
So the Kakara's blocked by a Drawn to the Dark Dimension, and Nick follows up with 100 wins. I believe this is red, coming in for 3, go again. You never know, with 1 pitch remaining, what can Nick even follow up with this attack?
Yeah, so he has one resource remaining. You know, we have seen cards like Censor from Jason, we have seen cards like Mauling Chi. There are so many like 1/4/5s out there that Nick could threaten right now.
So 1/4/5s are such efficient cards, and we see one of these cases here in Levels of Enlightenment, but it's not 1/5. Nick opts for 1/3, draw a card.
Yeah, such a flexible card. As long as you have a blue pitch in your pitch zone, you can choose one of the 3 modes. So in this case, we can see that Nick values that arsenal quite a lot. He just wants to have a card in arsenal, so choosing to get the draw a card effect from Levels of Enlightenment rather than the +2.
So Brodie, contrary to his nature, is actually playing fast this turn. He blocked out the Levels of Enlightenment and just played the Read the Runes to create 3 rune chants. Now it's back to Nick to steady his offense, whether he can bring Brodie down to 0 as fast as possible.
Yeah, and we see Nick finally drawing his first Transcend cards. And it's not just 1, it's 2. One of them being a Passover. You know, we've talked about that Rattlebones, but we have not seen Brodie actually play it. So maybe he's respecting that one-off copy of Passover in Nick's deck. But at the same time, you know, drawing 2 Transcends together normally is a good thing for Zen.
But on the flip side, these 2 Transcends, one of them is the Path Well Traveled. You cannot just play them on an empty chain link. You require to have an attack on board to target for this Path Well Traveled. So he's, in some sense, I think he's looking to pitch the Chi Unleashed to maybe play the Levels of Enlightenment or maybe swing the Tiger Taming Kakara.
Yeah, we have seen that combo, so to speak, from Levels of Enlightenment and Pathwell Travel in one of our previous rounds, where Jason, you know, he had that Pathwell Travel, he pitched it for the level so that he can get all 3 modes.
So we see the alternative efficiency of how to use these 2 Transcends, using it on the Levels of Enlightenment. In this case, when you're using Zen when you Transcend on the stack and use the Zen ability, you're able to get up to 2 modes from these Levels of Enlightenment.
And also remember that in our earlier game, the Kassai was not around the board as early as turn 3, and this time Nick still has it around. So when you Transcend, you gain that additional 1 resource. So not just, I mean, he could just attack with the Nakara, and now he has that bonus resource, and it looks like Nick wants to play out the Chase the Tail.
So this one extra resource from the 12 petal Kassai is going to be so impactful, allowing him to play this Chase the Tail and maybe even swing the Nakara right after this. This level is coming in for, I believe, five gold again because of the path well traveled, and even going to let Nick draw a card on top of this.
Yeah, and you know, this turn could be one of the big Zen turns that we have heard so much about. You know, when your levels get so many modes, you gain so much advantage because not only is the level refunding itself, it's presenting 5 damage with go again. So you have to think about what's coming up as well.
So the levels of Enlightenment presenting 5 go again, and you know there's a Tiger to follow it up as well as the Chase the Tail. But I think I saw a second Chase the Tail in Nick's hand.
Is it possible to play 2 Chase the Tails this turn? Because it requires so many Tigers.
Well, you have to have up to, I believe, 3 Crouching Tigers to be able to utilize these 2 Chase the Tails to the maximum. So I think it's very unlikely Nick will probably be looking to Arsenal one of the Chase the Tails instead.
Actually, not even attacking with the Nakara, possibly. He was looking to just put the Tiger on the combat chain. So, you know, there are just so many tiny decision points that Nick has to make, and it might even affect like the end result, because Brodie has to think like what Nick has.
So swinging the Tiger, taming Nakara, coming for 2 go again, the next Crouching Tiger will get +1. So it doesn't look like he has an aspect of Tiger in hand, a very common combo with Chase the Tail. So do you think it's likely that it'll be the Arsenal card of Nick?
I mean, possibly if he's searching out a Chase the Tail, it's highly likely he's able to generate another Tiger, but in this case, it looks like another Harmony of the Hunt.
So we do see an alternative as to why Nick plays cards like Harmony of the Hunt and Tiger Form Incantation. He wants alternate sources that creates Crouching Tigers that are so pivotal to Chase the Tail.
Yeah, and perhaps Nick is looking to preserve some of his, key cards rather than, you use all of them as like pure offensive. Let's get all the damage in this turn kind of thing. But holding back on, that second Chase the Tail as well. Not even considering playing out that Chia Unleash in his hand.
So the Nakara, the Harmony of the Hunt, and the Crouching Tiger all leaking damage through. And now the Chase the Tail is coming for 4 go again, and I believe that's a blue Chia Unleash pitch. So being able to keep it for maybe second cycle where you do still rely on blue combo cards to deal some damage.
Yeah, and blue Chia Unleash also benefits from the Tiger Stripe Shuko over there.
So Chase the Tail coming for 4, and you know that the next Tiger is going to be coming in for, I believe, 3, because the Tiger Stripe Shuko already been used on the first Crouching Tiger.
Yeah, and that Crouching Tiger was not just 1, it was 2 thanks to the Shuko. And now this upcoming Tiger coming in for 3, and Nick still has 1 card left to Arsenal. Keep some gas in the tank for the next turn.
So, I mean, Brodie is probably thinking about how am I going to go about this turn? Because with the 2 floating, you never know. Nick's already blocked with a Command and Conquer. You never know that maybe after the second Crouching Tiger, Nick's going to follow up with a Command and Conquer. That maybe Brodie needs to keep cards in hand for this block.
Yeah, remember Face Purgatory blocking, you have to block with an attack action, a non-attack action, and Face Purgatory itself. That's 7 block. None of Nick, all this, Nick possibly keeping his Chi Unleash for later, later in the game once the Face Purgatory is gone, you can come in with that huge attack for, 5, 6, 7.
So Nick's managed to chip down Brodie down to 28. It's a lot of damage considering he's never used the Kassai nor the Traverse the Universe.
Yeah, and Brodie, interestingly enough, chose to keep some cards in hand to attack Nick back. As we can see, Brodie playing out the Rune Flash, again discounted by the sheer number of Rune Chants he has, which is 4.
So 4 Rune Chants and 4 physical coming, and we know that there will at least be 1 Rune Chant floating in the back from the Malefic Incantation.
Yeah, and Nick here, remember he does have the Type Flippers, so there's always a chance that he starts preventing some arcane damage, when he draws maybe too many Transcend cards, or perhaps his hand is just, he feels that it doesn't deal enough damage for him to keep so many cards around. So getting rid of cards by pitching them for Arcane Barrier is something that Nick can do.
So Nick looks like he's angling to actually block this rune chance, maybe drawing a little too many blues in his hand. But 4 rune chance is such an annoying breakpoint from arcane damage as well. You want to be able to chip maybe 1 arcane damage and it turns cards like Succumb to Temptation online.
Yeah, and playing those cards because they are cards with go again at instant speed means you can play more attacks. Remember that Viserai, Viserai ability, Malefic Incantations are creating more rune chance at the back. So if you are able to, cheat out one of these go again cards, you could possibly even go do things like play Drawn to the Dark Dimension to draw a card, and with the last action point, even sneak another attack in.
So we see that Nick did draw the aspect of Tiger, one of the combo pieces with the Chase the Tail that is in his arsenal. However, he doesn't have any. It doesn't look like he has any way to create the first Tiger in the first place to give Chase the Tail go again.
Yeah, and one of the things Nick could have done is if he really wanted to play around the Succumb, perhaps he could have blocked with the aspect. But it looks like he's just blocking. Instead of he could have pitched it.
But we do see the Succumb to Temptation is as if the casters are cursing him. Succumb to Temptation coming online, able to be played at instant speed, and now you'll get to strip a card of choice from Nick's hand. Brodie looking at this Tiger Swipe and the Ancestral Harmony. Which one should he choose? It looks like it's likely to be able to take the blue. I would take the blue so that, Nick's unable to swing the Nakara next turn.
Yeah, and it's my mistake. Normally you see an attack, you have thought, hey, maybe Brodie has played a non-attack action, but it seems like, Viserai will always trigger regardless of whether you play the attack or whether you play a non-attack or not. In this case, the Succumb comes later, and you'll still see if you play a non-attack action earlier this turn. So in this case, only 1 rune chant behind, but, the tuning is still active.
So Succumb to Temptation coming in, taking the Ancestral Harmony from Nick's hand, leaving him with just a Tiger Swipe. And it's not like he really has much to do with the Tiger Swipe. At the best he can do is just swing for 2.
Yeah, and we actually see the Drawn to the Dark Dimensions. This one will trigger Viserai because Succumb to Temptation, while he played it at instant speed, is still a non-attack action.
And we see Brodie as the same as Nick, using the Drawn to the Dark Dimensions, kind of like levels, and just drawing a card so that he can proceed to arsenal it for the next turn.
Yeah, I remember the first attack had go again, he gained an additional action point and figured that he should probably reserve this card, perhaps taking a leaf out of Nick's book here.
With the extra action point, you never know. Maybe you draw into a Read the Runes and even allow yourself to play it to create up to 4 extra rune chance. But now, Nick just blocked out the entire turn, and with no cards in hand, he has passed the turn to Brodie. And now, even though Nick's in the lead with life, Brodie with full tempo and 1 rune chant, can he turn this around?
Yeah, and keep in mind, Nick has kind of blocked with some of his core cards. We were talking about the aspect of Tiger Red and even the Tiger Swipe, which we saw Jason use to maximum effect, like threatening 2 Tiger Swipes in the same turn. Now, with Nick playing out 1 and blocking 1, it's not a possible play anymore.
Well, Zen, traditionally you're running maybe 27 to 30 blues. You only have a finite number of reds that if you're blocking with all these reds, that there might come a time where you actually run out of combo cards.
Yeah, and we see Brodie, in the tank, Viserai turns can get very, very complicated. There are so many things you can do, from like playing an attack action, activating Spellbound Creepers, but it looks like he's just going to throw out an unassuming Swarming Gloomveil here.
So just starting with the Swarming Gloomveil, it doesn't look like this go again, because just coming for 3, he's yet to create any auras at all. So Swarming Gloomveil is currently, I would say, naked. It's just a 0 for 3 vanilla card.
Yeah, and also coming with 1 annoying rune chant. Pitching a blue, blocking the rune chant doesn't seem all that great.
It always seems rather unassuming, but the moment you resolve 1 attack action on Viserai, Spellbound Creepers is now the most interesting equipment in terms of allowing Viserai to play out these very complex turns.
Yeah, and Nick probably has that in mind, or even the Succumb to Temptation that he was hit with the previous turn. So that 1 rune chant, maybe you should just block it.
I think Nick also identifies this weakness in Brodie's turn. He wants to pitch to stop this rune chant, and maybe even if Brodie activates the Spellbound Creepers, maybe it's his chance to destroy the Spellbound Creepers by blocking all this arcane damage.
Yeah, and when you have that small bit of resource remaining as a Viserai player, do you think it's a good idea to, continue the aggression? Because it kind of gives your opponent that, that pitch card all that value.
Well, I believe as the Viserai, you really have to be on the front foot, and then maybe so that you can give yourself some life buffer in order to set up for a bigger turn.
Yeah, and we see Nick actually pitching a Transcend card here.
So we see Nick respecting this arcane damage. He's already learned his mistake from the previous turn, allowing the Succumb to Temptation to come through at instant speed. Pitching the Stir the Pot to prevent the 1 arcane damage, as well as blocking with a Chia Unleash.
Yeah, and we see Brodie here actually activating that Spellbound Creepers to create that 3 rune chance from Read the Runes. You know, normally you play it and your turn ends, but in this case, as an instant, he can follow it up with yet another attack because Swarming Gloomveil has, you know, when you play out cards at instant and you create auras, Swarming Gloomveil actually checks it and increases its power, including adding that on hit as well.
So this instant speed Read the Runes is creating 3 rune chance and actually giving Swarming Gloomveil an on-hit effect so that Nick Butcher can no longer block this arcane damage. This 2-pitch floating on his side is completely useless.
Yeah, and you know, completely validating that perceived value coming up. So, you know, I was asking if Viserai should continue his aggression, and we see Brodie, you know, that hits up play knowing that Swarming Gloomveil will always check whether you create auras or not, regardless of whether you just played it or it's already sitting there before it deals any damage.
So this combo of the Swarming Gloomveil and the Read the Runes actually allows Brodie to keep Spellbound Creepers for this turn. After the Swarming Gloomveil, he followed up with a Rune Rager Sword and now a Drawn to the Dark Dimension.
Yeah, this Drawn to the Dark Dimension, putting in all this work. You know, the last turn we saw Drawn to the Dark Dimension give Brodie a card to Arsenal, and you know, this turn we see it give him yet another card to Arsenal. So it's like the value just keeps increasing and increasing.
This Drawn to the Dark Dimension is blocked out by Nick Butcher. He's really trying to preserve his life as much as possible and maybe fine when Brodie eventually breaks a hand, maybe 4 non-attack actions or 4 attack actions and cannot present as much damage as he can.
Yeah, and perhaps, you know, since Nick did keep some cards in hand, perhaps Brodie is just trying to... it looks like Nick actually just passed back the turn.
Yes, so now it's on Brodie's turn. He has the same as the previous turn, 4 cards in hand and 1 arsenal, but this time he's drawn a Sing Below, he's drawn a Deadwood Dirge, and I believe that's a Mordred Titan in hand as well.
Wow, and Mordred Titan and Deadwood Dirge, we saw that creating 5 rune chance, you know, from the get-go, and with this Knife Blade in hand, you know, there's a chance that Brodie actually plays it out this turn, you know, because for one, we do not know what his arsenal is. It could create even more rune chance. It could be a Galaxia, you know, we've seen it fetch out all these auras, normally very expensive, but yeah.
So the Mordred Titan and the Deadwood Dirge is going to create 5 rune chance in total, I believe 2 from the Viserai's ability. You're destroying 1 and then creating 4 more, so up to 5. And with this 6 rune chance on board, Brodie is going to swing a Rune Flash, coming in for 6 rune chance as well as, I believe, 4 physical and creating 2 behind.
Yeah, and you know, there's a tall order for Nick to block out so much arcane and still have to deal with this 4 damage from the Rune Flash coming in. And keep in mind, Brodie still has 2 cards left in hand. You know, there's so many possibilities. There's a Viserai trigger, you know, creating those 2 rune chance behind. There's so many possible permutations for cards that Brodie can play out after this attack.
So Nick's not being able to draw these Transcend cards together so that he can Transcend on the opponent's turn and use the extra resources he gets from the Kassai to maybe block Rune Chance or maybe even just create a Zen State token as Jason did earlier in the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, and we have also seen Brodie do that, you know, that whole pump fake thing. He attacks for the first time, you know, threaten this amount of damage, like, do you want to deal with it? And after they're just playing Read the Runes.
So now presenting all these arcane damage, it really feels like Brodie's now in the driver's seat, presenting 6 rune chance and all of them are going to hit, bringing Nick down to 23.
Yeah, Nick possibly looking to mount the aggression here, you know, blocking with the Traverse. Normally, you know, we've seen this play a lot as Enigma, you know, when you're Enigma, you want to get a Chi, get a big Mirai guy out. But in Zen's case, when you get that Chi, it means you can find any combo card in your deck, you know, get that very key Crouching Tiger and probably, you know, get a big turn of your own.
So Nick blocking this blue Rune Flash with the Traverse the Universe, covering up the 2 damage and really giving him the inner chi that maybe can fill this, I believe, 4 card hand. With the inner chi, it will be 5 and an Arsenal card. We know it's a Chase the Tail and he can really do devastating amounts of damage right now.
Yeah, and Brodie had 2 cards remaining, so depending on how Nick blocked that attack, he was actually considering maybe I can pitch this Sink Below for the Reaping Blade. But after watching Nick block with the Traverse there, it's like, okay, I know you're going to attack me, I'm going to keep this Sink Below here.
So Nick takes this 2 rune chance and a Reaping Blade, 5 damage in total. Brodie, we know, Arsenal's the Sink Below.
Yeah, and Nick just right off the bat, without even trying to, you know, get a little tricksy, you know, swing with the Nakara. He's just going to fetch, you know, get that Tiger, fetch the combo card that he needs, and just go ham this turn.
He's found the aspect of Tiger, the card that goes really well with Chase the Tail, in order to create more Tigers and just generate as much damage as possible. Tigers coming in for up to 3 damage because of Chase the Tail.
Yeah, and Nick with this huge hand right now, with that extra Tiger, 4 cards, this Chi is fetched by Traverse the Universe. There's so many possibilities.
So pitching a Transcend card, a drop in the ocean to swing this Nakara for 2, it may seem just like 2 damage, but you never know. It's going to be a lot more after this.
Yeah, potentially, and we know Chase the Tail, we've said this so many times. You need that extra Tiger. So Nick here definitely has a way to get that second Tiger out by some means, and it's from the aspect of Tiger that he just searched out.
So this crouching Tiger from hand is coming for 1. This Tiger is coming from the Zen activation, and he's going to chip through 1 damage. He's trying to put... Nick really needs to push his advantage right now because he's behind on life, and this Chase the Tail is the perfect way to do it. Coming in for 4, go again.
Yeah, and is there a possibility he blocks with the Face Purgatory here just to try and get some cards out of Nick here? Down a card, it's effectively like you got 3 more damage out of your opponent's hand.
But on Brodie's end, he'll be thinking that the aspect of Tiger is already in the banish zone, ready to be used. And it's very unlikely that the Face Purgatory can really hit anything that's very meaningful on the opponent's side.
Yeah, and keep in mind, the previous turn, the Swarming Groovewheel trick that Brodie pulled, kept the Spellbound Creepers around. The previous turn, then after that, Nick chose not to pitch for Arcane Barrier, so the Spellbound Creepers still can block that 1 damage, that 1 break point that Nick could threaten here.
The Sing Below coming out from Arsenal, blocking this Chase the Tail. I believe Brodie is also wary of the Command and Conquer. He doesn't want to keep the Sing Below too long. He wants to empty his arsenal so that he's somewhat immune to these on-hit effects.
Yeah, and maybe still fresh in his head that huge Tiger Swipe turn from Jason. Maybe he's considering that there's a Tiger Swipe coming behind because, that Tiger generates, enables so many combos behind it.
But without cards like Art of War or maybe the Secret Art that's not been played yet, Crouching Tigers sometimes really just aren't very effective anymore. They come for 0, and Tiger Swipes on hit may not be as impactful as it once was.
Okay, well, Brodie maybe also throwing out the Sing Below, filter out his hand, get the 2 blocks out because, Nick is coming at me with so many cards.
Yeah, we know the aspect of Tiger is coming in for 3, and the follow-up Crouching Tiger will come in for 4 because of the Tiger Stripe Shuko.
Yeah, we can see in Brodie's hand that Malefic Incantation, the first one gave him, was coupled with a Moderate Tide, I believe. Or no, it actually left before the Moderate Tide, but coupled with Moderate Tide, those Malefic Incantations can really rack up those rune chants and, eventually get him there.
So it's 2 Rune Rager Swarms and a Runic Reckoning, as well as the Malefic Incantation in hand. And Brodie very happy to just block with these Rune Rager Swarms because it doesn't look like he has a very big turn otherwise anyway. This Crouching Tiger is coming in for 4 damage, buffed by the Tiger Stripe Shuko. 4 damage is not insignificant. Even if Brodie were to block with 1 card, he's still taking 1 damage.
Yeah, and Brodie looks like he's committing straight to the blocks here. He's not even, hiding information. He's not waiting to see what's the future attacks. Possibly because, he no longer has an arsenal, doesn't need to play around on Command and Conquer as well.
So Brodie, knowing that he cannot keep the Spellbound Creepers for another turn, is willing to throw it to block for 1 right now. And now the Tiger Swipe is coming in for 4.
Yeah, this turn has just been going on and on. Nick has just been putting out the attacks after attacks.
So even though the Crouching Tigers will now come for 0, if the Tiger Swipe were to hit, I think Brodie is just taking a look through the graveyard like, does he have any other combo cards to work with this Crouching Tiger? Maybe T Unleashed, maybe, you never know, maybe it's a second Tiger Swipe.
Yeah, the possibilities are endless. There are so many cards that Brodie has to worry about, but, at the end of the day, you can just use, just keep blocking and hopefully it works out.
So Brodie says, I call your bluff, I'm letting this Tiger Swipe hit, I'm letting you create a Tiger, but it looks like Nick Butcher's not even considering it because he's just going ahead to play the 100 wins.
Yeah, just as a chain extender, and looks like he's going to end his turn here. I mean, it's still a huge turn. Don't get me wrong, but we were expecting a lot more when you have this this impressive amount of cards.
When you're using your Traverse the Universe, you really want to be pushing the opponent below you so that you can use all your aggressive cards to just basically be in control because you're presenting so much damage. But Brodie really still manages to keep a card in hand, and with the Tunic resource, very efficiently swings this Reaping Blade for 3.
Yeah, and there's so few 1-cost weapons now that are as efficient as Reaping Blade. We have seen Guardians have all these more efficient, like 1 card, 4 weapons, but for 1 cost, Reaping Blade does its job pretty well.
And at 1 cost, it's because the Tunic resource is giving you a resource every 3 turns. It's basically saying 3 free damage every turn. Every 3 turns.
And, you know, Nick doesn't really have to block here. If he draws a really good hand, he could just keep up the aggression. But it looks like, you know, sometimes Zen's hands can clunk up because they're so Tiger reliant. And, you know, the moment you don't have a Tiger, it just stops going.
We see the importance of transcend cards as well as the inner chi in Zen's hand. Every time you were to shuffle those inner chis in your deck, you really want to be drawing them again so that you can use them again and again in order to feel the consistency of Zen's turns.
Yeah, and we can see the difference. It's Nick Butcher is running, you know, not just the blue Harmony of the Hunt that we have seen so far, but also the red. So he just wants to keep getting those Tigers, you know, keep racking up the damage. We have seen this so commonly, you know, in part of the Mistfield draft.
So pitching a Levels of Enlightenment, a very beautiful and extended art at Levels of Enlightenment, coming with a Harmony of the Hunt, creating a Tiger in Nick's hand, a very important Tiger in order to fill these combo cards.
Yeah, some confusion over there. You know, some cards create Tigers in Banish, some cards create Tigers in hand. All the Mystic Ninja attacks create Tigers in your hand. So, you know, back when you had Art of War, you could banish that Tiger from hand because it fulfills the condition. But at the same time, you know, Nick kind of has some form of defense against that Face Purgatory. He could just discard that Tiger to the discard effect.
I think it's interesting that you noted that all Mystic Ninja cards create the Tiger in hand, and all generic Ninja cards actually create the Tiger in the banish zone instead.
Yeah, and, you know, a common follow-up here, we will expect, you know, Nick to just push out that Tiger taming Nakara, but he instead goes for the 100 wins.
So 100 wins coming in for 3 go again. The 2 floating from Nick's side still presenting a lot of options and flexibility in his play. You never know if he can swing the... Will he swing the Nakara? Will he throw a Command and Conquer?
Yeah, all this disruption also really, really good into Viserai. Viserai wants to keep as many of their key cards as possible. So, you know, while they're not affected by some disruption, like Weakest Link, you know, Viserai has no blocking cards, but cards like Command and Conquer are huge here.
So importantly is that on Brodie's side, he does not have any Rune Chants or Malefic Incantations set up. So he doesn't have the big burst turns to maybe just go through whatever the Zen can offer defensively.
Yeah, and possibly, you know, the fact that he doesn't have a Rune Chant makes reduce to Rune Chant all that much awkward because remember he had that 1 Tunic resource, but he chose to commit it on the offense. So if he so happens to draw a reduce to Rune Chant here, you know, that could be what he's thinking about. It's like, this defense reaction is so awkward in my hand right now.
So coming for 3 go again, Brodie's really in the tank thinking, how do I block this turn? How do I play out my future turns? So just blocking with the Grasp of the Arknight, taking 1 damage down to 17.
Yeah, and Nick actually just plays out the Tiger for nothing, and here comes the Command and Conquer.
So very significant 2-cost Command and Conquer threatening Brodie's arsenal. And Brodie just very quickly just drops 2 cards, blocks for 6, and now we're on to Brodie's turn.
Yeah, it's like Brodie got in the mind of Nick there. You know, I see that 2 resource floating. I know you're coming at me with something sneaky. You're probably gonna, you know, get that Command and Conquer in, even though, you know, sometimes it's just Nakara Tiger into 0-cost attack. But, you know, Brodie understanding Nick, having played him so many times, he's like, I definitely know you have something coming up.
And talking about Malefic Incantations, Brodie just very contrary to however slow he plays. Now he's just putting 2 Malefic Incantations onto the board, 1 red and 1 yellow. And now it's Nick's turn. He's starting with a Growl. It's such a rare card to see nowadays, but it's a 0 for 3 go again, and it buffs the next Tiger that you play.
Yeah, I think at the start of MST, you know, when all these Tiger cards were reviewed, this Growl card in the Tiger-focused Zen decks, or even there was even a Katsu deck that was so focused on Tigers, they were like, we have to play cards that give our Tigers attack values, and Growl is one of them. And not just, you know, getting the Tiger to +1 is a natural go-again card.
So giving the Tiger +1, Growl is in fact some kind of conditional 0 for 4 go again, kind of like Scar for Scar. So it's such a powerful addition to this Zen decks, giving you consistent access to go again, yet being very efficient on damage.
Yeah, and we can see, you know, Nick here very focused on the whole Crouching Tiger game plan. You know, not really going for the just value-oriented play, but also, you know, all these cards synergize so much with Crouching Tiger.
We see the aspect of Tiger Tiger body come out, coming for 3 go again. And because of the great growl that's been played before this creates a crouching Tiger in the banish zone, ready to be used this turn.
Yeah, we actually see like very few generic cards coming out from Nick here. He opted to play more, into the ninja kind of way, rather than blocked with 2 cards, Nakara into a 1 for 5 that Jason was doing. So, Nick played Jason in the first round, so possibly, this Tiger consistency might have just gotten him past the finish line.
We see a reduced Runchan coming from Arsenal, blocking this aspect of Tiger, creating a Runchan as well. Now over blocking the aspect of Tiger also, even though the defense direction came from Arsenal, I guess, that also protects you from the command and conquer again. And Nick opting to pitch his Warmonger's Diplomacy to swing the Nakara instead of playing the Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah, so one of the things about Malefic Incantation, Viserai requires you to play a non-attack action to even create a single Runchan. But in the case that you have gotten those out, just playing an attack will get you a Runchan. So maybe that Warmonger's Diplomacy doesn't do as much anymore.
So after the Nakara swing and the Growl swing, this Crouching Tiger is actually coming for 2 damage, and it does push to bringing Brodie down to 13. And now a Harmony of the Hunt, putting another Tiger back into Nick's hand.
Yeah, we can see this annoying, Kodachi-esque gameplay. It's like Nakara comes in for 1, Crouching Tiger comes in, Nakara comes in for 2, Crouching Tiger comes in for 1, and the next Tiger will be buffed up by the Shuko as well.
I think Nick's thinking that he doesn't really have to play the Warmonger's Diplomacy because Brodie is so willing to be blocking his aspect of Tiger and the Nakara as well. So presenting as much damage as he can, and then maybe maintaining the Crouching Tiger in the arsenal, or maybe playing it out for 1 damage because of the... Oh, and we see an Enlightened Strike instead, using the Tiger as field.
Yeah, and choosing to draw a card. He doesn't want that Tiger in arsenal. He doesn't even want the E-Strike in arsenal. He just wants to, use the Tiger as a fuel, because E-Strike requires you to put a card at the bottom. And remember all these Mystic Ninja attacks putting Crouching Tigers into hand. We see it coming into play here. Nick getting to cycle away that Tiger and getting the extra 1 card in arsenal.
And with Nick at 15 and Brodie at 10, Nick knows that the game won't last for long, and he might not even draw this Tiger back again. The Enlightened Strike coming in for 5 allows him to draw a card and maybe change this Tiger for a much more impactful card on a later turn.
Yeah, and I think it's quite interesting here that Nick has actually only transcended maybe once or twice this game.
Well, this game is a lot more tense, instead not so swingy, where everyone's throwing super big damage into each other. Both players very willing to block and then just edge out a little bit here and there, maybe get themselves to the victory.
Yeah, and Nick also keeping up this arsenal card. Every time just threatening, look, I have 1 more card than you because I have a card in arsenal every turn. It forces Brodie to think like, if I decide to block too much, I give my opponent a little bit too much space and he'll probably overwhelm me.
Nick's always trying to set up an arsenal so that he's always threatening a potential 5-card hand, and he can always just present lethal whenever Brodie just takes an off turn.
Yeah, and that 1 card is so unknown. We have no idea what it is, but most of Zen's cards are very easily, arsenal, and Nick designed the deck in a sense that way. Whenever he draws like a Warmongers, it's perfectly fine for him to even put it in the arsenal.
And I believe that's why he's running things like Harmony of the Hunt or Tiger Form Incantation, cards that he doesn't mind playing because they create a Tiger after all.
Yeah, and Brodie's giving a little bit of a think. He has yet another Malefic Incantation, so there is a possibility he will block here just to, get the extra incantation out during, or even arsenal it and wait for, the Modritide.
Well, we see in hand a Malefic Incantation, a Swarming Gloomveil, and a Red Amplify the Arknight. So it looks like Brodie actually has a pretty good turn if he presented all this damage, and Enlightened Strike for 5 is actually half his life total. If he cannot present lethal, I'm pretty sure Nick will be very happy to just keep all the cards in his hand and present lethal.
Yeah, and Viserai having these awkward hands is quite common, even though, they kind of got a consistency upgrade, in terms of Malefic Incantation. You no longer have to worry when your opponents play Warmonger's Diplomacy, which was a huge factor back then.
So we see Brodie using the Face Purgatory to maximum effect, forcing Nick to discard the last card, and the last card was an Enlightened Strike, coming off the draw from the previous Enlightened Strike.
Yeah, and Enlightened Strike fetching another Enlightened Strike, I think that's a good upgrade compared to a Crouching Tiger. And, Brodie here doesn't care about, getting 7 full value out of Face Purgatory. He sees the window and he went for it.
He feels like he needs this tempo plays to keep Nick off the 5-card hand. He wants to be able to turn this into an advantage and maybe keep himself in the game. He's at 10 life. He feels behind because he's down on 5 life. And the Malefic Incantations, even though they are brand new and fresh on the board, they have not generated any damage at all.
Yeah, possibly Brodie's just waiting it out, wait out the storm, possibly because Traverse the Universe is now gone. So, if you wait long enough, Zen will eventually draw that awkward, non-huge combat chain because I don't have a Tiger turn.
So we see the Become the Arc Knight and the Swarming Gloomveil in Brodie's hand, and he's starting with the Swarming Gloomveil. Coming in for 2 rune chance that was previously created, and the Malefic Incantations will create another 2 behind. So this Swarming Gloomveil will at least be coming for 4 go again, but it lacks the on-hit that stops you from pitching for the arcane damage afterwards.
Yeah, but Brodie, again, just might be baiting a reaction out of Nick because, he denied Nick that Arsenal slot the previous turn with the Face Purgatory. And this turn is like, here, I'm coming with this Swarming Gloomveil, If you take this rune chant damage, what happens if I play a Succumb to Temptation, which actually happened earlier this game?
So Nick pitching a Cosmic Awakening to stop this rune chance, I think really identifying that because you're going to have 2 rune chants behind, I can get maximum of my pitching for this arcane damage.
Yeah, but what Nick doesn't know is that Brodie's probably going to pass the turn. He has to become the Arc Knight. It's such a key component of Viserai's consistency. You get to discard a non-attack or an attack action to find, an attack or a non-attack action of your choice.
So Nick looks like he's drawn a handful of blues, but they all block for 3. They're very efficient at trying to preserve his life right now. So this game is really so tense. None of them are having giant blow-up turns or anything.
Yeah, and Nick kind of stuck with this weird growl hand without Crouching Tigers, but he's just going to play it out anyway because, any damage is damage when your opponent's on 10 life.
So Nick really playing more of a methodical approach, trading with good cards and blocking with all these very effective cards that actually block for 3 because his deck is not diluted with cards that block for 2.
Yeah, and possibly even keeping the last card, we saw it was a Wind Chakra blue. We have seen, turns where you need a blue to transcend, right? And Wind Chakra is so good at enabling transcend cards because first of all, it's a blue with Go Again, and you can even respond to it, transcend, get the additional resource from the Kassai, and now the transcend condition is fulfilled on the card as well.
Yeah, and Wind Chakra, if you fulfill the transcend condition, it's going to give the next Tiger +3. And at +3, it's pretty much not the blue card anymore. It's almost a red card at this point.
Yeah, and Brodie here, trying to think whether he needs that 3 life or the extra card. Remember, his arsenal is Become the Arc Knight. We know that there are many, many huge Viserai turns that start off with a moderate tide, and with with access to being able to search it out at will because Become the Arc Knight is a tutor card. You can just find whatever you want based on what you discarded. Brodie could just take this 3 damage here and go for it.
Well, with Nick only having 2 cards in hand, after playing the ground, he only has 1, so he's only presenting 3 go again. I think on Brodie's end, he feels like maybe this is the time where he really has to turn the tables.
Yeah, and keep in mind the Kassai is still in play, but the Traverse the Universe is gone, so there's no more on-demand chi for Nick to, fetch from his deck.
So the Runic Reckoning coming to block 3 on the ground, and as you said, the Wind Chakra is going to go into Arsenal for the potential Transcend next turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nick did not draw a Transcend card, so if Brodie decides to go all out here with the Rune Chance, that Kassai actually doesn't do anything.
Well, more importantly, I think Nick has finally drawn a Warmongers that he might actually play. And this Warmongers might actually help stymie the bleeding right now, but Brodie playing the Become the Arc Knight and discarding, I believe, a yellow Rune Rager, finding the Moderate Tide. Moderate Tide, probably at this point, almost a Viserai specialization, but it's the most powerful card that you can pair with Malefic Incantations.
Yeah, and, Brodie might have smelled that, hey, I feel some weakness coming from Nick. He seems to be arsenaling all this, like keeping 1 card in Arsenal, trying to fake me out every other turn, and it's like, look, I'm just going to play the Moderate Tide. Do you have it or not?
So the Moderate Tide's coming out, creating an extra Rune Chant, and now the Deadwood Dirge, creating even more, up to 8 Rune Chants.
Yeah, and Brodie cashing in those 8 Rune Chants off a Drawn to the Dark Dimension. We have seen this card played twice this game. This is the 3rd time, and, while it doesn't have Go Again, he's probably just going to put that card he drew straight to the Arsenal.
Drawn to the Dark Dimension, such a powerful card, allowing you to draw a card. And now, the Moderate Tide with all these Malefic Incantations, even though there's already 8 Rune Chants flying at Nick, we know there's gonna be 6 behind.
Yeah, and Nick, would prefer that he could use the Kassai activation, get that Zen state this turn, prevent that 8 Arcane coming at him and keep up the aggression, but unfortunately hasn't seen many, Chi cards or Transcend cards this game.
We saw how impactful Zen state is at stopping Viserai's ability to play out turns. You force him into the defensive state so that you as Zen can just keep throwing aggressive cards. But now, without any Transcend cards, Nick is really just trying to preserve as much life as he can.
Yeah, and that Drawn to the Dark Dimension, not just threatening that mass of 8 rune chants flying it straight at Nick. It triggered the 2 Malefic incantations, and thanks to Moderate Tide, you create double the rune chants. Well, +1, but in this case, when you're creating 1, there's 2.
So a very heads-up play from Nick. He pitches to block every single rune chant because he doesn't want to allow Brodie to maybe play a Succumb to Temptation and gain extra action points. So the attack, basically the turn ends at the Drawn to the Dark Dimension, and now Nick can play the Warmonger's Diplomacy, maybe making Brodie in a tight spot. He has to choose either War or Peace, and if he does choose Peace, it allows a lot of space for Nick to play out and maybe present as much damage as he can.
Yeah, and we can see Brodie drawing yet another Malefic incantation, but it comes in combination with a defense reaction and a Swarming Gloom Veil. So it makes this Warmonger's turn all that much impactful because Brodie has to choose between one of them.
So having 2 non-attack actions, a defense reaction, and only 1 attack, even if you were to choose War, all you can do is play the Swarming Gloom Veil and swing the Reaping Blade. But we are not sure what's in Brodie's arsenal. You never know. Maybe if you choose War, if you can play maybe a Rune Flash or something to be able to present as much damage as you can.
Yeah, and it looks like, all that Traverse shuffling has shuffled that pass over that he pitched earlier, just for that 1 resource to play the levels of Enlightenment and then transcend with the Pathway Travel. And it came together with a grains that tipped the scales.
It feels like I called it. The Rune Flash did come from Arsenal. 6 Rune Chants and 4 physical. What a way to play through Warmongers, especially if you're naming War.
Yeah, and that Viserai ability is definitely not triggering this turn. There are no non-attack actions that can be played because Brodie cannot play it thanks to Warmongers. But at the same time, that 1 Malefic in play, creating that crucial rune chant so that Brodie can play out even that Swarming Gloom Veil in his hand.
I think for Nick right now, having finally drawn 2 Transcend cards at the same time, staring down these 6 Rune Chants, it really feels like even though you're buffing the Rune Flash by playing the grains that tip the scales, you really want to use the Zen state right now.
Yeah, and Brodie probably wishes he had a Go Again attack on the previous turn so that he could have cashed out these 6 Rune Chants, maybe for a Reaping Blade attack. But now he's given Nick that 1 extra turn, that 1 extra hand to draw, and Nick found those Transcend cards.
I think Nick's just really going through whatever Brodie has left in the deck. Do you really want to use the Zen state right now? Because it's a very tough decision. You're in the semi-finals of a calling. 1 win away from just making it to the finals and 2 wins away from just being the champion.
Yeah, and Nick giving a good think, all this Chi better on the offense. On the defense, it's not terrible, considering that you can activate the ability of Kassai to create that Zen state. But at the same time, when you review a hand to not have blocking cards, Brodie might just, go all out with just physical damage.
So it looks like Nick's opting to play the 2 Transcend cards, a Pass Over and a Grains that tip the scale. So he has to target a card, and he does target the Face Purgatory for Pass Over. But this 2 Transcends is going to net Nick 2 extra pitch value. He may or may not use them, who knows, but I think he's really angling to use the Kassai for the Zen State token right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately he has to give this Rune Flash that additional 1 attack thanks to the grains that tip the scales, but at the same time, that +1 nullified by that Zen State that Nick just created.
So we do see that the other cards in Nick's hand is an Ancestral Harmony and a Wax On.
Yeah, so if Nick had chosen War, we actually see a Wax On?
Yeah, I believe this is Wax On and not Wax Off. So it's the one that blocks for 3 at red. So blocking for 3 and the Rune Flash, I believe, is 5 power now because of the grains that tip the scales. So at least 1 damage will be going through, bringing Nick down to 11.
Yeah, but I was just saying, that Warmonger's Diplomacy kind of preventing Nick from also playing out that Ancestral Harmony. So Nick probably, figures that, hey, I can't even play this card out. I'm just going to transcend, get that Kassai Zen State value, and possibly even use this Ancestral Harmony as a pitch.
But this Zen State is really just going to buffer so much life for Nick. Really just hold on to the advantage and maybe crawl his way back into the game and get a 5-card hand so they can just kill Brodie the next turn maybe.
Yeah, and Brodie just considering whether he wanted to play this Swarming Gloomveil, but decided that, you know what, that one Rune Chan, yeah, let's just get it out of the way. I already have go again for my Swarming Gloomveil. While it's coming in for 3, you know, he just wanted that go again, even though the Zen State would prevent some amount of damage.
So Nick looking to maybe preserve a little bit of life so that he doesn't die the next turn, angling to block with this Ancestral Harmony. Because we know right after the Swarming Gloomveil, it's likely to be a Reaping Blade follow-up.
Yeah, and you know, that Cold Foil Zen State, you know, people have been asking it for so long. Ever since Crucible War, it's like, oh my god, you're creating all these, you know, tokens in the Cold Foil variant, and when is Zen State going to be out? And you know, LSS has delivered. That's a very, very bling-looking Zen State right there. Why not just, you know, head out to a calling? And, you know, that's one of the wall prizes.
Yeah, I believe Nick is such a well-known figure in the collector community. He loves to bling out his deck. He has all these alpha foils and, as you see, the beautiful Marvel Inner Chi. And Nick just taking the damage right now and just hoping to see whatever Brodie's going to be doing on his turn. It looks like it's still going to be the Reaping Blade follow-up, but which card is he going to pitch?
Yeah, and Brodie's, you know, considering what his next turn is going to look like. We know there's some machinations in his hand, but it looks like he's just going to, you know, pitch it just to be able to attack with the Reaping Blade.
I think Brodie is looking to Arsenal the Sink Below instead to buffer some life because he knows that Nick is trying to attack him the next turn, and Sink Below can really fix a hand, especially when you're under the Zen State token. You want to be able to find big attacks, maybe like amplify the Arknight, or maybe if you're even lucky, just generate as many rune chants as you can.
Yeah, and you know, that one Malefic Incantation in hand, Nick is at 7. It might not get the full payoff, but it still fulfills the condition as a non-attack action.
So it's the end of Brodie's turn. It's time for Nick. He has to go on the offensive with this Inner Chi and the Ancestral Harmony. I think Brodie giving it a little think. Does he want to Arsenal the Sink Below or the Malefic Incantation?
Yeah, and that one Arsenal slot so important. Remember, we've seen cards like Command and Conquer come out of Nick. If he plays out a Command and Conquer, you know, that one unknown Arsenal card, that Sink Below becomes quite a liability in a sense.
So Nick goes straight for the Zen activation, throwing a Crouching Tiger into his hand. That's why you see the 2 cards in his hand right now. And he's just thinking through, what card do I really want to find? Which combo card do I want to hit Brodie with?
Yeah, and that Zen State, you know, comes to play with one balance counter. That balance counter only gets removed at the start of Zen's turn.
So I believe the other semi-finals has actually concluded. Pudding beat Gordon in the quarterfinals and actually faced Shoma in the semi-finals. So Aurora versus Ira is our other semi-finals, and now Viserai and Zen, they're still battling it out, seeing whether they can, who will make it to the finals.
Yeah.
So Pudding actually edged Shoma out, and Pudding is now waiting for the winner of this round. In the finals, Pudding Tam really showing his masterclass on Aurora.
Yeah, putting in, you know, a lot of that leg work into Aurora after Zen kept getting hit with all these, you know, the deck keeps getting weaker and weaker slightly, and it's like, there's a new Rune Blade. You know, Pudding is a huge fan of Briar, and it's like, I see a little bit of Briar in this Aurora hero, so I'm just going to play this deck.
So Nick found a Mauling Chi from the deck, and I think a little bit of confusion between the players that Nick actually put the Inner Chi at the bottom of the deck, but it's supposed to be in the pitch zone right now. So Nick swinging the Tiger Taming Nakara for 2, go again. And we know that the Crouching Tiger is in hand, and the Mauling Chi is in banish zone. So all the damage is on the board right now.
Yeah, and we can see that one Crouching Tiger that you create from Zen's ability is going to come into play here. It enables the combo for Mauling Chi, that 1 extra damage on hit. At 10 life, you don't want to take all this small chip damage, but at the same time, 5, you can't just block it with the Sink Below.
Very importantly is that Nick is sitting on this Zen State token. He really wants to hide behind this 1 prevention from every instance and then maybe turn the tables on the next turn. He's really hoping to close the game on the turn right after this.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, we have seen Brodie bide his time, wait out this Zen State token, maybe play a bunch of non-attack actions just to create that bunch of rune chants now that the Kassai is out off the board.
Man, this is such a tense game. Both players really just considering their outs. There's not been a big blowout turn. This has been flesh and blood. very classic Flesh and Blood where everyone's trading damage back and forth, back and forth. The life totals have never been too far apart at all.
Yeah, it's a very evenly matched game, you know. Nick Butcher throws out a punch and then Brodie returns back and they do some, you know, deftly defense here and there.
So the Nakara actually taking a cut off Brodie's hand, and this Crouching Tiger is leaking 1 damage, and now the Mauling Sea is coming in for 5.
And it looks like Brodie might have actually kept that Sing Below in hand.
So the Sing Below coming in for 4 along with the grass, very beautifully and efficiently blocking this Mauling Sea.
Yeah, and Brodie getting that, you know, it was a 50-50. We didn't know whether he was going to put that Sing Below or that Malefic Incantation in the arsenal. It looks like it was the Malefic Incantation. He played it out and a Dirge. So, you know, normally that Dirge, you lose an Aura, you know, be it a Rune Chan or something like that. But because Viserai, his ability when you have played a non-attack action creates another one, you just get the full value out of it.
So the Malefic Incantation into the Deadwood Dirge creates 3 Rune Chants for Brodie to swing back on a future turn. And now Nick, on his own turn, the Zen state is gone. But he's drawn the Crouching Tiger from the Enlightened Strike.
Yeah, and remember, every time you shuffle for Zen's ability after you find a combo card, your deck is, you know, back to being randomized, and that Crouching Tiger he put at the bottom of his deck from that Enlightened Strike came back in his hand.
But in some sense, this Crouching Tiger actually benefits his hand because he's drawn a Breed Angle which is put out on the board and is creating a Crouching Tiger in his banish zone which will come for 1 damage after this.
Yeah, but you know, that 2 resource still hanging out there, not committed to the Nakara, kind of gives Brodie that idea that you could have buffed up this Tiger. So, you know, we have seen this so many times, you know, Nick has attacked with that 100 wins, with that 2 resource, kind of faking it out. And then now Brodie's just, you know, looking through his options, trying to figure out what he has left in his deck, like if he ever has to commit to that Command and Conquer block.
So Brodie, very animated, maybe he forgot that he loaded specific cards into his sideboard. But Nick, with the 2 floating, I believe I did see a Command and Conquer in hand. Command and Conquer is such a powerful card, almost single-handedly winning the game for Shoma against Jinhan in the quarterfinals just now.
Yeah, and you know, Brodie, while Brodie is looking through his graveyard, Nick counted the number of cards in Brodie's deck because, you know, Viserai being able to pump up so many cards, block with so many cards, at some point he's going to run out of cards in his deck.
So Brodie really giving a think about it. Does he really want to block this Breed Angle? Can he afford to be on the blocking end again and again and again? Because the game is nearing its conclusion. He's at 9 life and Nick is on 7.
Yeah, and possibly, you know, if the game goes long enough, that Cosmic Awakening comes into play, but at 9 and 7 life, it's highly unlikely.
Well, Cosmic Awakening is a very powerful card in the second cycle, but it's very unlikely he plays it out against a Viserai. It's more for maybe matchups where you're playing against a Nu or Victor, where you get into the 2nd, 3rd, maybe even 4th cycle, who knows?
Yeah, and this Breed Angle also, you know, combo with the Crouching Tiger, going again and creating that 1 Tiger at the back for 1 additional damage thanks to the Tiger Stripe Shuko.
You might even say this Crouching Tiger is more impactful than any other card that he might have right now. So let's say it's a Growl or Scarf or Scar, you wouldn't be able to give this Breed Angle go again. So who knew that using the Enlightened Strike to sing this Crouching Tiger is actually such a great benefit for Nick right now?
Yeah, and Brodie looks like he's drawn yet another Sink Below, but that read the runes without the Spellbound Creepers would take up his entire turn.
But amplify the Arknight as well as the blue to seal off this hand. So this Crouching Tiger will be coming in for 1 with the Tiger Stripe Shuko, showing how powerful an equipment it is, always generating almost 1 damage every single turn.
Yeah, and this Tiger coming in for 1, that incremental advantage, you know, that Ira's ability to get +1 on the second attack is shown here. Well, via the Shuko, kind of long-winded, you must have 2 attacks with 1 or less power, and they must be attack actions, but slowly paying off here.
So Brodie opting to take the 1 damage from the Crouching Tiger. I'm pretty sure when you play the second Tiger, he knows that it's probably a Command and Conquer coming because Nick's yet to swing that Nakara.
Yeah.
So this Command and Conquer is really being very annoying right now. We know that he has to read the runes in hand which blocks for 2, and you really have to give up maybe the other 2 cards if you even want to protect the arsenal.
Actually, Brodie's considering just playing out the read the runes. It gives Nick that full turn with that arsenal, 4 cards in hand to, you know, probably unleash whatever he can. But if Nick is unable to, you know, come up with a very concrete game plan that turn, or just not be able to draw any goal against because all these cards are so combo reliant, Brodie could close that game with those 6 rune chants.
So I think Brodie's really giving a big think about it right now. If he were to drop the other 2 cards to the Command and Conquer and just play Read the Runes, even though he's up to 6 rune chance, he's on 8 life. And Nick, with the full hand and the arsenal, might actually just kill him. You never know. So you really have to give it to Brodie. He has to think very long about this. It looks like he's angling to block the 2 cards and play the Read the Runes. So this really gives tempo to Nick. Tempo is not really a thing that you can see in Flesh and Blood, but it's more of what you feel when you're sitting down and playing the game.
Brodie doesn't know what Nick arsenal. So maybe what's going through his head is also that grains that tip the scales. But if you recall earlier, Nick actually used it on Brodie's attack. So I'm not sure whether Brodie was considering, just sacrificing the arsenal card, or maybe he just forgot that, Nick had already used the grains.
I believe Nick finally found another Transcend card in Homage the Ancestors in his hand, but I'm not sure if there's another blue in his hand. So is that a drop in the ocean? It is a drop in the ocean in the hand. So I believe that there is plenty of Transcend cards that Nick can use right now.
Yeah, and drop in the ocean is an amazing defensive card to have, but at the same time, Brodie just kind of going to pass the turn here.
We see that the Wind Chakra actually coming so useful right now, especially when you've drawn all these Transcend cards. Wind Chakra gonna be giving the next Tiger +3 because Nick has transcended this turn.
Yeah, and perhaps Brodie might not even have another turn because every time Nick draws that Transcend card, that Chi, he gets to find the most damaging card in his deck.
We see that Nick's deck is not exactly very thick right now. With all this Chi, he's gonna be shuffling the deck and maybe even drawing back the Chi. Who knows, maybe the Cosmic Awakening might actually be played.
Yeah, and if Nick keeps up that pressure, Brodie eventually will have to keep blocking because at 8 life, when you're dealing like upwards of 15 damage, how are you able to continue taking damage?
What Brodie is really hoping right now is that he can survive the turn or survive the multiple turns such that Tunic finally reaches 3 and he can swing the Reaping Blade with all these rune chants.
Yeah, and more importantly, finding that Tiger, Zen's ability comes in handy. Definitely always giving you that one Tiger to annoy your opponent with, but in this case, thanks to the Wind Chakra, it's coming in for 3. It's not exactly a very small Tiger.
So this Tiger will minimally be coming in for 3. It could be 4 if you swing the Tiger Taming Kakara.
Yeah, and we see, somewhat of an extender in terms of pouncing Chi. It's not great, but it looks like Nick is opting to just pitch it away.
So Nick's pitching the pouncing Chi so that this Kakara is coming in for 2 and the Tiger will be coming in for 4. Maybe he wants to play his Chi Unleashed. Such a big attack. A lot of Zens have been including Chi Unleashed into the decks. And rightfully so, because it's a combo card that gets buffed by Shuko, and actually coming in for 6 or 7 is so impactful in the late game.
Yeah, and with the loss of the Kassai, that one resource that he could have gained from that Transcend could have paid for that Chi Unleash, but now if he's trying to look to play it, he has to pitch the last card in his hand, which we know is a drop in the ocean.
I believe it's a second Chi Unleash in his hand, and he will likely be pitching this Chi Unleash because he wants to Arsenal to drop in the ocean for maybe a future turn when he gets to Transcend.
Yeah, putting back important combo cards so that it can be searched out later is such a key thing in Zen, because sometimes you just draw that combo card that you kind of want to search it out later, and playing it out, putting it in Arsenal is kind of clunky. So being able to pitch to put it back in the deck is so key.
Brodie looking through his graveyard, really thinking, how many turns can he really block? Does he really want to keep blocking? Because he's going to run out of attacking resources and defensive resources.
Yeah, but at the same time, all these blue cards coming together, Nick still has some gas left in the deck, which means they're all red pitch, and there's 6 rune chants just sitting there waiting.
Well, it looks like Nick may be playing more blues in the deck because he's been drawing a lot of 4 blue hands. We don't really see Zen drawing so many blues all the time.
Yeah, possibly, that higher density of blue is how he's been getting through all these Viserais, through the Swiss rounds. Viserai representation, not the highest, but, the best converting deck with 50%, making it when their numbers are like at 18.
Yeah, so Viserai, a very powerful hero in his own right, but facing him Zen as well, he has showcased his prowess since part the Mistfield. He has always been a staple through all these bands to bonds of ancestry and art of war. He's still one of the forefronts of this meta.
Yeah, and nearing the end of the game, there are so many important decisions that will, all these micro decisions that we don't really see will slowly add up. Like that one tuning resource, like if this game is probably not going to last another 3 turns. When you use that resource, it's like, oh no, and now I have to get, the tuning is just a 1 block.
So it's the semi-finals of a calling, and you can see Brodie's really very animated. It feels like he thinks he's missing something. He couldn't maybe find a card that he thought is in the deck, but it's not in the sideboard. What do you think is going through Brodie's mind right now?
Well, Viserai tends to get this really awkward 4 attack hands or these 4 non-attack hands, and Brodie might have drawn one of those. So possibly he could be thinking like, oh, what am I ever going to do? Like, even if I create Rune Chance here, giving Nick an additional turn doesn't seem great. And if he doesn't have an attack action, that's quite bad. But at the same time, sometimes you have this bunch of, attacks that don't really do anything.
So we do see the become the Arknight in Brodie's hand, and I guess that is the part why he's thinking so much, because he needs to know what's in the deck and what's left to tutor for from the become the Arknight.
Yeah, that card's so important, because if you discard the wrong type of card, because you have to find the opposite of what you discarded. If you discard a non-attack action, you have to find an attack action, and if you discarded an attack action, you have to find a non-attack action. If your deck has run out of it, or you don't even have it in your deck, that could be game losing.
Yeah, Brodie doesn't really want to lose this game right now. He's aiming to win this game. But right now, he's on the defending side, facing this Tiger Taming Nakara for 2. He has 6 Rune Chance, so he feels that maybe he can turn on the gas anytime he wants. And the Malefic Incantation on board, already providing whatever Rune Rager's Storms go again if it ever required.
Yeah, but at the same time, those 6 Rune Chance have already enabled one very, very important attack in Brodie's deck, which is that 9th blade that he pitched down earlier in favor of that Sink Pillow.
So do you think the 9th blade will actually last long enough for Brodie to actually just generate maybe more than 6 Rune Chance and get himself up to 9? It's unlikely that the game will last that long because Zen's a deck with so much damage.
Yeah, and Brodie does take his time to think of all possibilities, trying to not make a mistake at this point in the game.
Brodie is a very calculated player. He loves to count every single out and make sure he has full control of this game. But right now, when he's defending, Nick is the one feeling super chill right now.
Yeah, and staying calm is all part of this game. The calmer you are, the more rational decisions you can make. And Nick is just sitting there like, yeah, I'm just swinging this Nakara, I'm just going to follow out with that Tiger and that Chia Unleashed, and I'm just going to arsenal this card. That's all he's thinking about. But at the same time, you can use Brodie's thinking time to, possibly even consider what's left in your deck. What if Brodie attacks? Am I, think about maybe blocking with equipment, pitching. There's so many things you can think about.
So Brodie finally blocks this Nakara with a Succumb to Temptation, and Nick follows up with this Crouching Tiger for 4, buffed by the Wind Chakra and the Nakara.
Yeah, and we haven't talked so much about Chia Unleashed, but if it's not red, it's a 2 or less power attack. That's buffed up by that Shuko.
Well, you never know. There's the option to, if the Chia Unleash is a blue, it's a base 2 power, so you can actually trigger the Tide Flippers and give it go again, and you can actually play maybe a second Chia Unleash. You never know if you ever need to edge out that little bit of damage. But it looks like Nick's just going for the Chia Unleash, setting up the drop, as I said, the drop in the ocean in the arsenal. You never know when you get to transcend a second time later.
Yeah, and Brodie's, keeping that Become the Young Knight as the last, possibly the last 2 cards, because, you need an additional card in your hand to be able to, use it to its full potential. But at the same time, this 6 damage, going to 1 against Ninja, we have heard that so many times, never going to 1 against a Ninja, Previously it was the Kodachis, and this time it's just Tigers.
Yeah, but you never know. This 6 damage is not presenting lethal damage, and Brodie can actually swing back and maybe present lethal damage in response.
Yeah, just considering whether he wants to just, when you block with 1 card, become the Arknight becomes kind of bad because you no longer have another card to discard. But if Brodie is able to play out his arsenal and hold back that become the Arc Knight for the following turn, that could pay off huge.
Looks like Brodie actually was considering blocking with 2 cards and preserving a little bit of life. And maybe using the Tunic to just swing the Reaping Blade.
Yeah, as the crowd outside is getting rowdy, you know, all these calling events, players getting together, you know, hanging out, even meeting friends from overseas even.
It's a competitive event, but still when players gather together in a flesh and blood, it's always exciting, it's always fun, it's good to meet new people and, well, just play games together. And we see that Brodie blocks 2 cards on the T Unleash and just, I think, passing the turn back to Nick, so that Nick has full control of this game right now with 4 cards in hand, and we know the drop in the ocean in the arsenal.
Yeah, and it so happens that Nick has actually drawn 3 blues with a Cosmic Awakening.
I'm not sure if he's going to be playing the Cosmic Awakening, but can you imagine if he had a Kassai? He can actually do a lot of things and generate enough resources to play the Cosmic Awakening after transcending with the drop in the ocean.
Yeah, and it looks like, you know, Nick probably not trying to play out that Cosmic Awakening.
Well, I don't think Nick's going to be playing out this Cosmic Awakening. It looks like he's going to be using the Chi instead to maybe find a combo card, whatever's left in deck. We know that he's just pitched the blue Chi Unleash. It's a very efficient source of damage right now, and he can really just maybe put Brodie on the back foot once again.
Yeah, so for those who are curious what's going on in the back, the Battle Hardened just concluded its Swiss round, so this is just the, you know, the announcement for top 8. Players are very happy, like their teammates, their friends, their fellow countrymen made the top 8 and they're celebrating just behind us.
Well, Battle Hardened is not insignificant after all. After all, even winning or top 8ing the Battle Hardened gives you points for the World Tour leaderboard.
Yeah, and you know, again, that 1 Tunic resource, very, very crucial at this point. It could mean like a future turn where maybe Brodie needs that 1 additional resource because he has to block with that additional card. He could use that Tunic resource, you know, as that 1 pitch card.
So Nick playing a Tiger Form Incantation, pitching this Cosmic Awakening instead. This Tiger Form Incantation gonna give the next Tiger +1, and then now pitching the Chi to find a combo card, and it looks like he's found the Chi Unleashed that he's pitched recently.
Yeah, and again, getting that 1 Tiger, unassuming, but at this point, enabling that Chi Unleash enhanced by that Shuko as well.
So it looks like Nick's just angling to play this Chi Unleash after swinging the Tiger Taming Nakara and the Crouching Tiger.
And we can see Nick has 2 Tigers in hand. It kind of seems weird, like, hey, I mean, what's the second Tiger going to do? It's going to get buffed by that Shuko, but at the same time reduce the Chi Unleash. But, you know, it's forcing 1 damage twice.
Well, this shows the power of Shuko and how Nick has built the deck in order to use this Shuko to its very maximum. How 1 damage can really affect this game.
Yeah, and Brodie just, you know, taking that 1 damage.
So the first Crouching Tiger coming in for 1, chipping 1 life off Brodie, leaving him at 6. And now the Nakara coming in for 2. So the Nakara also making its way through and pushing Brodie down to 4. 4 is a very precarious position, especially that you know that the Chi Unleash is coming right after this.
And, you know, Brodie had 8 life to begin the second turn, but only small chip damage. Even though he blocked out that Chi Unleash for 6 the previous turn, this chip damage has reduced him all the way to 4 life. That Chi Unleash representing basically his whole life total.
So Brodie's finally drawn the 9th blade that he's pitched, together with a Moderate Tide. I think that's what he's been planning and trying to do, but he's unable to create up to 9 rune chants now. He's only at 6. The 9th blade is not fully discounted.
Yeah, and you know, maybe it's time to commit that Tunic for that 1 extra block, you know, attacking for 5. Huge number, blocking with a 3 block doesn't even, you know, prevent you from dying because you are at 2 life. But at the same time, you know, committing that Tunic means that resource is gone.
Well, Brodie really thinking right now, he needs to survive this Chi Unleash for 5 and still swing back at the opponent. He can actually maybe just block with 1 card and a Tunic, and he can play the Moderate Tide, and he can still pitch a blue to play this 9th blade.
Yeah, you know, there's so many things that Brodie has to consider. You know, Nick's deck probably primarily left with blue. We haven't seen him play a red card for a while. So all this, you know, all that rune chant that we were thinking like, hey, he can maybe sneak some arcane damage in, probably not happening. But at the same time, there's always a tiny possibility that Nick is unable to block physical damage.
But this 9th blade coming in for 9 and 6 rune chance minimally is going to present so much damage that Nick is probably unlikely to be able to stop all this damage. And at 8 life, it's such a precarious position to be in. But Brodie, he really has to think his turn out. How is he going to stop this 5 damage?
Yeah, and then, you know, that card in Nick's arsenal has been sitting there for quite a while. What do you think that card could be?
Well, honestly, I have no idea. I haven't been looking at Brodie's hand. He's been shuffling in a way that us spectators can't really see the cards. But we do know the more important one is that he finally drew the 9th blade and the Mordred type.
Yeah, so if he, you know, if Brodie had that one non-attack action, you know, maybe a Machinations, he could create that 2 rune chance, which, you know, gives the 9th blade that tiny little discount that it needs.
Well, Brodie really thinking it through. I think we know for sure that it's unlikely he blocks with the 9th blade. Although, as I said, he actually pulled it out of his hand, considering that he might have to block with it.
Oh yeah, you know, there's so many things going on right now that Brodie's really taking his time to consider, but at the same time, you know, Nick kind of just sitting there. He knows all his lines he's very familiar with that. You can tell by the speed he plays out his cards, and just, you know, here's a tiger, and then I'm just going to search. Here's another tiger. I'm going to play the Nakara attack. Here's another tiger, and, you know, here's a Chia unleash. So you have to answer all this damage.
Nick really just sitting there and just being so chill because the pressure's on Brodie right now. Nick's already put all the damage he can put onto the board, and Brodie is the one that has to respond to this.
Yeah, perhaps Brodie is just trying to find a way if he can, you know, even discount that 9th blade further on a moderate titan, but at the same time, it's just so hard to string all this together when you are forced to block.
I think what Brodie really is thinking is that he doesn't want to commit automatically and just drop 2 cards to this Chia Unleash because he wants to guarantee the kill. I think he thinks that if this 6 rune chance and maybe the 9th blade doesn't push Nick to 0, he feels like he might lose this game on the spot. So he's really considering that he really wants to be able to achieve this kill on this next turn. If he doesn't, then he might lose this game.
Yeah, and Chad has reminded us that Nick actually, remember that Arsenal drop in the ocean? That could come in huge because if Nick is able to transcend that turn, he gets an additional blue pitch in his hand, which he could use for the Tide Flippers to Arcane Barrier.
Yes, the Transcend card going back into the hand, it pretty much giving you an Intellect 5 of sorts. Having 5 cards to defend really is so powerful. And drop in the ocean, giving an attack -1 is doubly effective.
Yeah, and you know, Nick probably knows that eventually he's going to draw one of his many Transcend cards that he hasn't transcended with. There are so many that he has pitched away previously. But at the same time, drawing Cheese, quite good now. He still has Cosmic Awakenings in his deck, and you know, drawing 3 Cheese and a Cosmic Awakening is the best you could ever hope for.
Well, facing down this 5 damage, it's Brodie's turn, but he's been taking very long to think about this. He's being very methodical, but it looks like he's finally making an action. He's blocking, probably with the Tunic and 1 card from hand.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I guess we could, you know, consider the mental state of the players going into the finals. You know, Brodie and Nick have both played out this very long-drawn, grindy game, but at the same time, you know, Pudding is already in the finals. He's, you know, free to just hang out, you know, reset mentally, get ready for the finals. You know, look at these 2 players, go at it. You know, even maybe. But Pudding, you know, has played Brodie and Nick so many times that he probably already knows the way they play. So he's just probably chilling in somewhere in the room.
So Pudding had a very long game against Gordon in the quarterfinals, but he's actually finished his semifinals way ahead of this game, and now he's just waiting and maybe resting up to play in peak condition. And Pudding has actually played Brodie before in the Calling Phuket 2024 earlier this year. I believe they met in the finals where Brodie actually topped him.
Yeah, and you know, Pudding ready to just, you know, if Brodie actually makes the finals, ready to, you know, get his revenge. But at the same time, if Nick makes the finals, Pudding looking, you know, to get another shot at that trophy that he missed because Brodie won that event, denied him, putting him in 2nd place.
So Brodie finally blocking with the Tunic and a card from hand, the Rune Rager Swarm Blue, and bringing him to a very precarious one. But we know the 9th Blade is in hand. It's probably the card that Brodie has been waiting on. He wants to close this game out as fast as possible. I think what was very difficult about the decision was to give up the Tunic resource by blocking with it.
Yeah, and we can see, Nick is just hanging out. He knows that if Brodie doesn't do anything this turn, he's perfectly willing to just take that free turn and keep swinging for lethal, because anything that touches Brodie at this point that has attack value is lethal.
And Zen's not a hero with arcane damage or any source of instant damage. There's no wizardry right here. Brodie is just trying to go for the win right now. We see a Moderate Tide come out from Brodie, as well as a Succumb to Temptation, creating even more rune chance.
Yeah, so an interesting interaction, if you may, is that this Succumb to Temptation only triggers when an attack hits, not when you deal damage, much unlike that. We are so familiar with Channel Lightning Valley. The moment you deal damage, you get the effect. But in this case, Succumb has to hit. So Nick actually has an option here. He pitch away all his cards and then block.
Well, Nick is facing down 8 rune chance and a massive 9 damage. But more importantly, this Moderate Tide and the Malefic Incantation is going to get Brodie 4 rune chance if he does survive the next turn.
Yeah, and Nick just, very, very prepared, just pitched away those blue cards. He knows he's getting rid of them anyway.
So pitching 2 blues to block 6 rune chance. There's still 2 rune chance left on the board. I think Nick's thinking, what's the most effective way and efficient way to block this damage?
Yeah, and Brodie probably considered everything before he made this play. Going to 1 is huge deal, especially when you're, going to 1 against Zen, who's, whole game plan is to get that one sneaky tiger in after the Nakara attack.
And we see how Brodie's planning really comes into fruition. This Moderate Tide and the Succumb to Temptation basically giving him extra rune chance so that Nick cannot just cash in the Shuko and stay alive at 1 life. Nick has to drop everything. And now, even though he's not dead, Brodie has full tempo, especially with 4 rune chance.
Yeah, taking 3, creating 4 rune chance behind, and Nick having to commit everything into this block means Brodie gets a free turn. Viserai is also capable of pulling off huge turns, especially when they start off with some rune chance.
So Brodie at 1 life, Nick on 3 life. Oh, and it's concluded the game. So I believe...
Oh, that was the last card in Brodie's deck. So Brodie is actually considering that fatigue angle. He has 1 card left in deck. He doesn't know what to do. He just hopefully, Nick doesn't have the cards needed to be able to block that 9 blade. But damn, while we were so caught up in Brodie trying to block out, his aggression, setting up for the future turn, it just turns out that Brodie has just run out of cards.
I think we've kept seeing Brodie's hand from his point of view, so we managed to see how thin Nick's deck was, but we never really saw Nick's hand from his point of view because Nick's always been playing so fast, so we never actually caught on to how thin Brodie's deck was. But it looks like this game, this aggro matchup between Viserai and Zen has actually ended up in fatigue. The Zen has won through fatigue.
Yeah, and it's so unexpected. It's like you don't expect the game to go into second cycle, but it turns out that Brodie doesn't even have a second cycle because he has gone through all his cards. What he was actually considering was just, can I kill Nick in this turn without blocking with more cards?
So it really did end up as a fatigue angle because both players weren't generating giant turns where they were hitting maybe 20, 30 damage. They were trading very evenly, very willing to block whatever the opponent was swinging at them.
Yeah, and what a game, both of them grinding out through their entire decks. And remember, one of the design philosophies is we all start off full, full armor, full deck. We have our full game plans going on. And, Nick attacking in the first turn came to fruition. He just took those extra cards out of Brodie's deck, didn't let him keep those cards in his hand, keep those cards in his deck. And then, yeah, Brodie just ended up with no cards.
So we have Nick Butcher in the finals playing against Pudding Tam, our 5th seed on Aurora Shooting Star. So Nick, who was the 2nd seed, will probably get to dictate the pace of this game because he gets to choose who starts first and who starts second.
Yeah, and Nick not a stranger to the finals of a calling. He has made finals twice, won once, lost once, but at the same time, Pudding as well. He has made finals once. This is his 2nd attempt, and who knows, in an aggro versus aggro matchup, we are not sure what will happen.
Pudding's no stranger to this kind of high-stress events. He's made top 8 at multiple events, I believe, at Pro Tour and once at World Championship. So Pudding is the kind of player that really thrives in these high-pressure scenarios.
Yeah, so if you look at Nick's journey, you know, that's probably the most grindy game he's had, this top 8. In the first round against Jason, it was more like an aggro versus aggro. You know, whoever takes the tempo first has more efficient turns, probably gets a hit. The game definitely did not go into the second cycle. Didn't need to perhaps even use Cosmic Awakening, which was in his deck. And now, you know, such a long game against Brodie.
So Nick started out the day at 5-2 actually, and he's won every single game in day 2 to bring himself into the finals, where he managed to get the last win and clinch this championship.
Wow, what an impressive story, you know, winning out after going 5-2 in the first day. You know, that just shows what kind of mental fortitude you have, you know, not to be set back by any kind of like, oh, I have to win out, all this pressure is going to get to some people.
So we have Nick Butcher versus Pudding Tom in the calling finals in Kuala Lumpur right here at our World Tour Kuala Lumpur. We'll be back in 10 minutes to show you this game, this very interesting and exciting finals. Stay tuned.
we are back earlier than expected. We had
Yes.
a really long game, but the players are, ready to get back in action. The finals between Nick Butcher and Pudding Tam.
Yes. Nick Butcher on Zen, Pudding on Aurora. And I think they are already at the table, ready to jump right into the game. Nick Butcher coming fresh off quite a long game with Brodie Spurlock, but ready to continue.
Yeah, he's just all ready to just continue the action, keep up the aggression, just like how Zen wants to play it out. And also, interestingly enough, before this event, while we were considering like what's going to be meta, what's going to be good for this event, and Kayo was just telling me like, an aggro deck might not be too bad. Aurora or Zen will be fine, and I guess his predictions are on point. It's Aurora against Zen in the finals.
Yeah, two, I guess, classic aggro decks. But Chu Heng, this is the top 8. So the deck lists are open. Both players, I think you can see on screen, studying their deck list, and we have as well.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Nick very, very prepared for this matchup. Not only does he have more blues in his deck, he also has a full 6 copies of Wax On.
Yes, Wax On, 3 red, 3 yellow.
Yeah, and Wax On doesn't seem very good when you're playing his decks that have to, pay for attack actions. Maybe not so good into Viserai, even though, we saw Nick bring it in against Brodie. Probably just as a 3 block, and potentially after, he has sacrificed his Kassai for the ability to create that Zen state, an alternate way to get that Wax, that Zen state with the Wax On, Wax Off.
Yeah, and so for those at home, here we have Mr. Pudding Tam, preferred hero, ninjas, including lightning ninjas. I'm assuming that would be Aurora.
Yeah, and Aurora, we mentioned before, seems like the lightning version of Fire. Very, both decks playing very few ninja attacks. Fire known to play more draconic cards compared to ninja cards, and Aurora is the same. You get to see elemental cards, you get to see, lightning cards, but where are the Runeblade cards?
Yeah, what you're doing is the same thing. You're just slamming cards on the board saying, 4, block this. If there's no on-hit on your turn, I am not blocking.
Yeah, but at the same time, this is second time in the finals of a calling. Back in Phuket earlier this year, he was the finalist. In fact, he beat me in the semis, But at the same time, Pudding's a great player. He's made other top 8s like the Pro Tour top 8, World's top 8, accolades that many players have chased for years but have not reached.
Yeah, and this man does it, looks like almost consecutively from the end of 2023 into the early parts of 2024.
Yeah, and he kind of travels along with, prepares for events and travels with Blue Peach, the team. I think everyone's kind of aware, the previous year at Barcelona, Blue Peach had put 2 members in the top 8. The whole team made top 16 pretty much. Such a star-studded team putting in the finals is doesn't really come as a surprise to us sometimes. But Pudding's so down to earth. He's just just hanging out, wanting to play his aggro decks. In this case, preferably ninjas.
Yep, and then not to forget on the other end of the table, Mr. Nick Butcher, also full of accolades, a very well-known player, and actually also rocking the Team Blue Pitch jacket.
Yeah, and honorary Blue Pitch member. He's very close to Blue Pitch. He has gone up to them, talked to them, very close friends with them even, and possibly even tested together. But at the same time, showing his solidarity, perhaps tested this event with Blue Pitch, like, hey, I'm one of you guys as well.
Yep, and it looks like the game is about to start. Both players have presented their heroes onto the board. And I think...
yeah, rocking up without the armor that we have seen Jinghan play against Ira in the top 8. He's just coming out with that Crown of Providence, the usual Runeblade Grasp of the Arcanite, that tunic, and of course Snapdragon Scalers, just all out. If you give me a chance, I'm just gonna hit you.
Yeah, isn't it interesting that I think almost every time we feature an Aurora, she always comes in with different equipments.
Yeah, Aurora, having that array of equipments, that armory, if you will, just to be more flexible. Like, if I don't want to block with cards in hand, I'll just use my armor. And in other cases, in this case, I think Pudding just wants to attack with the Star 4 every 3 turns.
Yeah, and that's really what the Tunic is going to be supporting Aurora with. And now this is going to be a beginning turn 0 of the finals of the calling, Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, and also, some players have opted not for, Arcane Barrier into Aurora. Most of it is just, I have to deal with Snatch, I have to deal with Entwine Lightning, Enlightened Strike, the Static Shock, all these annoying cards with high damage or even like high damage with breakpoints and some with very relevant on-hit effects. And, notably why Pudding is not creating an embodiment of Lightning this turn is because he hasn't actually played a Runebreak card.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate that he didn't manage to use Aurora's hero ability, but at least he can still pitch cards into the grass to create one rune chant on board.
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. It was a Lightning card. He hasn't played a Lightning card, but at the same time, doesn't want to give, Nick the opportunity to filter his hand. And Nick spends that turn transcending the Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain.
Yeah, an important thing about Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain is that it has 3 modes. And if you've played another blue card this turn, you can choose all 3 modes of the Sacred Art card. But because Nick has not played a blue card, he can only choose 1 mode, and he chose to Transcend.
Yeah, but at the same time, giving Pudding that opportunity to attack him because now he knows that, hey, your hand has 1 Transcend card, you can't block with it. And Pudding has that Enlightened Strike. Drawing a card, we have seen Nick do it so many times in the previous game just to maintain that arsenal card. But in this case, 5, and knowing that your opponent has a Transcend card is like, whoa, that's cool. You can't block this turn.
Yep, and that's really the dynamics of passing priority back to your opponent whilst you still have the action points, so you can react to what they're going to do.
Yeah, and, Pudding not wanting to let Nick kind of filter through his deck and find Transcend cards, and then the moment Nick reveals that, hey, I have a Transcend card in hand, Pudding just jumps at that opportunity.
Yeah, you have a no block 5. Yep, and now we see that Nick Butcher has the ability to activate Zen's ability with that Chi card he worked so hard to get.
Yeah, and fetching out the aspect of Tiger Body, such an important card. Once you play a red card, you can get that crouching tiger that you were looking for. But this also opens up the turn such that he can, maybe even play a Chase the Tail because he used Zen's ability, he has a tiger in hand.
Yep, and very importantly, this means that from turn 1, Traverse the Universe is online. Nick Butcher can use it to block from any point here on out to find that energy and add it to his hand.
Yeah, and starting off with that Tiger Taming Nakara, giving the following Crouching Tiger a +1. And then coming up with the Chase the Tail.
Yeah, Chase the Tail, a fantastic card because it swings for 4, and if you've played after a Crouching Tiger, the next Crouching Tiger you play this combat chain gets +3 attack. So very powerful card. 1 for essentially 7, but restricted by the fact that you need to have 2 Crouching Tigers to fully utilize it.
Yeah, and that's what the aspect of Tiger Body is doing because it creates that second Crouching Tiger. And, we are looking at Nick. He hasn't really committed so many cards onto the combat chain. One of them is searched out. A Tiger is free from Zen's ability. Another Tiger is from the aspect of Tiger Body. And, he gets to keep 1 card.
Yep, and going for the Electromagnetic Somersault to return the 2 blocking cards he blocked with back to his hand.
Yeah, and then they are both Ravenous Rebels cards naturally with Go Again. So Pudding doesn't even need that Embodiment of Lightning this turn to, fire off the standard Aurora turn.
Yep, just swing into the 4s with Go Again, threatening life. And looks like Nick Butcher is just going to be taking it.
I think also something of note, normally Zen takes a while to transcend. We saw it in the game against Brodie. He takes like 2 or 3 turns to get that transcend out. Then he's able to block with the Traverse. If Nick so wishes to, he could actually just block right now.
Yeah, his ability to fetch the Chi at any point from here on out should be quite an important factor. But I don't think he has to because in his hand are 2 more Transcend cards.
Yeah, and Nick being the higher seed in an aggro matchup is all about keeping tempo. normally you do not want to go first as then, in an aggro matchup, because whoever goes second gets the first actual attack in, and Pudding kind of sneaked by that with that 2 additional damage that he dealt.
Yeah.
But Nick fired back with a huge chase the tail aspect of body turn, which put Pudding, he's basically starting the game at 30 life.
Yep, and now Pudding, still putting on the pressure though, constantly swinging attacks for 4. Looks like he arsenal, I think the last Rebel, right?
Well, he has that last card in Arsenal. I'm not too sure what it is, because Pudding, he's not shuffling his hand as much, but most of the time he has already mapped out his turns. Once he's ready, he just puts his hand face down in the pile and he's just waiting for his turn. Just picks a card up, plays it. He's like, I already know what I'm doing. But at the same time, when he reviewed that electrostatic discharge off the top of the deck, Nick now knows that Pudding has a card that doesn't really block in his hand.
Yep, and so we see Nick really utilizing the fact that his deck has a lot of blues, swinging the Tiger Taming Nakara.
Yeah, and of course, playing a blue card beforehand, and then now transcending. And, we keep talking about the Zen State the previous round, preventing all that arcane from rune chance and stuff. But, of course, the other ability from Nakara, whenever you transcend, gain the extra resource, it functions effectively like a tunic. But, instead of waiting 3 turns, is every time you transcend.
Yes, the Kassai giving that 1 floating resource is very important, especially if you want to play cards like Chase the Tail, which Nick just picked up from his deck.
Yeah, he created a tiger from the tiger form incarnation. And then, with that second tiger he picked up from activating Zen's ability, and also searching out the payoff card, which is Chase the Tail in this case, he gets to attack with both tigers and the Chase the Tail. And that Shuko, that small incremental advantage that Nick is looking for, coming into play in 2 turns already. The first one, also a Chase the Tail turn, so there are 2 tigers getting the +1, and again, Chase the Tail getting that small +1.
Yeah, the Tiger Stripe Shuko doing its work. 1 extra damage every turn is not nothing, because, there are even heroes with that exact ability printed on them, like Ira.
Yeah, and possibly that's why Nick is perfectly willing to play Tide Flippers into this matchup, because he knows that he doesn't need the extra tiger from cards like Pouncing Paws. Maybe to Nick is such a crutch, everyone's struggling to get that 1 extra tiger, and then here I am, just all my cards create Crouching Tigers.
Yes, and this shows that not all Zen lists are the same. You can really innovate and find the list that suits your playstyle.
Yeah, and we can see, Pudding is put so much on the back foot just because he started first. Nick just putting out the damage, and at this point, if he really wants to keep up the pressure, he could just block into Traverse the Universe right now.
Yeah, Traverse the Universe with an arsenal actually gives Nick Butcher a 6-card hand to play with if he really wants to.
Yeah, but at the same time, he drew that Wax On. That Wax On is going to block so much damage, considering, Pudding has that electrostatic discharge in his hand to give that +3. Your 0 for 4s are now attacking for more than 4. And in fact, being able to block like 5 damage off a single card is like, oh, what value.
Yeah, Wax On, for those who are not very sure what it does, is actually a defense reaction that blocks for 3, but if it's blocking a card that only costs 0, it actually blocks for 2 more, so blocking for 5.
Yeah, and playing out the discharge, fusing that Entwine Lightning to give it go again, possibly extending that turn, and we have seen that he has a second strike in hand as well.
Yep. So this is a very strong 2-card 7 with go again.
Yeah, but something of note is, you notice Pudding closing the combat chain. We have seen Zen try to keep the combat chain as wide as possible.
Yeah.
Trying to get that benefit from the Nakara, get the tiger, Chase the Tail requires you to have that combat chain, but at the same time, Pudding is aware that Transcend cards can target previous attacks. He doesn't want Nick to be able to cheat out that Transcend. So, if you're going to play the Grains, you have to play on this current attack. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. The Grains that gives a targeted attack +1. And if you really want to play it, you're going to have to give your opponent that +1.
Yeah, and, despite Nick seeing that Pudding has a second strike in hand, decided to take the 7 damage, kind of awkward to block the previous attack because he's coming in for 7, even though, and it looks like it's a yellow Wax On, so it actually was blocking for 4.
Yeah. And this is such an interesting choice to put into his deck because, especially for Aurora, most of her cards are attacking for cost 0 anyway.
Yeah, you can see these players just playing cards at lightning fast speeds because they're so familiar with each other. And, you know, another possibility why Nick chose to play that type flippers is because, you know, it's open decklist format. Both players can see each other's sideboards, and he saw that Siege of Suffering now sitting in hand of putting that Siege of Suffering, that one small arcane damage, so much synergy with Channel Lightning Valley as well. You know, being able to draw cards on your opponent's turn because it's the first time you deal damage each turn.
Yeah, one of the many nuances of the Channel Lightning Valley card that effectively makes the Sigil of Suffering with the CLV on board, one card draw one.
Yeah, but in this case, you know, Nick just wants to fire off this 200 wins. Well, 100 wins, such a staple in Ninja.
Yep.
But it also, you know, it's one of those rare combo cards that combos with itself.
Yep.
You know, if there are other, you know, 100 win buddies, I get, you know, more grown up.
Yeah, we don't actually see its combo effect turned on very often, but now we do for a 3 damage 100 wins followed by a 4 damage 100 wins.
Yeah, and this is, you know, we like to talk about value, you know, we like to talk about 3 for 7s, you know, this while 3 for 7s let you keep the beach card, this is effectively a 2 card 7 as well.
Yeah, with Go Again. Not many 3 for 7s have Go Again.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, so Nick Butcher opting to just pass after the second 100 wins, and then it's going to be back to pudding. Life totals looking closer than before.
Yeah, and kind of interesting putting Cap and magnetic somersault in hand. He could have used that, you know, maybe he's considering saving that card, so kind of signaling that his arsenal, he could play it immediately this turn. So something like maybe a lightning press, for example.
Yeah, possibly. And, you know, pudding still has those Snapdragon scalers up, so Nick always has to consider the idea that pudding might extend the chain link.
Yeah, and maybe pudding is just, I'm gonna just use those Snapdragon scalers this turn. I cannot afford to take an off turn, and we've already seen him use Tunic to power out that Starfall attack without pitching the previous turn. So getting the extra 2 damage in an aggro matchup is so important.
Yeah, the margins are razor thin between these two heroes. And we can see that happen, you know, we see the trading damage, the blocks, the attacks. And the fact that their life totals are going down, but kind of they're going down together.
Yeah, and you know, you see pudding threatening that one arcane from Arcanic Shockwave. It's like, do you want to block this damage? I might have a Channel Lightning Valley, but keep in mind, Channel Lightning Valley tracks the first time you do damage, so pudding had to play it out before he played this Arcanic Shockwave.
Yep.
So Nick probably knows now that's not a Channel Lightning Valley, you have already played it out.
Yep, and Nick Butcher, reaches for the Traverse the Universe.
Yeah, we all know what's coming up. Every time a Mystic hero picks up that equipment, you know that a big turn is coming. So, you know, putting here, potentially thinking like, okay, I have to keep some cards in hand just to, you know, deal with this.
Yep, and looks like he is going to be playing the Electromagnetic Somersault with the Snapdragon Scalers.
Yeah, returning that Arcanic Shockwave to hand. You know, turns out he had 2 somersaults, just wanted to get that one in Arsenal out of the way. You know, can't find a go again, create your own go again with Snapdragon Scalers. And of course, a somersault in Arsenal is worth less than a somersault in hand because you're unable to fuse the one in Arsenal, and pudding is able to just show Nick, hey, it's the same card again, it's the Electromagnetic Somersault.
Yep, and also tells Nick that, hey, I can block for 6 with 1 card next turn, you know, should his hand allow it. Or he could also use it offensively on his next turn.
Yeah, exactly. The first somersault that Pudding played, he has shown that he has all 3 somersaults. The first one, you know, being able to generate that 2 extra block, in fact, because he blocked with 2 blocks on a 4 attack card. Like, there's always a possibility that, you know, whenever he draws multiple 3 blocks, if Nick comes in with a Command and Conquer, he could just cover that 6 damage with just 2 cards and return them to hand to play on his own turn.
Yeah, and I think that actually might be relevant because I think we saw a Weakest Link, if I'm not mistaken, in Nick Butcher's hand. So
yeah, and Weakest Link taking out all of these instants, Electrostatic Discharge, Electromagnetic Somersault are all instants, even Lightning Press is an instant. Taking those cards out of Pudding's hand is like, pretty good. Down a card, and you get to draw back the card because weakest link, if you force that discard, you get one card back, and maybe, continue keeping up the aggression with the Arsenal card.
Yeah, very relevant into these lightning heroes with a lot of instant cards to play out. And Mr. Nick Butcher really thinking about whether he wants to continue preserving life or does he just want to let it rip.
We can see Nick drawing his third copy of Chase the Tail, and it's not very common for Zen to be blocking on the on the turn they use the Traverse the Universe, but at the same time, Nick probably feels that he has enough resources, he can't utilize this extra, Enlightened Strike card, so probably just gonna use it as a 3-block, preserve some life in the aggro matchup.
Yep, because you can never be too complacent, right? Like, people mistake aggro matchups to just be throwing a 5-card hand, throwing 5-card hands until whoever has the bigger number wins.
Yeah, and we see Nick just pitching that Chi, getting another aspect of Tiger Body. We have seen this before. In the first turn, Nick chose to go second, had that huge turn with Chase the Tail, drawing his last Chase the Tail, and just, immediately, I need that second Tiger, I'm going to grab it with this card.
I think his last Chase the Tail is actually here right now, right? So he's going to be chasing the tail for 3 turns in a row.
Yeah, and, he possibly didn't have the resource to swing a Tiger taming Nakara, but at the same time, the Tiger attack is free, and yeah, he shows that he has that 2 resource remaining. We have seen it in the Brodie game where he, when he holds back the Nakara, there's always a 2-cost attack coming at the back.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes these things are indicative of what the player might be doing next. And Pudding, he is no new player. He's a professional. I'm sure he knows that this means something. There's no way Nick Butcher would waste 2 resources and 2 damage off the Nakara.
Yeah, and, Pudding has that somersault in Arsenal that he revealed to Nick Butcher as well. So that Crown of Providence maybe as a way to find more attack actions that he can block with, but it looks like his hand is he's perfectly fine with just blocking. He drew enough attacks to block and utilize the somersault at the same time.
Yep, so now he's thinking, maybe is he gonna somersault on the Chase the Tail? And looks like he is.
Yeah, playing around a possible Command and Conquer, if it comes in later, he could just block to preserve life rather than having to fully block out the on-hit effect as well.
Yeah, so he made a read that it was a Command and Conquer, and I think from his perspective, that is a really real threat. But as we know, Nick Butcher has a weakest link in his hand, so we'll see how Pudding chooses to react when he does present that weakest link.
Yeah, and Nick, more importantly, has a card in Arsenal. We have no idea what it is because it's been sitting there for a while. But at the same time, that weakest link probably will not snag a card from Pudding's hand because he would respond to that trigger and get it out of his hand to prevent Nick from drawing that 1 extra card.
Yeah, that's the benefit of these instants, right? You can send them out to deny Nick Butcher from drawing a card, but at the end of the day, you are just sending them out, essentially throwing them straight into the graveyard.
Yeah, and being down a card in an aggro matchup is always not a good place to be. Potentially, when he sees the weakest link, he might take a small, take a gamble, block with that Crown of Providence, try and get that instant out of your hand so that, you can always return with a lot more damage.
Yeah, that's a very real possibility.
Yeah, and Pudding here, not very happy with his current situation. He's like, there's so much damage, but his hand is possibly quite awkward. He doesn't know exactly how well he can sequence it. We can see that it's just a bunch of cards with no go again, and he chose to take the damage.
Yep, possibly reading there's something coming after, and there it is, the weakest link. Coming after that instant in Pudding's hand.
Yeah, and Pudding needing to look through Nick's graveyard to see what kind of aggressive cards he's played, and at the same time he's probably aware that Nick has played all 3 Chase the Tails, in the first 5 turns of the game. That's basically every single Chase the Tail, all the aspects of body coming together with the Chase the Tails as well. Bar 1, he has 1 left, but all that's the highest value that you can get from Zen nowadays, and Nick is just putting out the damage there.
Yeah, getting deja vu. I think Pudding has looked down at this chase the tail aspect, the combat chain for several turns in a row right now. And
Yeah.
that really showcases the power of Zen's hero power, right? To be able to fetch the second half of the combo. Because I think on one instance, he had the aspect, had to look for the chase. In another instance, he had the chase, had to look for the aspect.
Yeah, and deciding that the game will probably not last 3 more turns, just blocking the tunic using the tunic to block the 6 power attack along with the grasp of the Arc-Knight, and just using the discharge as a +3. Reminiscent to what we've seen from the past. Briar, Nimblism, we just pump up his attack. Like, what else can we do with our hand?
Yeah, and well, he chose to give up the tunic instead of the crown. And I think that's probably because he's going to arsenal a card this turn and wants, no matter what, to try and hit back with a 5-card hand.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think the card he wants to arsenal is a go again card. It seems like a lightning surge, so maybe just saving that Crown of Providence in future when he has to get rid of an instant.
Yeah, in response to another possible weakest link. He's looking through the graveyard and looking, how did I take so much damage in such few turns?
Yeah, well, probably more like at this point, it's just, damn, I got hit by all the Chase the Tails already. But at the same time, I guess Pudding can feel a little bit of relief. It's like all the Chase the Tails are out. The damage will probably fall off at some point, right?
Yeah, that's what he can really just hope for at this point.
Yeah, and more importantly, we keep talking about Channel Lightning Valley, but Pudding has not seen a single copy of it compared to Nick, who has seen all copies of his Chase the Tail. So these powerful, cards that you play in your deck, if you don't see them, you get put on a back foot like so fast. Sometimes you don't even get the payoff for it. And remember, while Nick can use the Transcend defensively with the Kassai, Pudding can't really use, that Channel Lightning Valley as effectively because Nick does play Tide Flippers.
Yeah, and we see once again in Nick Butcher's hand another weakest link. But he's gonna start us off with that Tiger Form Incantation. I think the card that both you and Kayang were talking about in the previous game.
Yeah, and this card, great for creating the Tiger, and it goes to hand, enables your Enlightened Strikes to be active. You can always not play out that card and just use it for an E-Strike fodder.
Yeah, but as we saw last game, there's also a danger if you send the Crouching Tiger back into your deck.
Yeah, at the same time, Pudding wants to keep that card in arsenal, doesn't want to use the Crown of Providence just yet, but 2 damage. I mean, while Nick is on 9 life, he has more armor than Pudding. That Shuko and the Kassai are still sitting there, generating basically free value for Nick every time he plays. Like the second Tiger this turn, he gets 1 more damage.
Yeah, and he's really been constantly playing 2 Tigers out each turn. So this Tiger's just gonna come in for 1, buffed by the Tiger taming Nakara.
Yeah, and the judge just going over to, make sure the board state is clear, everyone is, caught up on the turn. And of course, when Nick put that non-attack action in his graveyard, he forgot about that buff with that +1 coming in from that non-attack action, even though, it creates a Tiger. And on the resolution step, after Pudding has taken the damage, transcends with a drop in the ocean.
Yep, drop in the ocean, targeting an attack, giving it -1. So very important to play this card on the resolution step after damage has been calculated.
Yeah, and now looking to find another power card from his, he has played so many of them. He has played 3 Chase the Tails, but don't forget that Zen has access to that powerful Tiger Swipe. But it looks like the preserved tradition that he has played, put back a Chase the Tails. So, what's better than 3 Chase the Tails? 4 Chase the Tails.
That is absolutely crazy. This is giving Codex flashbacks. The fact that he can play 4 Chase the Tails.
Yeah, and, as if, 3 Chase the Tails were not enough. The 4th Chase the Tail here, probably going to put Pudding in a really awkward spot. He has that sigil of suffering in hand, but he's just, trying to hang in there, use it as 4 block. But again, Nick has that Tide Flippers for the Arcane Barrier 1. So, Pudding has to consider what if he pays for the Arcane Barrier, then I will take that hit.
Yeah, the consistent 1 for 7 go against must really hurt.
Yeah, and Zen still showing that maybe he's still the premier aggro deck in the meta game. Aurora came out, threatened to take that title away. Heavily represented hero. So few Zens in this calling that made day 2, or even participated. But end of the day, we saw Jason on Zen making top 8, and of course Nick here making the finals and potentially close to winning this game. He's just outputting so much damage. He's just telling Pudding, look, I'm the aggro better deck. He's chased the tail. I have more tigers, more breakpoints, and I also have more armor.
Yeah, no, so it's really putting in a very difficult spot here. This tiger coming in for 4, buffed by the chase the tail and the tiger's strike Shugo. If Pudding takes this, he's dropping to 1.
Yeah, and remember, Nick's last card in hand is it's another weakest link. It attacks for so much, and now he's putting the question to Nick over here. Just, do you want to pay that 1 arcane?
Yeah, now. Oh, and he's gonna be doing a transcend, stir the pot. This card shuffles your deck and transcends.
And this hides information. Now, while Pudding knows that Nick has a transcend card in hand, Nick's the one on the offense. So here, when he plays the weakest link, he has still 1 resource remaining, which can prevent yet another Sigil of Suffering.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Nick just, constant aggression, get that tiger, constant aggression, Nakara, just keeping up the aggression with Chase the Tail, the 4th one played even. And, at this point, Pudding is at 4 life. He can't afford to even take damage. Otherwise, going to 1, we have been through that. It's just so hard to continue blocking the Zen.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Pudding, the one of the main cards Aurora has access to block this 6 damage disruptive attacks is the electromagnetic somersault, which he has already seen 3 of.
Yeah, and Pudding has lost access to that amazing blocking card, while he has access to Sink Below's Sigil of Suffering. At this point, Nick, while Nick does seem like, he has no arsenal, he has played out all the Chase the Tails for real this time, but at the same time, he still has 4 armor that blocks 1 of Pudding's attacks.
Yeah, and this is one of the 0 for 4s in Aurora's deck, the Exude Confidence. Nick Butcher gonna be blocking for 3, taking 1.
Yeah, and more importantly, that Exude Confidence stops Nick from just, straight out playing that Wax On. We know he has so many copies of it in his deck. Definitely playing all of them in this matchup, and, at the same time, just, I can always arsenal this defense reaction. And now pitching a blue for Nakara, putting Ops to just take that 2 damage, and here comes the Levels of Enlightenment. Such a flexible card as long as you have a blue pitch.
Yeah, and likely in this moment, given that he has a D-React in hand, I think it's likely a +2.
Yeah, and, doesn't need the extra card. This, just give me more cards from your hand, or, block with a 3 block with the graphs, go to 1, and, Pudding is just on the ropes right now.
Yeah, he finally drew his Channel Lightning Valley. Coming at a really late time, though.
Yeah, we mentioned that Channel Lightning Valley's strong card, but at 2 life, without any options, I think Pudding just wants to, better his hand right now.
Yep, so giving 2 of the armor, that's gonna be presenting 3 block. That's still lethal.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what Pudding can do from this spot. He has some defense reactions, but that extra 2 damage coming out from Nick, maybe Pudding has Sigil of Solace somewhere, because he can gain back that life, possibly in Arsenal. He's perfectly willing to just try and make his hand better. He knows he's going to survive this turn, that Sigil is going to heal him for an additional 1 life.
Yep, so I think it's still on Pudding to block 1 more card. It's a very difficult decision. He's already at 2. Every single block matters. Every card matters.
Yeah, so committing the extra 2 block card, possibly that second shrine not hitting this turn. And remember, Pudding wanted to have that tunic, just for that Star 4 activation, but at this point, he doesn't have it anymore.
Yep, so blocking with the second strike. Passing the turn over, Wax On going into Arsenal, that's gonna help Nick block out some of Pudding's offensive capabilities.
Yeah, and enjoying yet more Wax Ons. Well, Nick has a set of 3 Wax Ons, which, when your attacks are a bunch of 0 for 4s, when you're able to block for so much, that's incredible. And Nick not just having 1, 2, but all 3 of them.
All right, so Nick opting not to block, Pudding then responding by playing the Channel Lightning Valley, but Nick Butcher has the answer in the form of Wax On. In fact, he has 2 more answers, depending on what Pudding is going to play
Yeah,
next.
and Pudding, very aware that Nick has that card, is going to go for Scar for Scar. At 2 life, we have seen this standout card, in Shoma's deck, and now in Pudding's deck, this standout card when you're at lower life gains go again. And more importantly, threatens yet another breakpoint.
Yeah, so we're not really sure whether the Wax On... Oh wait, the Wax On, even a yellow one, is going to be able to block for 4.
Yeah, exactly. It blocks 3, 2, 1, and they all get, bonuses. And, Pudding saw that Nick played out 1 Wax On. He's like, yeah, you probably don't have more. I'm going to Lightning Press this card. But Nick shows that he has it all. He has all 3 copies.
And Nick shows is secretly Mr. Miyagi having 3 Wax Ons to react to all of Pudding's offensive attacks.
Yeah, showing that maybe he is the ninja master over Pudding. Pudding is so well known for playing ninja, but at the same time, this time, he says this is lightning ninja, but in reality, it's a lightning rune blade. So, maybe Nick, sometimes the student surpasses the master, and, this is one of those cases.
Yeah, Nick Butcher really showing his proficiency with the deck, knowing exactly what combo card to grab each time he uses Zen's ability.
Yeah, but at the same time, actually, Nick only has 1 copy of Mauling Chi, so I'm not even sure if he has that card in his matchup, but decided to find that Tiger Swipe costs 0, very efficient attack.
Yep, so it's going to send the Tiger for 1, Pudding's just going to take it, going down to 1.
Yeah, and remember, this is a Tiger Swipe. Base attack of 2, so it comes in for 5, forcing Pudding to commit more cards.
Yeah, very difficult. Pudding has to commit 2 cards to that block. This was like a rough spot for Pudding to be in.
Yeah, and Pudding just trying to find a turn, hoping Nick draws too many defense reaction.
And I think that's a Wax On and a Wax Off.
Yeah, but remember, Pudding's not putting out any offense. Those cards can be pitched like Wax On. Over here, being that extra pitch that he needs if he so requires. But looks like he's just going to preserve it, telling Pudding possibly that, hey, when I create this end state, you have no chance into this game anymore.
Yep, and here is the Mauling Chi, the one that you were talking about. No on-hit because even if there was, the on-hit is Nick Butcher would win. All right.
Yeah, and, Pudding here, trying to keep as many cards as possible. Oh, drawing that Channel Lightning Valley again, a non-block card. And that's really, he's just trying to get, edge into the game, create rune chance, try and get a good hand, but there's that combo, the power of travel, and Pudding extends that fist bump. And Nick Butcher is your calling Kuala Lumpur champion.
Well, what a fantastic game. Both players showing that they're experts of their craft. Very quick plays by both players. Both players very familiar with the deck, with the matchups. Clearly, they've practiced a lot.
Yeah, and at this World Tour Kuala Lumpur, it's not just a calling, there's a battle hardened. So we have crowned 1 player. We have crowned Nick Butcher, the champion here. Winning 2 callings, not an easy feat. Very few players have achieved it.
Yes.
But at the same time, Pudding again so close, another second place.
Yeah, man, Nick Butcher really representing with a Zen deck that I think some people would consider very unorthodox. The amount of Wax Ons, the 1 Mauling Chi. Some people would laugh at him because, Mauling Chi is such a strong card. But him really showing that he took time to tinker with his deck. He took time to find the cards he wanted to play.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, knowing that there will be a lot of Auroras this event, pack that full set of Wax On, and in addition that Wax Off, you never know when you need that Zen state, so you might as well pack everything. But at the same time, we have seen players opt for cards like Tiger Eye Reflex, but for Nick, he just wanted to be able to block the breakpoints of Aurora more efficiently, so he just sacrificed that card. Most of my deck makes Tigers. I don't need that extra, that tiny little Tiger that, Tiger Eye Reflex provides.
Yeah, exactly right. And some people were talking about how Zen would not make it after the bans, how Zen would be so severely damaged because he no longer had access to Bonds of Ancestry. But Nick Butcher is showing that's not the case.
Yeah, and of course, losing Art of War, people assumed that, Zen was dead, but I guess rumors of his demise was, greatly exaggerated. And as he shows that he's here to stay, he's still, the best ninja here.
Yeah, it's still a very big threat. And, who would know more about Zen than the two of us? Mr. Nick Butcher himself.
Yeah, and we'll get him here for an interview. He's the winner of this calling. And of course, if we can bring you, we'll see if we can bring you some better hardened coverage. But at the end of the day, let's congratulate Nick Butcher for winning this event. And of course, precious World Tour points, that 16 points locked up, putting himself on the leaderboard actually. Maybe even ahead of Brodie and, not Michael. Michael is kind of quite far ahead at the moment.
Yeah, but putting him on the leaderboard and putting another person right on his tail.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, stay with us. We'll be back in a few minutes with an interview with the Calling KL champion, Nick Butcher. Hello everyone, and we are back faster than expected. And with me here, Mr. Nick Butcher.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
So, what's going through your mind right now that you've just been crowned the winner of the Calling KL?
Feels good as always. I lost the finals the last APAC corning, so coming back and winning again. Everything went my way in that final. It just has to be your day. But yeah, in top four, I was so zoned out and tired because I decided to stay in a $30 a night hotel, and that wasn't a great idea. But yeah, so good. I get to go to the airport soon, but feels really good.
Yeah, it was crazy because you came from essentially what was like over an hour-long game straight into the finals and just blitzed past it.
Yeah, when you draw well, sometimes it's easy, That was, yeah.
Yeah, so, let's talk a bit about your deck choice for today's event. And Zen.
Yeah.
What made you land on Zen for today's event?
I just think it's like the most powerful deck. You get a lot of agency with a lot of blocking for 3. My deck has so many block 3s in it. Comparative to other decks, I don't play block 2 blues outside of like powerful cards like Harmony the Hunt. So I don't play any Biting Breeze or anything like that. That are just one card ones that block for 2. It just doesn't give you the agency that block 3s do, and they're also very powerful at the same time. So I get to block, I get to attack, I get to decide how the game goes, and Zen has a lot of power.
Yeah, and speaking about blocking, we noticed you have 6 wax ons.
Yeah.
So why 6 wax on?
Yeah, wax on, wax off is just one of the most powerful cards combinations in the game right now, which is why I pretty much gravitated towards Zen is because of that. Yellow being a 0 for 4 that pitches for the weapon anyway is very good in this current meta, especially because Aurora, the mirror match, Nu, Azalea, it's just fine against those decks. And so I just decided I'm going to play yellow and red just to make wax off more consistent, because that card is incredibly powerful if you actually get to combine them.
Yeah, so did you manage to actually create the Zen State token, do the combo throughout this event?
Oh, heaps of times. Yeah, I did it 3. Actually, I played against Pudding in the last round of Swiss, and it was for fun because we were locked.
All right.
And I just did it 3 times. It was, yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's actually fantastic. And even for this match, you played Chase the Tail 4 times.
Yep. As I said, Zen does powerful things. You just draw the chi, you play the chi, you win. That's how it goes. My one loss in Swiss, I lost 2, but one of them we won't discuss. But I call it lactose intolerance because you don't see any, you don't draw cheese, so there's no cheese. So yeah, and then that was my loss, and then that's how it goes with Mystic Heroes sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely because with great power, comes great breaks sometimes.
Yeah.
So what's next for you after this?
Christmas, whatever you celebrate, it's, it feels really good to win another calling, but I'm really trying to win a Pro Tour now.
All right.
And so I top a Pro Tour because winning calling is fantastic. I love the fact that these trophies mean trophies mean so much to me. I'm I'm that kind of guy, but I really want to top Pro Tour. I don't think I've put in the work that I should to top a Pro Tour or Worlds so far. So that's my next goal for London. So hopefully I get in the good mindset and because I grinded a lot for this event actually.
We can tell, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, it's great to see you here at the calling, winning the calling, second calling.
Yep.
Yep. So, at this point, is there anyone you want to shout out? Anyone you want to
shout out to some friends of mine who supported me along the way. Blue Pitch guys, they gave me a nice jacket a while ago, so really good. Shout out to Pudding, he's a good sport. He lost the second calling final. One day it'll be his day. And shout out to people like Matt Rogers testing with me a lot, and always that moral support that I need to get my confidence up, because sometimes that's lacking.
All right.
But yeah, shout out to all you guys for this production.
Oh, of course.
I hope everyone comes to these callings. They're a fantastic experience. There's so many side events. Everyone's having a great time. And I implore everyone to show up. It's amazing.
All right. That's great. And you know what? Thank you once again, Mr. Nick Butcher. And hopefully we'll see you in an interview for Pro Tour.
Thank you.
All right.
We are the team that brought you this calling. My name is Chua. That's Kayang over there, and that's Mervin, and that's Esmond. So Esmond is the producer for this event, but unfortunately we cannot bring you coverage of the Battle Hardened. It's already ongoing. There's a lot of logistics involved, but stay tuned. We'll crown a Battle Hardened champion at this World Tour as well.
Yeah, but thank you all for watching us throughout the weekend. It's been a very long games every day. I think it was 12
rounds.
Yeah,
the first day had 7 rounds, the second day 5 rounds, and then we had the cutoff. Yeah.
Yeah, and then 3 more rounds. it's a lot of games, but all of you were here. All of you watched the intense, games, the intense highs and lows of people rolling ones on scab skins, destroying their opponents with massive flicker whisk art lightning turns, and everything else that this game has to offer.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, there is the World Tour going on. Battle Hardened also provide points. We have the schedule. We showed it to you. There's also World Premiere in Prague. Like all these events. If you have time, just show up to one of them. You can get those, exclusive Code 4 tokens. Just exclusive extended art promos. The arc lining for this event, and then, if you sign up for the Fable package, you get. I think, going forward, the Hunted, you get one of those, very special promos as well.
Yeah, the new cards for the Hunted, always available at all these World Tour locations. But more importantly, when you're here, you get to meet people from around the world enjoying the same game.
Yeah, and of course, I'm very glad to, bring you coverage this event. Normally, I'll be a player. I enjoy playing Flesh and Blood. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I enjoy watching Flesh and Blood as well. And, this coverage brings me a lot of insight to, what players are playing and, all these amazing games that I normally miss.
Yep, so once again, thank you everyone for joining us over this weekend. And we hope, we can see you all soon in the next event.
Yep, see you soon.